see me shining.
Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. yes, I know. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
Welcome back. ESL 1 powered by Intel, upper division of the Eastern European DPC League. And we have for you AS Monaco Gambit, there you go, taking on Navi here in the best of 3. We're joined by Purge on the big screen because we are about ready to show you the draft. T-Gov with me as well. And yeah, Purge, this is going to be the debut of no one in AS Monaco Gambit. How do you think that he'll do? Are you on the same page as Kyle? Do you think there will be a little bit of a honeymoon phase going into this?
I mean, almost for sure. I'm happy to see him playing in the DPC leagues. There's definitely some major players across multiple regions that kind of just got left out due to team shift issues, and no one's certainly one of the best players in the world. He has been for like at least like 6 years at this point. So I'm happy to see him get a chance to play. Feel bad for FN, but ultimately, I think he'll do really good.
Yeah, I think everybody feels a little sad for FN, but at the same time, it is a competition. You want to be the best, and to be the best, you got to have the best. And I don't think anybody's going to argue anywhere that no one is not better than FN. So let's talk about this draft.
Let's talk about that Earthshaker first pick.
Wait, stop, wait. This is just going to be a Beastmaster from Navi, no?
No?
Could be.
I feel it. I feel it in my bones, tingling.
Could be.
Did you guys see that that Earthshaker counter the other day? All you have to do is win before 20 minutes, and then he's just like, okay.
That's smart.
There
Pretty
you go.
straightforward.
That's, that makes sense.
You aggro tri lane, you have a push in your off lane.
Yeah.
On your safe lane, sorry, and then your mid just has to win the matchup, and then you're good to go. Oh, bye, Purge.
Yeah.
That's it. Purge has had enough. He's like, you know what? I've revealed the strat of Dota, and his camera just disappeared.
Puppy took me out.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Wait, which puppy?
I hope it means Tango.
Oh. Wait, you named your puppy Tango?
You didn't know?
No, you don't tell me anything.
That was like 3 years ago.
I was going to say, he's had that dog forever. Do you not follow his Instagram or his Twitter?
Yeah.
All right, plug it.
I basically only post dog pictures to my Instagram.
Yeah.
And then when normal people see it, they're like, this guy likes his dog way too much. And it's like, no, I just don't give a shit about Instagram. That's all.
But at least your dog
great job.
does.
I know.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, why would you need to diversify if you still can get the heroes that you know you can win with, right?
Yeah.
That being said, this is something that is going to be very predictable as well. So I would imagine that AS Monaco Gambit has prepared for this Beastmaster.
It really is just dog pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah. You surprised?
No. Well, I follow you now, so I'm more up to date with your life.
Good.
Is it weird? No, we gotta talk about the draft. That's for later. Never mind.
Wow.
But we're in the second ban phase. You got like a minute or so to spin.
Is it strange that it feels like you can like kind of pseudo keep in touch with people now? Like you don't talk, but if you follow people on all their socials and they're active, you effectively know everything that they're doing and what's happening in their life. So that if you were to call them and make small talk, it's like, what would you say? I already know all the things.
Well, you know all the things that they want you to know.
Yeah.
Public stuff. You still don't know the true intimate thing about them. So
but that's what I mean. There's a lot of pressure on then having conversations because you can't have that like fun catch up stuff. You already know what's happening. All you can do is just skip straight to the like the self doubt and oppressive
social
existentialism.
media. It really does put a lot of questions on us. But just like this draft has a lot of questions for us, I think AS Monaco, they're in a position with the Nyx puck. I feel like a Shaker Beastmaster naturally counters that. The instant lockdown from the Shaker beats the puck and the Beastmaster beats the Nyx. So already Navi looking a little bit better, but of course, only 2 picks in.
No, I totally agree. I think that we discussed it, but really like Shaker against puck. Necro 3 beats Nyx. Secret demonstrated that yesterday. Just like already a great spot. You need to have a strong safe lane. That's how you can punish this Shaker Beast a bit. Don't allow the Beastmaster to dominate because the Shaker can't really do too much to his system in that aggressive laning.
You can see from the ban of Gone Purge.
I was gonna say, what's your aggressive lane? Just like a really strong 5-position support, like Enchantress, for example.
Yeah, in regards to AS Monaco, they need to have some lane pressure for this Beastmaster. But I think from the bans from AS Monaco, it very much shows that their puck is mid, and they are just worried about this overwhelming pressure that Na'Vi is going to apply. And then flip side to Na'Vi, when you've already presented your off lane and there's nothing to hide, they're taking away the Timber Sword and actually counters that. And like Purge just mentioned, there's Enchantress that would be able to pretty much 1v2 this lane. Other supports that could be able to do this would be the Witch Doctor, Crystal Maiden to some degree, but again, they're not as optimal. This is where normally, Kyle, you add a point.
No,
You can talk about my dog again if you want.
yeah.
Yeah. He's actually just keeps scrolling through. He's just
You can't
addicted
stop
now.
it.
A lot of cute pics in there.
It's true.
Yeah. My own story about being a caretaker is that the apartment I have in Kyiv had a bunch of plants, and my landlord actually repossessed a few of them because
They died.
I wasn't capable of caring for them.
Wait, were the plants there when you moved in?
Yeah.
Oh.
Which, to be fair,
Okay.
I will say, I wouldn't trust myself with caring.
I
for
just
other
really
living
hope
things,
that you
so-
bought the plants, and then the
No.
guy came in and was like, "Carl, mate, these plants you bought, and just not keep. They're mine now.
Called social services on you.
Yeah.
Complaints.
Yeah,
These poor plants."
that was a good. No comment. I think the right pet for me, a fish with an auto feeding.
I was gonna say fish actually need quite a bit of care, and they need like
a
You have to-
cactus.
the water.
they,
and then,
and they need constant. Like they like the
pH levels and everything.
regimen.
When I was young, you remember those chia pets, like Tamagotchis?
Yeah.
Mine never made it past a week.
Cool.
Do you, Kyle, what you need is you need a pet, but you also need a roommate who takes full control of the
Yes.
pet, and you just happen to benefit from it. That's
Also-
what you
Purge, this is Valentine's Day. Don't bring up the roommate partner thing. Bit mean for Kyle.
I
Sensitive.
mean, you don't have to be
mean-
making out with them. They could just be, your roommate.
That's true.
I mean,
Good
who
point.
makes out with a plant? It'd be prickly, especially if you had a cactus.
What?
I once sat on a cactus accidentally when I was younger.
Not surprised.
I was sitting on the couch, and then I leant over the arm and then just fell back, and then I just boop straight on the cactus. It was very prickly.
That's the sound you made? Oh, boop.
No, it was actually more like a ah, and then it was like 3 cactus, and my whole back was just covered.
Fairly high pitched.
I was a young child. Do you think I'm gonna be like, oh, yep, just a cactus, another day in the Robson household? No, I'm gonna be
It's the moment
upset.
you went through puberty.
Yeah, exactly.
It just happened to line up perfectly.
Phoenix. Probably going to be the always want to fly hero.
Correct.
One of
Yeah.
the accomplished Phoenix players throughout most of his career. That is actually where he draws his name from, because he always wants to play Phoenix.
Is that real?
No.
Lore?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I think he's
Yeah, it
really
is.
reaching.
What?
here.
Oh, I always want to fly.
Yes.
Is not named Always Want to Fly because he always wants to play Phoenix. This guy's been in the scene way too long for him to have a name revolving around Phoenix.
That's a good point, yeah. Unless he changed his name, Phoenix was a little bit of a late addition to Dota.
Yeah.
How late? It was like 8 years ago, wasn't
Exactly. And Always Want to Fly has been over a decade with the Dota scene.
Well, now we have a question
look
for
it
the
up.
interview.
Yep.
In regards to the Phoenix pick, it solidifies their first 2 picks with overwhelming team fight now. It really puts a lot of pressure on this Puck and Nyx where they are pick-off heroes. And when you are unable to cleanly pick off the supports at the start of a fight, mainly due to Shaker's very defensive positioning, and Phoenix always has that egg capability if you survive the combo, it makes it very hard for AS Monaco to really fight with conviction. Na'Vi now double down on that kind of concept with a Kunkka mid. It's so hard for Monaco to even have much damage early on, but to find these pickoffs nicely.
And I also think that that's a block pick, especially against no one who, in this meta, I think if you watch Secret play around it when Niche is on it, can have that same sort of game impact. It's just the perfect hero, especially in a game you're playing against Shaker and Beast. The damage reduction and the high catches is really nice and would allow them to team fight very effectively in the mid game, which we've already discussed as being really key for this series.
Yeah, a difficult thing for no one as well. The heroes he's been playing most is like Monkey King, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, these type of heroes mid, and they don't feel that great, especially maybe not into the Kunkka matchup, but when you think of the big picture, the defensive nature of Na'Vi's heroes, it's so hard to jump these heroes and kill them quickly once again. That's the key thing here.
Yeah. The Puck, I guess, could just be his hero, but I just never really thought of no one as a Puck player.
I think realistically it is just because of the DK ban, like mentioned
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah.
It kind of goes like 1 for 1 here.
I guess it's a hero we don't see him play that often, but like, I mean, he's an experienced Storm player. It's not that different in terms of like moving around, getting stuff done.
On top of that, at the moment, Puck and Voice Spirit are two of the most, like, if you're mid, you kind of have to be able to play these heroes, and with no one not being on a team for a while, you can only imagine that these are the two heroes that he would have spammed a lot as well, just to, you know, be the tier 1 commodity, or rather reassure everybody that he's still that tier 1 commodity.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. There was a triumvirate of players I figured would find a home either this season or after rosters open up after the first major. No one, Ramses, and Sumail.
Yeah.
So 1/3 has found a home.
Yep.
But you got to figure that there will be more change coming.
I do like the fact that Monaco realize they don't have this ability to really pressure Na'Vi in the big team fight, so they are kind of double downing on this laning phase presence. There's Ursa plus Jakiro into the Beastmaster. If you quickly kill the boar and get on top, you do have some kill potential.
I also like that you can see the Nigma versus Alliance series still impacting the rest of the scene, because any game I've seen Slark banned, a bat ban was immediately followed up by the side that didn't have the pick out of the face.
You think they
Instant
never mind, I'll
Instant.
talk later.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll make it much easier for them to defend towers, obviously. You can be the frontliner. He's going to need a pipe. He might need 2 pipes this game, but he can frontline. It's like one of those games where you get so happy when you drop another shawl from neutral items. You're like, oh, yes, I can survive the burst.
All the magic damage.
They don't have much time left to pick, really, but the underlord covers from the illusions, and okay, they go for the Morphling. That's fair. It gives them the win condition, but the key thing here is
Earthshaker, dude.
Yeah, it's Morph Shaker, but you have to also think about the timing that Monaco has. If they are able to come out in the laning phase, Ursa does rip through the Morphling pre, 2 or 3 items. So there is a timing for Monaco to play around, but the simplicity of Na'Vi's draft, the laning pressure that they have, and the innate tankiness in big team fights, it kind of cushions that Morphling as well. So yeah, a lot of pressure on Monaco.
They got to perform.
Exactly. That's key.
Morph Shaker gets first 2'd when available by a bunch of teams in SCA and China. There's a reason for that. Ursa needs to be in a position where you just have total map dominance plus a Battle Fury at like 18 minutes. And you're just running around the map, choking them out. And even that might not be enough. I saw TNC defend with a 35k gold disadvantage pre-30 minutes because Morph Shaker, shards, etc.
Yep, it is very strong. Is it strong enough here, Purge, to take the first game? What do you got for this one?
I like the Morphling as well, outside of the combo. Just I think it lanes okay against Underlord. Obviously, the damage reduction later can be an issue, but I think Navi's whole draft together looks a lot more clean and easy to execute than AS Monaco Gambit.
All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. T?
I think if AS Monaco Gambit can play well in that laning phase and collapse map quickly, they do have the answers to a Morphling. It's just how well does the laning phase go, especially that the Underlord into Morphling doesn't really do much. And if the Beastmaster has a good time, then suddenly all those timings shift and it's really hard to play around. But that first Roshan is theirs to play for. That quick 15-20 minute timing is theirs to play for. So if they can, then I could see them doing it. But it's very hard uphill battle for them.
Is there any kind of benchmark perk? You say the first Roshan is going to be one that AS Monaco Gambit should have?
Yeah, it cushions their ability to take that big team fight that they're kind of inferior in the matchup, and then that alone should maybe pressure the tier 3s after. But no first Rosh, then game's going to be really, really hard.
All right, let's find out what's going to happen here in the first game of this best of 3 series. It's time to head over to our commentary team of Cap and Fog.
That's right. It's going to be, I think, a pretty fun series. Na'Vi and AS Monaco Gambit. Fogged, unfortunately, I can't see you, which is a disappointment on Valentine's Day. But how are you feeling about this?
It looks fun. Looks like a lot of battling that's probably going to partake, because I do believe that Monaco is going to have to really fight a lot in the early game in order to keep themselves in a nice, advantageous spot. Because I feel like if they let up at all, we're going to see this Earthshaker, this Morphling, this really heavy team fight lineup with the win condition probably just take the game. I think they really have to kick up the pace on AS Monaco and Gambit.
Well, let's go ahead and get into the game as quick as we can, because I believe we are going to be having some 5-man smoke action, and we're probably going to have maybe a first blood, depending on what happens here. 5-man movement from AS Monaco Gambit. They 5-man smoked into the enemy triangle. Looks like Na'Vi saw it coming, though. Well positioned to be able to pop the smoke and get out.
30 seconds to battle.
They were actually, so little fun stuff is I was watching them having their little talks in the lobby before the game does start. Both of them, of course, you know, lots of history between them, and especially with No One and Always Want to Fly and those guys in general and all that. So they were all chatting. They were talking about Earthshaker before the game, saying how broken it is.
Yeah.
Then they get up for, you know, first pick Earthshaker comes out in the game for Na'Vi. So
Well, you know,
but they're in a good spot.
You've only got yourself to blame if you're not willing to ban it. So
Yeah.
we'll see what how this goes. Earthshaker Beastmaster is, you know, I don't think I've actually seen this combo of late very often, but it does make a lot of sense. I mean, Beastmaster, his weakest point is level 1 and 2, and being able to have this Fissure block at the very start can definitely do a lot for being able to win this lane.
Yeah, definitely. Ursa's going to be able to get some stuff out of this, but General's going to get a really nice lane for himself. Even though he's versus a Jakiro, which is one of the better heroes, like your Witch Doctors, your TMs, your Enchantresses, this is one of the better ones to actually be versus Beastmaster, but Earthshaker breaks that, so it's going to be a good lane for that Beastmaster. Does have to be careful. They can get killed quite a bit from these two. Dream as well as Seneko, they can punish pretty heavily, as long as they're persistent in killing the boars. But yeah, lane positioning should just be fine for General.
Iceberg versus No One in the mid lane matchup. No One certainly looking forward to seeing him back in the mid lane again.
Yeah.
You know, it's feels like it's been a minute.
It feels like it's been I feel like I haven't seen him in such a long time, actually. I don't think I've gotten a chance to cover ASM at all, really, in this, so far in the circuit, at least. I think I got to do one game of them, but besides that, it's been pretty limited. So I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do, because Dream's been really impressive for me overall in his carry. And it does look like he's gonna have a pretty tough game ahead of him.
Yeah, it certainly feels like I don't know. What do you think about this trade-off? Because I feel like the storyline is, you know, like, oh, No One's just a better player. Like, of course, this is a general upgrade. But I've heard from multiple players and multiple teams or coaches and things like that that you never really know what a player brings to the table until they're gone. You know?
Yeah.
It's like there are certain things about the play style. It's not just all about skill, right? And how a team is successful.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There is a lot of cool stuff too, where I think he has such a big hero pool. I think this is like those perfect type of patches for him. So I'm always looking forward to this. I think he's obviously just gonna get forced on puck most of these games, but I feel like it's always fun to get to watch No One at least open up and be able to play more heroes and just get stuck on all those VP heroes he used to play.
And then our bottom lane is what? Nyx Assassin Underlord. That doesn't feel like a super fun lane.
No, definitely not. Morphling, I feel like they picked this Morphling last pick for V2 because it just looks like a overall pretty free Morphling game. The only thing he has to really worry about this game is No One. And if No One's game gets shut down at all on this puck, then he's perfectly fine. And they do have ways to deal with that puck, as we've seen. You know, Earthshaker in most situations can just be enough. That chain stun.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since you have good amount of follow-up. I mean, you've got the point-and-click stun of Primal Roar. You've got the potential. If you can get the shard, I'm sure it's pretty easy for you to be able to Fissure into an Enchant Totem Aftershock stun into a Torrent, you know? And then that'll just be like 100-0 pretty easy.
Oh, absolutely. I think I'll be pretty worried if I don't see ASM just kind of dominating at that 20-minute mark when it does hit. If the shard comes out and I see Na'Vi in like a good position, like 2K, 3K, even like something like that, net worth advantage, I think it's going to be a really tough game for Monaco. They're really under the gun to stay ahead, get ahead and stay ahead in this game.
All right, well, this is where the top lane's going to start getting hard. We've got level 2 Boar, so Seneko can't deal with it very easily, and Dream is going to have some issues in general with this lane. In fact, he's going to make a run for his Ring of Health because he knows how badly he needs that extra bit of regen. It's going to be in an awkward position, though. Roger's just going to keep his distance, kind of keep him zoned out potentially. Wonder if he's going to throw a Fissure. General's cutting across. I'm surprised they didn't really go on him with the board to try and get a bunch of damage. But seems like you talked about how important the mid lane matchup is potentially. He really wanted to be there for the power rune.
Yeah, I think if you shut down No One in this game, the V-Tune's just going to have the most free Morphling game ever. So I think that's the right place, just checking that out. And General's already getting a good amount top anyway, so sure they're not killing the Ursa, but that lane's not going well. You know, Ursa's farming, but unlike CM and Witch Doctor, where you literally address the boar, Jakiro is not the same. He's very slow. So you see 230 movement speed when he's getting hit by these boars, and Tsuneko is just very dead here.
Yeah, and they're going to get the first blood on Roger. At the same time, just before the first blood was claimed, they actually managed to kill Always Wanna Fly.
How did Always Wanna Fly die down there? Seems like a pretty
know.
tough lane. Must have just eaten a little bit too much harassment. Maybe got caught before he gets a dive out. Not sure. Bit of mistakes. But he's securing the farm for Morphling, who, as we see, all the way at the top there, 26-13 to the 16-2 of the Underlord. He's fine with it if his Always Wanna Fly dies and brings him his items.
Of course, Always Wanna Fly probably has the longest history here in Dota. They were kind of touching that on the panel. He started off in like 2011 with the retry.
Yeah.
And that was, of course, long before Phoenix came to Dota 2, just in case Kyle was wondering.
I thought you were going to say... I thought you were going to say this guy has a long history of dying.
Well, you
I
know.
was going to pick Jesus, Cap.
It goes hand in hand. When you play 5 position for a really long time, you're naturally going to rack up some deaths. In fact, I would love to see the stats on what player has the most deaths in professional matches just across their career. That would be a fun one. Pylite Eye? Yeah, that's got to be
I would raise that right there.
Yeah.
Pi very sacrificial.
Always Wanna Fly has definitely got to be up there. I'm sure the legendary captains of Kuro and Puppy are probably, at least close to that top 10, if not in it.
Yep. Seeing Iceberg playing a little bit cautious in the mid lane, getting his stack. I think he's expecting this rotation. They also had a ward watching Immersion, so we'll see the runes checked out. We'll spawn down toward bottom. I believe it's a DD. Very nice if no one's able to get that. With the DD, they can actually set up for some kills. It looks like it's a race, though.
Iceberg, he doesn't want to let him get a second power rune here, and he'll force the DD to be picked up. Now, thanks to Always Wanna Fly being here, they have a small chance to be able to win this fight, especially with the bow coming in. Immersion's going to be pulled back into it. Managed to time the spike carapace to turn that boat damage, but it's not enough to live. Is it enough for no one to be able to get this kill? Slowed down, Always Wanna Fly, just doing everything he can. The smallest Icarus dive to get that movement speed slow onto no one. Now he's got to make sure that he can actually get out. He does die here, but ultimately he did save his mid from going down. Well worth it, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Nice little plays for sure. That's top. All right. Yeah, looks like we had some action happen up there too. Dream getting pressured, and this is scary already. The Ursa is getting slowed down. There's already a book 1 on General, his most comfortable hero, this Beastmaster. Level 6, Underlord is not able to slow down Morphling at all. VTune is having a completely free game. This is already a big concern, as Na'Vi, with the better win condition in the later stages, is really leading this early game already. As Tsuneko, see you later.
Yeah. Can't tell you, Fogged, how much I loathe Necrobook as an item right now. And you can kind of see why. It does so much damage. They're able to put the pressure on Dream without Primal Roar. He's got 2 levels above the Ursa now with that Necrobook. This is going to be a lane that Dream can no longer inhabit. They've just got to abandon this top lane. They don't even have a support that really can take that lane for him, just because Jakiro, pre-level 6, can't really do a whole lot about a Beastmaster. You get Macropire, you can throw that out and keep your distance, but Dual Breath will not allow you to actually stay in that lane by itself. So
no, they have to send the Underlord. If they want to try to hang on to that tower, send Underlord and have a TP rotation from the puck at the ready. Otherwise, sack the tower, because you are going to feed anyone else who goes under it. This Beastmaster and Earthshaker have gotten way too much. Roger has Arcane Boots because he got First Blood, which is just a blessing. You never really get those unless you do get that First Blood for the most part. So yeah, this is going to be problematic. So now Dream's map is going to start shrinking really quickly. So it honestly might be the best move to send the Underlord up there. I don't know if they want to start losing towers at this early of a time.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree. I'm not sure how happy the Ursa will be switching lanes and playing against the Morphling, but quite frankly, you're going to be losing this tower if you don't. There's no way Dream or Snake or the combined power of the two could possibly stop this push.
Okay, they're gonna instead make their own push rather than setting up there. They don't see where Iceberg is, so I think that's where Afterlife Underlord is a bit scared to actually go up and defend. If there's 3 heroes there, he just dies as well, so they're gonna make their own push play to try to get something out of that map movement. But they're not killing it fast. In general, is able to take the top tower with ease, and they can even defend mid and set up too.
Once again, making the spike carapace play, returning some damage onto Iceberg. Iceberg positioning nicely, though, in order to get the cleave hit to finish Seneko. So they take a bit of damage on that mid tower, but the entire top tower is wiped away, and the Sage Wagon is still very much alive. So that threat is still there, potentially doing some good amount of damage on the tier 2 as well. Something that ASM Gambit is going to have to find a way to address it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big concerns. I'm already. If I was in their shoes, I'd already be sweating.
Yeah.
Morphling just not pressured, and you don't have ways to pressure him. You're killing Phoenix a bunch, which is great. You know, you're getting these always want to fly kills, which he should go down. Yep. But you're not slowing down Morphling, and your Ursa is being significantly slowed down. Like, great, 3 deaths. They've got those 3 kills, but they don't do anything for them. They're getting earn charges for no one, which is great for him, but that's just about it.
5-3, a 3,000 net worth lead this early, and we aren't even like seeing the Beastmaster fully in swing yet. Once he gets Necrobook 3 and like is taking out that mid tower, like that's where you really start getting a huge net worth lead, because then you've got a giant map control lead as well. So all your cores are just going to be farming 2 to 1 compared to the enemy side.
They can just shrink the map completely. I feel like VTune can solo pressure bottom as Morph while his 4 teammates pressure mid, and you force this hand of ASM Monaco. Like, what are they supposed to do in that situation? You have to fight, which is scary into this book right now.
Yeah.
But I think it's the best solution that they have to do. They have to park this Underlord in the mid lane. If they lose this mid tower in the next few minutes, there's going to be no space for Dream to farm this Battle Fury.
Yeah, 100%. This is it's also the best opportunity for them to be able to create some space for Dream, is if they can get into these fights in mid and hold out, especially if they can get a kill out of it, it'd be even better. The boat's going to come in, but the damage reduction, it's not going to be good enough. Iceberg goes down, does do a little bit back to no one, but not worth talking about. So that is a really good start. They do have to worry about bottom, as here comes push from D2.
Yep, they'll have to send one down there, but just keep this Underlord, keep the puck in the mid lane for the most part for these next few minutes. Just keep slowing down that push, keep slowing down General as well as Iceberg. And Iceberg, he has to be more careful how he steps up as, always want to fly as well.
Okay, gets off the Supernova. The Fisher is going to be able to get in front of Immersion, and he will go down.
Close.
Yeah, they nice rebuttal there, but that mid tower actually took a lot of damage. If anything, it might actually be ASM Gambit who take the mid tower first if they can hold off on this defense. Navi continuing to try and work heroes around the map. An opening found. Dream really wasn't showing himself a whole lot. He was playing the jungle for the most part, but General still finds him.
Just the general Beastmaster things. Looks like he tried to man fight versus that Necro Warrior, and he just gets forward and turned on. General, as you know, actually we've gotten to cast a lot of these Navi games when he just stands on those high grounds. That looks like it was one of those situations where Ursa just walked into books and gets completely demolished.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I think there's a huge difference in the power spike of the Beastmaster doing this same play where he kind of like sits on high grounds and just says like, I own this area, because it's not just the Primal Roar stun, right? But it's also the aura that he gives his Necronomicon minions, making them so much stronger compared to the Enigma that we saw him playing that same style with.
Absolutely. Again, I mean, they really want to just kill, always want to fly. This time they'll get him again. So that's the 4th death. 4 out of 5 have been him.
You fools! You're falling right into Always Wanna Die's trap card.
They really are. That's the thing, you know. It really is happening as we see General. Book 3 is online, so he's looking to set up on mid. Iceberg has to be a little more careful now, though, because he can't be the one actually just walking up to hit this tower. They have to get a flank maneuver on Navi. Otherwise, he can just die. He still is very susceptible to that Firestorm damage as he's very high HP, lots of nuke. So Iceberg has to be a little more cautious with his moves.
Oh, that Vendetta. It breaks the smoke. Roger knows they're around here somewhere. Actually throws out the Fisher right as he was about to get hit. He's still going to die here, but at least they turn around a good amount of damage. Afterlife, he's going to paul the emergency card here and see if they can actually get out, but no one gets popped. Afterlife, whoo! He gets pulled right back by the Iceberg. He was not going to let him get away. And now Na'Vi, they have a chance to just full-on run at the mid tower and even the odds here.
I feel like I'm just seeing this, like a similar game happen so often lately where it's the trap of this Nyx. people pick Nyx, you get Beastmastered, game feels so damn hard for you to do much. This book 3, he's spotted for all of his movements, and it just counters it with the way that you want to play. You want to play as a group unit with Beastmaster. Oh my god, they find a beautiful stack.
Wow.
And Nyx hates playing versus those group lineups. So I'm just seeing this several times now in these last few days, and it seems like teams are really starting to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Whenever we see this Nyx opener, I always like it when they're banning like Lycan, Beastmaster. Like maybe you might have to ban both of them, but definitely the Beast. If you're gonna try and open Nyx.
He just walked into the high ground versus General again.
Yeah. There's no Primal Roar, and yet he's still terrified for his life because the combination of the Boars and the Purge Slow.
Scan comes out. He did get a nice D-ward as well with that book 3 as soon as it was summoned, so he forces them away. He gets the scan successfully too, so reads the movement. So a nice play there by General. As we just see Vtoon almost double. He's getting close to double the net worth of Ursa. Ursa wants to be playing way ahead of Morphling. This is going to be a looming demise that's going to hit pretty quickly, I feel like, at this 20-minute mark when Shaker gets this thing too. As Vtoon, maybe they can get him once.
Silence. They don't have any follow-up. They're going to throw out the coil, but by now he's going to be able to start up his strength morph. You could see him even like baiting them. He's like, go ahead. No, I'm not strength morphing yet. You still have chance. Look at that. General comes in on the right-hand side. Does manage to catch him in the river here. Slowing down Afterlife with the Supernova, trying to keep him in range of the stun. Will manage to hit that one. The big tanky boy of Afterlife does fall. And that is another smoke that goes to waste here for AS Monaco Gambit.
And that is now a Manta for Vtoon. So, oh my god. Oh, look at this. Highest average deaths. 23rd.
Spartan's number 2.
How is PGG still at the top, dude? PGG, a legend from 10 years ago. Holy crap.
You know, he left his mark, Fogged. Nobody's going to take that away from him.
I mean, PGG does tend to leave his mark in places that he goes. That guy. My man.
A legend in and out of the game, for sure.
Yeah. 4K gold lead, but it's starting to feel much more tremendous than that. Just with all these recent fights, there's just no hope for AS Monaco to really get any kills on this Morphling. They almost did, but now no one. He gets just completely destroyed. They even throw the Echo on him.
Yeah, he was just sitting underneath Hawk Vision the entire time. They're going to make a move here, see if they can catch the Kunkka. They're really hoping like somebody is still left in this middle lane.
They have to get the Ursa on him. We have to get the Ursa on him like perfectly as the stun happens. Otherwise, I don't feel like they're going to have the damage to go through the Kunkka. These are hard kills that they're trying to set up on versus these tanky cores. Maybe Roger, a bit of an easier one if they can set up on him. But no, Roger clears the 2 creeps, gets his Blink Dagger, goes and hides himself away.
You know, I don't even think, like, you can read AS Monaco Gambit, they kind of understand the position that they're in, and they're trying to make moves. Like, all these aggressive smoke plays, the fact that they took the mid-tower. I feel like they've been making kind of the right read, but they have just been on the back foot pretty much just from the laning phase. Like, to be honest, just drafts and what they had to, you know, Beastmaster versus Ursa with an Earthshaker Fisher block, like, that just kind of set the whole game and its tempo of Monaco Gambit being behind.
Absolutely, but that is what happens when you're playing versus Beastmaster, when you don't have a way to actually address them in lane, right? Like you get the deep tower pushes going, and then you get deep wards to watch the movement. So, you know, Na'Vi can pick and choose which battles they always want to do because they're probably seeing these setups happening from AS Monaco. So it's hard. It really is tough for them right after that laning phase to recover, unless they just have perfect synergy, perfect plays with the puck. Just all his rotations go successful. But we've seen, you know, a couple of these rotations not go successful for no one, and he still is doing decent as the puck. So if he had a little more success in that early game, he'd be in a much better spot to actually slow down Morphling.
Gambit, they tried to go for the trade-off there. They were hitting the tier 2 tower. They probably knew Roshan was going on. That's a classic trade-off. Unfortunately, they couldn't do the damage fast enough to take the tier 2. TPs come in, and Sineko is going to be the victim of that rotation. Now, you could see AS Monaco Gambit are still trying to play like out on the map, but Na'Vi are not really splitting up too much, and they know they're around here.
They're
chasing them down. They are going to be able to find both of them here as Immersion's going to be chased down by the Beastmaster, and no one. He's got an orb. He's got a phase shift. Might be able to jump away. He does manage to get a little bit farther with the Raining Rift, but they're going to spot him here in a second and chase him down with the Sun Ray. That is going to be it. No one burnt to a crisp. 7,000 net worth lead now for Na'Vi as they continue just to make no mistakes.
Yeah, swoop swings around the map. You can see that ASM Monaco is they're getting desperate, you know, trying to find any ways to make space so that Ursa can get his farm online. Look at the positioning of where they just were. I think that says everything about the state of the game. They're between the tier 2 and tier 3, just cutting creep waves, and they're the dire team, by the way, right?
Yeah.
So it says everything about how they feel about the game, where Ursa's just nowhere near ready to fight, and they're just forcing Navi's movements at least a bit around so they can get some space.
And part of that is, again, the Beastmaster factor, right? Is
yeah.
Like, they have to play so aggressively because if they play on their own side of map, they're just going to get hunted down like this and lose even more map control. Ursa's not going to have any space to farm. Afterlife, he's certainly going to die here. They're still chasing up on Dream. Roger throws the Fisher the wrong direction there. Guesses wrong on the 50-50, and Dream will get out.
Na'Vi got too much that they're comfortable with, honestly. Like, after, like, the laning phase goes, now they're just in cruise control. They're playing a general Beastmaster game. They have V-Tune on his most comfortable Morphling. Saneko's gonna just die over here on the side. It's a lot of heroes that they're just super comfortable with getting, and they got all of them. Like, even the Phoenix on Always Wanna Fly, even though he's died, you know, these are just heroes that they're used to playing the game state. That's Iceberg. BKB is forced, but he's just fine.
20-minute bounty runes coming up as well, which at least Gambit's still hold enough to be able to get 2 of them. Fortunately, no power rune. It goes to Iceberg.
Interesting build that he is going for on no one. Just a straight E-Blade on Puck. I've not seen that yet.
Yeah, that is.
I've seen the Witch's Blades, the Blinks, the Ags, like everything on the Sun, but not this.
You think that's just specifically against a Morphling? He's trying to just amp up the burst damage, or what's the idea here?
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know what else it would be. Just the thing is that it's into like the Manta and all that, so he's gonna be able to dispel it too. So. Okay, JJ was just saying that Thompson did do it yesterday too, so I guess a couple people have been maybe experimenting with it just because E-Blade is such a good item in these mid laners now.
Mm.
So yeah, it's going to be the same build that Thompson did do, E-Blade into Octarine.
Well, V-Tune. It's going to start marching down. When you are in a lead like this, you've got the Aegis, very common just to make this move of taking both of the off-lane towers. That'll take wrestle control over the triangle pretty easily, plus it's just a bunch of gold that's still left there.
Yep. And of course, you know, I didn't get to actually point that out, but he actually also found another shawl. I feel like he always does on these Morphlings. You know, versus Puck, pretty thankful. Nice little spell. Spell resist, even a boost for his shotgun too. Best item you can get.
Glyph will push the teams back from their respective attacks on the tier 2 towers. The difference is Na'Vi, they're able to cut the mid lane and keep that pushed in as well. So they're essentially farming 2 lanes. And they are going to try and make a move here.
Yeah, they still have some time on their Aegis, so they're looking to force this fight. Book is going to be down for about 10 more seconds. And the Hawk, oh god, it's scouting. It sees both supports. They're claiming the high ground, looking for a wraparound as well with the Kunkka.
Fisher goes out, lead off on the Nyx Assassin, not letting him get a chance to get off the Spike Carapace, but they also want the extra kill in Seneko, so the cores are saying, you guys got the Nyx Assassin, right? I'm going to go ahead, run down Seneko here, run down the captain of AS Monaco Gambit. And did they get both? They did get both. Roger
They will.
Finally cleans them up with the Fisher.
Power of Hawk when you're ahead. They might be dewarding some of these wards, but the Hawk is always going to give us some extra information. Aegis gets reclaimed, but they did a good swing around the map to push ASM Monaco back to their base. And General's even going for a Shadow Blade, so even more hunting. I think he's really starting to notice. No way that ASM Monaco tries to fight us ever again. They're going to split push for the rest of the game. So he's on hunt.
All right, well, we've got the E-Blade up, so time for full-on shotgun Morphling. And if somehow this game stretches on another 15 minutes, well, V-Tune's got his plan B, which is turn into the Earthshaker with the Aghanim Scepter. So there's going to be no moment of weakness for this Morphling. You're just going to continue to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, that's why they ended the draft with it. You know, that's that super win condition where he has a good game and then he just gets even stronger and even stronger as, you know, as we just saw displayed by, you know, Southeast Asia mostly. Earthshaker Morphling in the past, ridiculous. Now, even more ridiculous somehow with the shard.
Yep. They really gotta
Bottom.
take that shard out. Is no one is gonna die here. You really gotta make it so the shard is the Fissure does not have aftershock attached to it. That way,
Just
other
make it so you
heroes
have to
can
stand on the fissure at least or something. Like the fact that you can just cast spells away from it. There's just so many different little things that make it a little bit too ridiculous.
Dream. Now, there are 3 heroes here. They could kind of collapse on Na'Vi, but there is, of course, that outpost, which they're going to try and take here. The Beastmaster's already rotated in. He's going to TP on in. See if they can finish off Always Want to Fly. They can't. Supernova's going to go down. They go for the attempt at an Uber out, but that's going to be denied by X marks the spot. So, yeah, instead of a sandwich, they end up getting obliterated, and now they're very likely... I mean, Fox, I don't really know what else they can do with this lineup. Quite frankly, I don't think there's a winning point in the future.
I don't think there's been a winning point for a very long time, right? I don't think they've gotten a... When was the last time they even got a kill? The last time they got a kill was at like the 14-minute mark. It's been 10 minutes of absolute devastation. It's just been Na'Vi across the board doing everything. They've gotten 2 towers in the last 10 minutes, and that's it on the side of ASM Monaco. It's just been Na'Vi dictating the pace, doing everything right, and yeah, ASM Monaco just has to watch themselves kind of crash and burn out of this game until the next one. It's irrecoverable with an Ursa versus a Morphling when you get this far behind.
Yeah, so they're pretty much banking on some extreme throws and somehow pushing this to some sort of super late game scenario where Puck and Ursa are maxed out on items. I don't even know. Okay, well, they're going to go for a smoke here. See if they can just outnumber Na'Vi and win engagements that way. Always Want to Fly. A bit of deja vu. We're going to watch him receive the full brunt of AS Monaco's frustration and anger.
5 of the 7 deaths, doing his job. They did try to make a move while those ultis were on cooldown. So Phoenix Egg and that Earthshaker Echo were down. So tried to make their move out. They catch, unfortunately, just the 5-position Phoenix. So not getting a bigger kill. It seems like that's the story of the game. You know, killing the 5-position Phoenix. Not able to get much else as Na'Vi always seems to read the plays. And yeah, that Aghanim's about to be done for V-Tune already. So it's going to be a lower level of Enchant Totem, but who cares? He's going to be able to hop and skip around. I say that, but it's actually level 3. Just kidding. He's actually level 13 already.
Yeah, Roger has been a part of a number of kills. So he's not too far behind. E-Blade starting things off. They're just trying to force a BKB usage here, which they will. Iceberg's going to turn around, see if he can catch somebody. Pulls back Immersion, but the rest of his team not fully ready to go for that fight, and it's unnecessary. After all, Roshan is up, so they could just play for that.
Let the fun begin. Ags Morphling. Doesn't have the shard himself, so, you know, we're not going to see the Aftershock thing just yet, but that's probably coming just next. Unless they just kill everybody on the side of ASM Monaco, and ASM Monaco GG's out right after this fight, which is also very likely.
Yeah. All right, Fogged. How does AS Monaco Gambit win a fight? What does that look like, even?
Okay, let's see. Let me look at this. I'm just like, how can they? I just don't know how they kill Morphling. I really just don't know. And killing him twice.
I don't know how they kill Kunkka either.
Yeah, I don't know how they kill the cores.
All right, well, he's got the he's still got the Earthshaker form, so he can still kind of run them down. If anybody is spotted here, which they will, General's going to go ahead and spot them. They're going to try and blow up General as quick as they can, but a BKB from him, and okay, they're going to try and get out. They're going to leave Seneko behind. They don't even try and play near the cliff to grab him. They just immediately run as far away to the left, away from Na'Vi. Immersion is going to find a small opening here on Always Want to Fly, which he may actually survive through. The E-Blade shot goes out. Fissure is going to be stopped by Yule Scepter from Immersion, but he's going to be pulled back to his doom. Now the Supernova is going to go out. Dream. Wow, that one shot just took a quarter of his health. That's the Enchant Totem hit from V-Tune.
Well, that's Ursa's BKB. He doesn't have his Basher yet, so he doesn't have a hope of actually fighting versus the Morphling. And yeah, we're going to watch Monaco just get ditched again.
Like, they could have played on the outpost if they wanted and tried to save him, but no.
Probably
They
scared
were
of like, these X
terrified.
plays all the time since like every Underlord Rift has just been X'd back. I think
Yeah.
After's like, please no.
And well, Iceberg gets a little low, but they do take the melee barracks. They still got another 3 minutes to go with the Aegis. No one's just desperately trying to cut creep waves and stop this push.
They're hunting for him though. Scans out General. He's got that Shadow Blade. That's why he bought it.
Goes up on the high ground, waits for a TP, starts off with a Primal Roar. Now we've got
And he gets
every
X back.
single time, Fox, I get that song, Jump Around. It goes in my head whenever I see this Morphling or Shaker. And hey, guess what? He's getting X, so he can go ahead and be right back here into this mid lane. Bada bing, bada boom. That's a godlike spree for V2.
Couldn't set up a better game for him. Just like I said, it really is just cruise control. It's some of the most comfortable heroes Na'Vi has, and it's an excellent Morphling game. And they've executed. They've given like no hope to ASM Monaco to come back, as they even kill off the Basher, which maybe was a little hope for Dream to at least chain bash the Morphling in a situation, but not even gonna be able to do that.
Hey, you know
Brutal.
what? Good on AS Monaco Gambit for playing it out.
Yeah.
They I like, again, I literally can't see a way for them to like win this game that borderlines in like the realms of reality, you know? Like I feel like for them to come back in this game, it would have to be some like really silly shenanigans, but God bless them, they're here and they're playing Dota and they're hoping Na'Vi will throw. But Na'Vi been slow, methodical, and very controlled in their play.
Which Na'Vi has done a lot of the games that I've gotten to see with them. We've had like, I think 2 games where Na'Vi wasn't as disciplined as normal, and as we say, see you later to Immersion quickly, a one shot coming up from the Morphling. Look how much gold V-Tune gets for that, too. 417 when they're 24k ahead on a solo kills. Just, I don't know. There's some weird stuff with solo kills with the way gold goes, but again,
The hunt
they
continues. This time it's going to be the bear that gets poached.
And yeah, you're right. Big testament to ASM Monaco Gambit for staying in the game, because this is starting to get pretty brutal. As look at this. Oh, that is beautiful. That actually looks so cool.
He's doing a ballerina, little pirouettes through the air as he starts dunking on fools. Iceberg goes ahead and shows off that he can get solo kills as well. Hello, V-Tune. Goodbye, everybody, pretty much on the side of AS Monaco Gambit as they go ahead and call the GG. Yeah.
Brutal.
Absolutely brutal. Na'Vi showing that there is potentially a big difference between top 2 and the rest of the fields here at the Eastern Europe division.
Yeah, I feel like I always see Na'Vi get themselves a draft that they're super comfortable with. I feel like some team has to start breaking them, just getting all their heroes. I either see them getting like their Enigma Earth Spirit, they get their Beastmaster Shaker, they get their Mars Phoenix. You know, I feel like they're always getting these hero player combos that they're just so comfortable that when the game starts going well, first 10, 15 minutes, they cruise control and they just know exactly where to be, where to hunt, and just how to shut down the opposing lineup. And they did exactly that. This game, honestly, from 12 minutes onwards, was impossible. The ASM Monaco, all they did was really hunt, always want to fly on the Phoenix. They got him, 5 times out of the 7? But that was it. They weren't ever able to find V-Tune, never able to slow him down, and the game quickly spiraled out of control.
Well, we were hoping for a close series, and it didn't start off that way, but that's the beauty of Dota. You can always fix your mistakes. It's a best-of-3 series, and you've got a different draft ahead for Game 2, so a lot of things that could and hopefully will be changed going into Game 2.
I hope so, too, Cap. I was prominent even series, and indeed, this start was not very even. We're going to break down game number 1 and prepare for game number 2 after the break. What a great game for Na'Vi in the first game of this best of 3 series. And I say specifically for Na'Vi because for AS Monaco Gambit, it was not a great game. We said they should come out ahead of the laning stage and then have a lead going into the first Roshan, and they didn't. It was them on the back foot basically the entire game, and here with Kyle and T-Gov, and we're gonna break the game down. But while we were on the break, we also got a message.
A message?
A message. I thought the highlights were over because, to be honest, this game was so over for such a long time.
Production just loves Na'Vi.
Oh, there you go.
the
That's a GG.
Yeah.
Look at the balance.
Look at the balance. We got a message. We got a love message from our sister production Dream League, and I have here something to unwrap.
What is it?
And the first one is for Capitalist. Actually, for Cap. I'm gonna walk over.
I'll give it to him.
No.
Oh.
All right.
Because this is also the only one that is
Are
personalized.
we getting a mistake? No.
What is it?
Don't worry. Just have to read it aloud. Oh no.
What is it?
Able to zoom in on that.
I can't see.
That's a slow zoom. Oh.
I could gobble you up.
You've seen what else is on there, though. That is Ellie's name, Ellie's signature.
Oh, really?
Actually from Ellie.
Wow. I didn't recognize her signature.
God.
How did you guys get her signature? Wow.
I don't know.
Thank you very
Mine,
much.
mine is not going to be personal.
You guys are
No,
wonderful.
yeah, no.
I appreciate that very much.
You invoke the best in me. Unsigned. Sent anonymously.
You're the acorn of my eye. Also sent anonymously.
Sorry.
I would stack creeps for you. Also anonymously.
To be fair, Owen certainly wouldn't be stacking. He'd be. You're going to do the stacking, Chiefs.
Also, there is one extra special present from production to the most loved single person on talent. Also, there you go, Kyle.
Aww.
Also, the only single person in talent.
Yay.
Go,
I feel
Kyle.
So appreciated.
Yeah,
What is it? What is
they
it?
got
What is
you a
it?
present.
Oh, it's a nice hunky man for you, Kyle. Ooh.
Ooh, speaking of hunky man, we are going to
Not
segment
Kyle.
this nicely
Right.
into a segment with Purge.
Oh. Yeah.
Yep.
Wonderful transition. Thank you, Sheever. One thing I wanted to look at that I thought was really crucial is Navi's consistently playing V2 on the Morphling here, but they got to do it in reaction to a offlane Underlord, and we'd seen this. I've seen this before in some other matches. I don't remember if it was V2 when he last played it, but he seems really comfortable on this matchup. Phoenix isn't necessarily the strongest 5, but one of Nyx's lackings as a hero is he doesn't really contest that hard either. So by being able to stabilize just enough, it gives Morphling like a really good start. He starts off getting every single last hit under tower, of course, because he's a very good player. That's great and all. And then they continue to contest denies consistently here throughout the laning stage. Here he pulls 2 creeps. He does this consistently in the lane, pulls 2 creeps away from the wave, pulls them again to get them on top of the range creep with hopes of getting this denied once it goes below half HP. ASM ended up reacting to this one at least and using some disables to get it, but he does it again here a little bit later, this time succeeding on killing these range creeps. And all the early last hits that he gets, he's up to 13-4 right now versus Underlord's 8-2. He channels this into a Wraith Band, and then he prepares to get that fast Mask of Death, because once he gets that, he's got just this overwhelming damage advantage, which makes all of his trading really effective here. Here's an example of this. He doesn't really care that he's getting Firestorm too much. He's a relatively low HP hero because most of his strength is morphed into agility, so the percentage-based damage that Firestorm does doesn't hurt as much as it would on a normal hero. So buying him time is going to stabilize him. He bought 1 tango at the start. Here was a salve used by Always Wanna Fly, once again contesting last hits consistently, getting every single one that he wants. And then when the Nyx goes for a rune, they pressure Afterlife. Afterlife has to TP back to his tier 1 tower, and at this point, he's just about got Mask of Death, and the rest of the laning stage is going to look good. Always Wanna Fly was zoning him a bit. That's why he ends up dying. But ultimately, Morphling just starts abusing his high damage, his high lifesteal, and this is basically how the lane transitions. He gets Mask of Death, he right-clicks his opponent with a waveform, and at this point, Underlord is forced to basically just use Firestorm to try to get last hits. So while the Underlord did fit their overall strategy, lane-wise, Navi's super confident in this Morphling matchup, and it gives V2 a perfect start.
It really did give V2 a perfect start. And I went back a little bit through some of the drafts that we have seen with Navi in the past. And basically every opponent, most of the games, knows that in second phase you should ban out Morphling against Navi because V2 is just too good on that hero. And I don't know, because it's not a woohoo, gotcha, Morphling. We saw that coming. This is what Navi picks every time this hero is left in the pool, T.
Yeah, I feel like they might have felt covered due to the Ursa, but you have to look at the other lanes. Like, there's a lot of focus on that Morphling lane, but when you think about Kunkka v Puck, the Kunkka doesn't really get pressured, so that's already going to go favoring the Kunkka. Then you think about this Beastmaster lane, how does the Ursa defend his tower? And I don't think he can. So realistically, there's 3 very difficult lanes coming out on the side of Gambit, and then that alone allows Navi to play off that pressure. Morphling free farm, Beastmaster take that quick tower mid, and then the innate tankiness, it just kind of is a recipe for an easy win for Navi.
Yeah, it's Morphling Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Morphling Earthshaker.
It's not
no,
balanced.
sure.
It needs to be changed. It is absurd.
But
That
this
being
game
said,
wasn't
though,
I know they won it
Underlord-
beforehand, but real heroes that aren't just
to me,
unfair, you can maybe have a comeback. I want to make the point that early picking your offlaner seems to be a lot more successful than early picking your carry. Think about what the Morphling did. You can change your draft concept completely with a different safe laner. Offlaners, you want a Beastmaster, just straight up. It's the best. Who cares if his lane is poor? He's going to do Beastmaster things. You're going to feel happy.
that's the key thing, though. When one team has Shaker, the other team picks Nyx Puck, and you're allowing your opponent to pick Beastmaster. But not only that, you're allowing Na'Vi to get a good Beastmaster game in the second pick of their draft. Like, that alone is a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. Like, there are 2 heroes that you think about for Na'Vi, Beastmaster and Enigma. And when you go Nyx Puck and you're allowing the hard counter to both Nyx and Puck to be provided, that alone is just not solid drafting coming into a very crucial series.
So when we're going into the second game, we saw ASM Gam pick, or rather ban Chen and Shaman in the first 2. Is that something that you want to see changed into Beastmaster +1?
Yeah, I think when you think about how they play on Na'Vi, I'd rather be banning out. Like, if you want to go Nyx first pick, don't ban the Shaman, ban the Beastmaster, allow the Shaman through, and then play into it. Or if you really want Nyx, you have to just pick your poison. And unfortunately, this time, I don't think the offlane is the one.
You have to ban Beastmaster. It's straight up. We saw Secret do it.
Yeah.
We've seen Liquid do it. You can't give the best Necro 3 hero in the game. You also don't provide any anti-pressure. Beastmaster sitting your towers. You're a Nyx assassin. You're level 7. What do you do?
Just the initial picks and bans from this was very much Na'Vi just showing that they are a step ahead.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen in game number 2, and especially in the picks and bans. They will be on your screen after the break.
I was dancing on my own when you spilled that ramen coke on my t-shirt.
AS Monaco Gambit. I've got to learn it. I'm trying. guys.
One job.
All right, AS Monaco.
But if
Gambit.
I've said my whole life Monaco, so I have to,
But it's wrong. You've been
relearn.
wrong
I
your
know,
whole
and I'm
life.
trying to learn, but not everybody can just, snap your fingers and then everything is different. Look at that, snap your fingers,
You've
everything's
been wrong
different
about
in
your
a
own
draft.
name, Sheaves.
I definitely am not wrong about my own
Joreen
name.
van der Hoogen.
Definitely
Guys.
not. Thank you.
Did we get teleported into a different patch just now?
Yeah, what's happening?
Marana?
This is
Tie
amazing.
Hunter? Chen Rubik? What is this? Madness. Beastmaster, by the way, still in. Oh. We heard in the interview earlier today that Navi wants to try different things, but they never know when the right time is because they're always like, why don't we just play what works? After game 1, they're like, we gave him such a trashing. Now is the time to try something different, and that's what we're seeing right here.
Also, the key thing here is from Na'Vi. They are first pick this time, so they aren't able to cover themselves with one of these Beastmaster type Enigma picks, and that's why we're not seeing them go for that. And of course, Monaco Gambit, they are reacting to the Chen with the classic Marana counter because you always just arrow the creep, and then Tide Hunter is a soft cover from the idea of what Na'Vi wants to present, which is that push.
Picking Tide into Rubik's always a little spooky, but
is
Marana is an interesting hero because it's pretty much the pick rate depends on whether or not people like the hero at the time, because the skill set and the usage in the game is pretty much always going to be effective. It's just a question of play style. It's similar to Beastmaster. Tyga's been playing a lot of 4 Marana. I've seen Crit play a lot of 4 Marana, and it feels good to play. Long stun, really easy to gank. The Ags gives you a ton of creep clearing potential, and the Invis is just a free smoke every minute and a half.
Yeah. And the key thing is, it's paired with an offlaner that doesn't really need help.
Yep.
But if you want to play the lane, the Gush, the Marana, if Marana goes for, say, a Blightstone, suddenly there's so much damage that any position 5 doesn't really have that much fun. So yeah, I actually much better open from AS Monaco, but also it is a product of being second pick. You do get to see a hero first every time before you pick one.
I think it makes a lot of sense to put Tide there too, just because of the tempo that Navi's clearly going to set with Chen. They're going to be pressuring towers, and Tide's certainly one of the best heroes to counter that.
Yeah. I would love to see Gambit still respect ban an Enigma still, just because of the fact that, Enigma v Tide Hunter, still very
It
good
was
for
already
Enigma.
respect ban.
Oh, it's already... Oh, thank you, mate.
No problem. I don't think I got banned last game.
They,
It's not the first phase.
so Monaco banned out Chen Shaman last time, and Na'Vi banned out Coddle Furin in the first phase. Second phase banned from Na'Vi, still the Ench, but they pushed the Batrider higher in priority.
Yeah, and they picked Beastmaster early last game, so that's why there was no Enigma ban.
Yep, exactly. God damn Enigma. For Gambit now, they are just making sure that they cover this Tide Hunter with all the carry bans that are going to make his life a little bit difficult.
Monkey King, probably soon to follow. And if you're Na'Vi, I love Chen, I love Rubik. It's probably one of my favorite support duos, a classic. Seen this is pretty much dating back to when Na'Vi was first playing Dota. It's also, I think, quite nice against Tide in theory, because it's more of a dual roam. I think we'll see a lot of linkage before the 5-minute mark. And some plays to be made around the catapults. It's the big timing so far for Na'Vi here.
Voidspur would have been very aggressive against Chen and Rubik. They would have had a little bit of difficulty dealing with them right now.
Yeah.
Quick question, actually. What did we think of No One's performance in the previous game? Obviously, it was his first game with the squad, or the official anyway. How do we feel he did on the puck?
Hard to say when every lane went pretty poorly in the idea of the team scenario, but
Yeah.
I guess the E-Blade itemization as well is a little bit kind of questionable with the game, but overall it's a hard game to comment because they did pretty much get walked over.
Okay, fair enough. I was just curious.
For Gambit, they now have 2 supports that are going to make the Chen feel a little bit uncomfortable with the early rotations. The CMT being into mid with the pressure can just frostbite that big creep, or you can arrow it, and it does cover them. And then, sure, there's the big
And this is the thing. This is how much they value the hero. It's into Tide. It's into CM. One of the most annoying heroes to deal with online. They just don't care.
They just don't.
Like, General just always does so good in lane. It's kind of impressive to watch. Like, he just doesn't die. He gets pressure in. It doesn't feel like he ever gets pressured. He doesn't buy much regen either. He starts like Belt of Giant Strength, and he just goes into Necro. I don't know, he just like plays the lane perfectly every time. It feels like partially skill, but also the hero is strong too. But yeah, maybe it'll be harder this game because they have so many creep counters. But
and whenever I think about Beastmaster, I just think about TI6, Game 3, DCEG, where Mu effectively just killed the enemy base, which is something we don't see typically of Beastmasters nowadays. It's not thought of as a rat hero, but it's also because the game's just developed a bit. People are more aware of the side lane pressure, but it's still something you have to consider and deal with. And the danger of these two supports is, while sure you can deal with creeps, you just die to a roar. So you're never really able as a Mirana to play a side lane by yourself, because the Beastmaster could just appear, and before you know it, you're dead.
at least he's got leaps. Like, there's some playability. Like, if you get some distance between him and the Beastmaster, it can certainly help. But
that's what the Shadow Blade, though, is really cool. You don't see that typically, but I really enjoyed watching him play it last game. You just find easy pickoffs.
Okay.
Wraith
Pretty
King
strong hero. Solid laning. Gets pressured by Beastmaster certainly a little bit with the board pressure, but having CM in combo with him means they can definitely go for kills on your Rubik type heroes.
Yeah, the key thing is from Gambit, they're trying to move away from the aggression that Na'Vi provides and is trying to just solidify their place at defending their fight objectives with tanky heroes. They'll prolong the fight, but Na'Vi, they capitalize on this with the Lifestealer. We've seen before, Na'Vi like picking the Lifestealer into the Wraith King simply because in the 1v1 fight, Wraith King never kills the Lifestealer, but Lifestealer slowly chunks his way through Wraith King. So it gives you a good 1v1 matchup. And now, of course, when you look at the team fight that Gambit has, Lifestealer excels in that. So rarely we see good Lifestealer games, but this is, again, one of them, just because of the carry-v-carry matchup and the fact that in lane, you don't also get pressured. Actually, you might get a little bit pressured with the Gush plus the Blightstone and Mirana, but it's not that bad.
So it looks like we have the two mid heroes as the last pick here for both teams.
Na'Vi needs another hero that can pressure, certainly, because right now, like, they've got lane pressure, but they don't gank super well until Beastmaster gets maybe a Blink or a Shadow Blade again. And Lifestealer, other than like they just lane pressure all over the place is what Na'Vi's draft does.
I'd love to
Monaco
see
Gambit can gank better, I feel like.
For Na'Vi, I'd love to see an objective-based hero, like a Death Prophet or something. So you just have overwhelming pressure at objectives, and it forces Gambit to bring every hero there. I think with just a Beastmaster in your lineup, it's easy for Tide to move there and defend the tower alone.
And big Lifestealer fan. It's a self-sufficient core. You can get him ahead, and it's one of the few that could just kind of be in lane against Tide, never really feel pressure. Great synergy with the Beastmaster.
Don't look at me.
It's just solid drafting from Na'Vi. I'm just surprised they were given their comfort zone. I understand you've got answers to Beastmaster, but it just blows my mind that they were willing to give it to General again in the second phase. Because there's something to be said, like, there's a lot that goes into drafting, but as a concept, you've got to consider three main things, which is how does my lineup match up against my opponents? But more importantly, I guess it's two things. I lost the third. I always say there's three things, even if there's only two sometimes. How does my team enjoy playing my heroes? And I guess how does the other team enjoy the playstyle and heroes I've given them? And in this case, yes, Timbersaw might be a better matchup, but General Beastmaster and what it does for Na'Vi and how comfortable he is on the hero outweighs a minor difference in individual hero matchup. Because it gives them what they want. Gives them what he wants. Who cares if it's countered?
I feel like, Na'Vi surely is going for like a Kunkka here. Like super frontline. I mentioned tower damage earlier, but I'm thinking now, like, if you move away from the towers and go for the fight, where's Gambit's early damage? They're lacking so much. They have good control, they have good presence, but like there's not that explosive damage that really is going to pick apart the supports in Na'Vi. Oh, let's go for a mid. Okay.
The Iceberg Doom coming out.
Now suddenly Tidehunter feels real sad. And BKB timing on Doom is just unstoppable.
And a morph for...
Into Doom?
Very greedy also with Wraith and morph.
Oh yeah, that is really weird, actually. Well,
Purge, you're first. Sorry.
If they can just go even and delay the game, yes, Monaco Gambit should be able to win. But yeah, it's a little greedy. Morphling against Doom is actually kind of cool though, because Morphling's gonna have such huge base damage. After our first couple levels, outside of like getting Doom and killed, I think he should be able to outlast Doom. Maybe outfarm.
I think this lane goes pretty well for Morphling, just for the fact that you have good right-click. You always waveform it out. Of course, you have the fact that you can doom the Morphling later on into the game, but you have the Wraith King as well. You've got this Tidehunter. Like, there's so many heroes that you want to doom. The eventual greed will work well for them, but again, it's greed against Na'Vi. Na'Vi are high pressure, so...
Yeah.
The concern is, have we seen no one play Morphling like in his career? It's not his typical hero. They would put Ramses on it and he'd go mid.
He has played
This
it
isn't
before.
his
He likes like the bottle rush Morphling. He has tried it out, and it has had some good success, but it's simply just a very greedy lineup.
Purge, final words. Are we going to see game 3?
No.
No.
It's over. GG.
Okay.
Everyone go home.
All right, going to a break. More adverts,
right.
please.
No, not yet, Kyle. Okay, so what needs to go absolutely right for AS Monaco Gambit?
Lanes. Their lanes have to be advantageous. They can't make plays. Like Tidehunter and Wraith King are going to be rotating around. Like, they don't have a natural way to enter the mid game from the lane. They want to extend the laning phase and have it be an advantage for them, and somehow deal with this Doom Chen that are going to run around the map at each catapult wave.
Yeah, they have to defend their towers early on. When you have the Morphling and the Wraith King, they eventually will scale really well. Morphling does exceptionally well against Lifestealer. You just become him, have rage. But if you lose your early towers, you lose your jungle, not enough space.
All right, it's all about the early game, all about the laning stage. Let's see how this second game is going to play itself out together with Cap and Fogged.
Well, Fogged, you called it. You told me Iceberg Doom, and that's exactly what it turned out to be. Do you feel good about that prediction, seeing the Morphling as an attempt at a counter on the other side? I don't know how I feel about that.
Yep, I think it looks beautiful. I was just like screaming I'm in my chair, just like messaging JJ too, messaging him like they're 100% picking Doom here. It breaks the whole lineup. If you Doom the Tidehunter, there's literally 0 team fight on ASM Gambit versus a heavy pressure lineup that's going to be coming out from Na'Vi. I'm very concerned. I'll be totally honest. I feel like if the lanes start going poorly, I don't know who's going to make space.
Yeah.
Because Morphling and Wraith King, they soak up so much space if they start to fall behind at all, and then the whole game is going to be dependent on this Tidehunter's movements, and that's where I feel like Doom's game is just the best, because then it's a Tidehunter walking into you. You're getting given the opportunities to go for these Dooms. So I'm pretty sad for ASM Gambit, but at the same time too, if they can weather that early game, if they can weather that mid game, then they do scale incredibly hard. Morphling, Wraith King, they will get to a point where they are ridiculous. The Morphling turns into Lifestealer, gets free rage and all that, but they have to get to that point. And versus Beastmaster Chen, it can be very hard to play for these greedy drafts.
So this all starts for AS Monaco Gambit. In order to be able to win this game, it all starts with the laning phase, right?
Yeah.
Like, don't they have to have Tidehunter against the Beastmaster? Isn't that like absolutely required here?
At least they do have the CM and... Wait, sorry, what was that? Apologies. The Beastmaster, or the Tide versus the Beastmaster, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Like, CM can actually help a little bit too, so I think these lanes are okay. And they also, then they're going to have the Mirana versus Chen, so they're getting those matchups. Soneko actually goes for the Nova level 1 instead of the Bite, so they actually just get the board deny.
Yeah. Good play by him.
Might go for the
Want to fly in order to get that deny, but... Yeah, he's going to be playing kind of as the 4 position here, seeing as he's not really overlapping disables just a tad bit here, and Always Want to Fly will get out. A little bit worse for wear, but the fact that they gave General Beastmaster again and then grabbed 3 cores that all need farm. I mean, they lost that last game within like the first 10 minutes, Like, I'm concerned about them getting run over again in the first place before the Doom was even picked down. Then it just makes it that much worse.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I can't believe how they just went so greedy. But I know that it's an old school like VP thing that they used to think about. That's why I feel like it had to have been no one asking for this, because they used to do this all their games. They saw Doom picked and they would instantly respond with Morphling. That used to be a true staple of VP. So maybe he just really wanted to have that matchup. Maybe he feels like he can do a lot in the game too. At the lane, it can go pretty well for him, so maybe he can transition and be that space maker as a Morphling. I'm not seeing it so much, but maybe he sees it a little bit better of what plays he can make and punish around the map. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how he functions as this mid Morphling, as no one does have a career of playing that a decent amount, but surprisingly, he actually doesn't have that positive of win rate with it. He's actually 22 games, 50% exactly, so...
Okay.
considering the fact that obviously no one has a much larger than 50% win rate on most of his heroes, considering his success on Virtus Pro. Nice first blood there for General as he comes across.
Oh, the courier
and
too?
He gets the courier. Alrighty then.
God. Always Want to Fly just baited the hell out of Seneko with the Fairy Fire. He really thought he had him. Gets played. At least they did pull the Beastmaster out of the lane, so we're seeing Wraith King farming really well. So that's one fortunate thing that we are seeing for ASM Gambit.
Nope. They still
look, another one.
Get that Rubik kill anyway.
The hell was Always Want to Fly doing stepping back up? Didn't he have like 1 HP?
Yeah, kinda. Ooh, geez, that was a close call. V-Tune. I think they know he doesn't have rage, so they tried to get a gush arrow onto him and might have been able to kill him. It would have been a close call. He still has 5 stick charges to work with, but it seems like this top lane's going pretty well. I wasn't sure if that was going to be good for a Tidehunter, this new Lifestealer. I'm not sure how that matchup goes, but it seems to be all right.
Yeah, it seems like I'm seeing Na'Vi liking the matchup a lot in comparison to what it used to be. You know, Open Wounds isn't a spell anymore, so your passive actually works really nicely versus Tide.
All right.
That's another... Oh, what the...
Always Want to Fly just cannot seem to keep himself alive in this series. So, another Crystal Nova into the Rayfire Blast, and it gets very deadly when you start getting those higher levels of crit up on the Wraith King and stuff. So
yeah, Always Want to Fly. Remember, you're the 4 position in this game. You know, Roger, he's the Chen player for your team. Seeing the battle up top, the Blightstone plus the Gush going versus V2, and it is working pretty well. That damage is starting to push him away. Wonder if he gets the Chainmail to start just to counteract that minus armor.
yeah, Chainmail. Wonder if you consider the raid level 4 as well. Iceberg. That was a very close call. No one trying to make those trades because it is very efficient with the mid morphling with the bottom build. So
yeah, Iceberg always finds the Alpha Wolf. Every game that we've been casting him, he always is able to find either Alpha Wolf or he gets the Ogre creep. He's always able to find it, so it doesn't seem like RNG at this point. As V-Tune,
Rage gets used here. The arrow's going to go out. It will be dodged by V-Tune. But I saw that 2 salves in his backpack for the Mirana, so they are well prepared to keep up this pressure onto the Tidehunter, or onto the Lifestealer rather.
yeah, and so far so good. You know, looking at the last hits especially, they're doing a good job right now of at least putting pressure. Morphling is free farming, getting those extra denies too, so he'll have a good level advantage over Doom, and he will slow down Iceberg's game. So this is exactly what ASM Gambit does need to do in the game, at least in the start here. Get advantage in the lanes, and then make something happen with it. So you don't fall behind versus Beastmaster. We will take over the game.
Iceberg still doing a pretty good job when it comes to CSing against this Morphling. He's a bit behind, but not by that much, and he'll probably get the level 6 around the same time, and then he can start becoming a real threat to the Morphling potentially.
Yeah, no one just has to be quick on his fingers to get that morph off. Iceberg can play around the tree line, though. That's one thing that always does catch those morphs off guard. He'll get the Doom from out of vision for a second. I feel like they've been doing a good job bottom of killing the Boris, too. I keep seeing these like tips and Seneko playing aggressive, so I think they're actually slowing down General quite a lot down here. His book 1 is still almost finished, though. 5 minutes, so it's going to be early anyway.
Wonder how much regen they've been ferrying out for the Wraith King. It seems like they've been pretty liberal in the usage of the Wraithfire Blast. They've kept it at level 1, so its mana cost is rather low, but still, I would have to imagine maybe just a wand is, I guess, maybe good enough.
Might be. CM also, that's the... I feel like if you play CM, you want to buy like 10 mangoes or something in the laning phase just to feed to yourself, feed to your teammates, because your spells are expensive, and that's really all CM... That's the way CM is the best, is just your laning phase. That's why she's been being picked so much, because of how powerful her 2 spells are combined. So, just feeding mangoes, and we're seeing that slow coming in. You can't... There's no open wounds. That constant slow is very annoying for a Tidehunter.
Yeah, especially when you added 2 more slows on top of it, both the Ghost and the Vul there. Applying its poison, waveform over, keeping the pressure up on Iceberg, seeing if they could do as much damage as possible to the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, bottom lane is a mess of skeletons and boars and Necronomicon minions. So it's full-on zoo out here, and it's a zoo that apparently Dream is the zookeeper of. Getting another kill in this lane and is now level 6.
Seneko gives his life. He kills the book so that his Wraith King can persist and push forward. I like that little sacrifice play. Iceberg threatening that Doom onto no one over and over again.
Yeah, it just keeps on pump faking it.
And yeah, there's the chainmail picked up. So V-Tune not eating as much harass, but hey, he is getting slowed down. Tidehunter able to free farm it, able to farm pretty nicely, and Wraith King, he's getting more than free farm. He's getting all these extra kills for himself now. But the book is applying some pressure onto him.
They can go for it. Always want to fly. He's going to die again here. The Fate Bolt goes down. Is not enough damage reduction to keep him alive. And Dream, he does have mana to work with here. So Iceberg's rotation is all for naught.
And no one can just beat on the tower with his Illusion Rune. Immersion's also in the area too. He can beat on it too. That is a pretty failed rotation for sure. And this, yeah, ASM Monaco, this is exactly how they should be playing the game. This is the dream for them, really. Having Wraith King and Morphling getting this farm with this greedy draft, a 2k advantage already.
Nice.
And of course, Iceberg gets a deny. Nicely done.
Down by about 500 compared to his counterpart. Iceberg is just trying to stick somewhat close to even here. We'll see. The big difference, though, is between the Wraith King and the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Book 1 gets summoned. They just frostbite it in place. Dream kills it off and gets an extra 50 gold for himself, too. Nicely done. Super early on, already killed 2 Necro minions.
Yeah, it's amazing. I guess like boars, CM is really interesting in this matchup because if you kill enough early boars, they give up so much experience. You get the higher levels, you get the higher levels, you get the higher levels of the aura, and then you could just spam even more, killing more boars.
Yeah.
It's a weird kind of cycle that you can kind of go through in this lane.
Yeah, and Seneko is instantly biting that, red Necro book, that melee Necro book every single time. So it just gets killed right when it's summoned. It's actually just giving gold. General might just wait till the second level of it before he does send it out again. But still, it's the same thing's going to happen. It's going to get bit and probably just killed immediately. So they have to play aggressive with it right away if he does summon his books from now on. Seeing no one making the first move out of the mid lane.
All right, this is going to be quite the combo here. They're going to have to Ravage into the arrow. It does land. Very nice. AS Monaco Gambit score a big kill, and no one's rotation is not only going to help them get the carry kill on V2, but also take this tower. Oh my goodness, look at all these stacks.
That is a large stacks here.
That makes it even more concerning, though. If they take this tier 1 tower and they start, invading into the jungle a little bit, if Tide finds those stacks, then that's going to be disastrous for Na'Vi.
They're swinging over, and the thing is, too, is Na'Vi, who clears those stacks at a fast speed? They don't have a Shadow Fiend, they don't have a Titan or anything like that. It's a lot harder, a lot slower for them to clear in comparison.
Immersion. Pop. He's trying to stay ahead of V2, and V2 is slightly faster, though. We'll get that final swipe to get the kill. So the supports, both supports on the side of Gambit do end up going down here, but I believe the knowledge, I think they're aware of this. Let's see how Iceberg is able to clear through this. No one's in the area, so it looks like they are going to be fine. They are going to get all this.
All right, nice. And they just used the Scorched Earth to kill it off, so that's the best AoE spell that I guess they did have to be able to clear it, so he'll have a good timing on his drum anyway.
Yeah, only able to do one of those camps, though. Take another round. It's another small chance that maybe no one is in the area and takes some of that precious experience away.
Dream already has an armlet done, and that is unbelievably fast. Phase armlet, it's 10 minutes. He's over 550 GPM at this point on this Wraith King. That is a fantastic start for them. With what felt would be a pretty decent pressure lane versus him, but the CM Wraith King, they persisted very nicely versus this Beastmaster.
Yeah, it certainly helps. They've taken 2 tier 1 towers already, but there's potentially a third one on the market here. I mean, Wraith King is such a natural at being able to pressure the lane that he's in. They managed to get another successful team fight in this bottom wave, especially with Siege Wagon coming in. That could be yet another tower, and Dream, he may even peak all the way up to 600 GPM.
Yeah, with the greedy draft, they're the ones who are actually dictating the pace and able to pressure the lanes and towers. The Beastmaster lineup's not able. The Beastmaster Chen lineup is the one who's getting their tower sieges at the moment. Always want to fly. We'll arrow the catapult to at least slow it down. But again, there's the book too. Another melee Necro book does go down. Another 100 gold. Really good stuff from Gambit right now.
Trying to deal with the Chen army as well, man. It is so valued that they have 2 supports that can just kill either Necronomicon minions, or when it comes to the Chen army, like, they've just got very low committal ways to be able to clear through some of this stuff on the ground.
And they're putting pressure on all the lanes. Afterlife is pushing in mid. They're still pushing bottom slightly versus the Beastmaster. And no one, he's taking all the space for himself. It's a really good Morphling game if he's able to get away with this. The biggest threat for him is really just Doom. He's not really a threat of these constant stuns or disables. No silences besides that Doom either. So yeah, he's got a pretty free game if he's able to get this farm. And yeah, they've weathered the storm of that early game, which definitely is a bit concerning here for Na'Vi now going forward.
Looks like they were kind of setting up there, seeing if they could get V-Tune if he goes up into the high ground. Let's talk about Lifestealer a little bit. I'm sure you watched the Nigma versus Viking GG series, right? That was where we saw, bottom lane, they do manage to catch Crystal Maiden. Nothing major there. What is sort of the timings of the new Lifestealer? What are we looking at?
He has this decent thing where he can get his Maelstrom. It's this exact timing that he's going for, this like S and Y plus Maelstrom thing, where you do feel strong when you're fighting in these long duration team fights. But he still is a little bit weird. He definitely feels like the stranger actual carry at the moment. Because he's not like this big instant damage or anything. It's just like long duration team fights. If you don't die, you're able to thrive if you're not versus these counters. But he is versus some counter. You know, that Morphling can man fight versus him, unlike the Wraith King.
Only a 2,000 net worth lead, thanks in part to all these stacks that Roger has been doing. So Iceberg has made a really big comeback. His net worth is about even with the Morphling. TP down to the bottom lane with a stolen arrow. Always want to fly. He's going to try and TP out, but an arrow in turn from Immersion is going to put a stop to that. And now, oh my goodness, General.
What the? He's deep.
Yeah, what was he doing here? This was some wild attempt to be able to catch somebody around the tier 2. I'm not sure if he was expecting like a Morphling kill when he's like full agility underneath tier 2 tower or what that was, but either way, they both die.
That's 4 deaths now for the Rubik. 4 out of the 7. Again, always want to fly, just giving up a lot this game. And their Chen, you know, Roger, he's been very quiet. He's just been sitting back, kind of stacking, not really looking to make any plays. Yeah, 7-5, 2K advantage. Na'Vi, under the gun themselves now, as this Ravage is a big threat for them.
Afterlife still needs another 1,000 gold for the Blink Dagger, but he is still plenty farmed with the Orb of Corrosion. Plus, I like the addition of the Morbid Mask when you're matched up against these Beastmaster Chen heroes that have, again, so much stuff on the ground. An Anchor Smash can be a really big source of regeneration.
Wow, they're actually going to try to go for this Rosh. If they get this Rosh, that's going to be really problematic for Na'Vi. I don't know how they're going to be able to defend versus these pushes that are going to come out when Afterlife is set up around his team. Like, their team fight on Na'Vi, it's strong if they get the Doom on the Tide, but if they don't get the Doom on the Tide, the team fight is just going to be a disaster. And Afterlife, he knows this. He's positioning himself far on the left side.
General. He's going to come into the side. They've got the vision of Afterlife here, so they can kind of see a way to fight, but they can't really pull the trigger on it, apparently. They're just going to have to give up the Aegis to no one.
Uh-oh. And look at no one's item build. He's preparing for getting doomed. Going for that status resist build, just some nice stats, too. Yeah, no, we do see ASM Monaco. They are setting themselves up for success in these next few moments of the game. Just to keep applying this pressure, slowing down Na'Vi's game plan. And the greed is really paying off.
You know, I haven't thought about this, but I guess with the new Satanic, or rather just purely the fact that it's not the old Satanic, Doom is probably a lot better in the game now. Right? Because it was used to be everybody would just get S and Y Satanic on all these carries because status resistance plus lifesteal is pretty insane, but no longer have that same kind of option. Stolen Leap, but Always Want to Fly doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with. He's got 2 more charges. Stays away from the arrow. TP out. This time around, Always Want to Fly will survive.
Seems like the first time he's actually survived the gank. As General is able to put some pressure bottom during that space being made, and they get to breathe a little bit as we will see V-Tune get some farm, and we will see Iceberg get a BKB. So now he has a little bit of easier access to walk into these fights, because as we do see, there's so many spells, so many different forms of control for that Doom just walking in. With BKB, he actually can pick and choose his target that he wants to go for. But in playing into Aegis, Na'Vi probably going to want to be a little bit hesitant about how they do jump, unless they see everybody pretty split up. Right now, Afterlife is all the way down bottom, away from his team.
Looks like a trade-off here, potentially tier 2 for the mid-tier 1. Of course, Na'Vi, very happy to be able to take this tower, but they won't be happy if they lose out on the outpost experience at 20 minutes as a result of giving up that tier 2. So they definitely got to generate some sort of game plan for the next 3 minutes.
Guess the game plan is going to be Iceberg run at the outpost to zone them away with his BKB. As Roger, he's found here by no one. And the roar does go off up on the north. It looks like immersion. While Roger does get chased out, he will bait the Hand of God. Okay, so he'll use Hand of God. Iceberg will get Seneko. 2 supports down for 1.
Not terrible, but they can't keep fighting because of the BKB that is down, plus the Aegis that is up. And no one turning into the Rubik. Get him tossed back there. Telekinesis enough for Afterlife to arrive. So they actually train 2 for 2 for supports, and they can take that outpost back if they want.
V-Tune's going to need a lot of time before he's ever able to actually fight in this game, it feels like, versus the Morphling. They actually might be able to find Afterlife. Does get the blink away, though, so positioning not too close to tower. But yeah, I feel like he's going to have to wait until he honestly has, like, if he goes for the SNY, it's like SNY Scotty Basher. Like, the Scotty will help a lot if he's able to get it first to morph at some point, but no one's starting to prepare for all this, too. He's just going for Butterfly, going for this dodge, going for that evasion versus the lifestealer, too, so he can stand toe-to-toe. Might be too much for V-Tune to deal with. The greed, as we said, is paying off for a Gambit. These 2 cores might be too much for the lifestealer to actually deal with. So yeah, Iceberg is really going to have to get these good Doom targets in the upcoming fights that will kick off.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit concerning that because you have this Doom Tidehunter matchup, they want to be able to get the Doom on the Tidehunter, prevent the Ravage, but then it does kind of mean that Morphling has sort of a free game in a lot of these team fights if the Lifestealer, as you said, can't address him with enough items.
It's just too many things that are going to be collapsing on. Like, the Wraith King is farming too well as well, so now it's like, who does Iceberg actually really want to doom? And, you know, you never want to doom a Wraith King, but in a situation where he gets a reincarnate off, maybe you doom him afterwards if Tidehunter wastes the Ravage. There's just a lot of targets that they have to worry about now because of how this early game has gone. Dream is a big problem. Like, I cannot... He is just so farmed on this Wraith King. He's been given absolute freedom in this game. Well over that 500 GPM.
Slowing down General, Seneko. Fortunately, thanks to that Frostbite, he does have ways to deal with the Warrior who's running at him. General's going to have to make a rapid escape out of here as he's forced a lot of rotations from AS Monaco Gambit up to this top lane. They've left no one still here since he does still have the Aegis. Kind of farmed up a bit of the triangle, but not pushing himself too far out there.
Yeah, they pushed him out of the outpost. They're able to reclaim it there. They have 30 seconds to get it back on Na'Vi. It's going to be really hard for them to actually swing over here with their book still on cooldown, I believe, for a moment, as well as General isn't even walking up there.
They need a big pickoff, and maybe they've just got it with the arrow. A fast kill that is potentially going to trade out supports. Always Want to Fly is going to get gone on by Dream. Oh, that was a big crit that came through. TP out from D2, and then, yeah, Gambit, they just park themselves up here, ensuring that they will get that experience advantage off the outpost.
Hey, they're doing all the things right. It feels like Na'Vi doesn't have a solution to this. You know, that early game going bad has really halted their entire idea of the game, and now they have to play into the greed. Like I was saying, V-Tune, he has to wait for his next, like, 1-2 items, but that's playing into what ASM just wants to. They want to just be able to play the greed and play the farm, as now they're able to pressure during all this, too, with this advantage.
V-Tune pulling the creep wave back. They're going to pop the glyph here to deal with the next incoming wave, and see, with playing a bit greedy themselves and not forcing a whole lot of people to defend, seeing if they can get that tier 2 bottom lane. Rotations come in, though, from Afterlife and from Dream. They're going to catch Roger. No problem here. Is that crit? Not enough to one-shot him there at half health, but close enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And now he just has to... This is the way that they have to play because of that early game. They're just splitting up. Iceberg now has Blink with the BKB, so he can jump in and pick the targets a lot easier. But still seeing that it's quite difficult for them. You know, V-Tune, I don't think that he's just ready. I think he just really needs to wait, unfortunately, for a Scotty where he's actually able to fight toe-to-toe versus these two, because it's a pretty big pickup if he is able to get it, versus the Wraith King Lifestealer, versus the Morphling Shift.
Radiant's middle tower
It'll actually make his damage look relevant in the fights, as it really does feel like they're going to be severely lacking damage.
Yeah.
As the book dies every single time, and yeah, I don't see where else the damage really comes from unless it is the Lifestealer at this point.
Taking the outpost back. Seneko, though, immediately charging up here. They're going to pop the Moonlight Shadow, just seeing if they can slow down pretty much anybody or anything. I guess they'll take the boars. General is going to be caught by Dream. Shows himself. Casual 657 damage crit. Start things off.
Good old Claw. Or sorry, that's Life Stealers.
Well, they're going to see again if they can take this tier 2 bottom. They're desperate because once they do manage to take a tier 2, they can start taking that outpost, and it does help limit the kind of punishment that Gambit is able to exert when they do try and go for these split push shenanigans.
They've kept the net worth decently close, but you're seeing, Gambit, they're feeling that power spike. The Butterfly and the Morphling now, too. They're just walking up on the high ground. They're forcing Na'Vi back, and General's still dead 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Na'Vi.
it seems like they're going to give up a lane.
I think they just might have to. I really feel like the Lifestealer just stands no hope of fighting until he does have that item picked up. And yeah, this is just Gambit being very happy about it.
Take the melee barracks and back up. Roger. Same as last time. May get got here as they try and leap in with the arrow. Doesn't quite get it. His army is going to get wiped out, though.
Okay, how much gold from summons do we have now? Let's take a look. I've seen so many necro books, so many creeps die this game. I feel like they're just getting so rich.
Okay.
649 amount of pets. Not too shabby, not too shabby. CM getting up. Wow, CM's gotten a lot of those.
Yeah. Another 1100.
Look at that necro gold. Okay. 1100.
So we're at what, 1800 now?
Yeah.
Afterlife.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'm not even sure if they could have done a whole lot to him, but it might have forced out the Ravage or something. Meanwhile, Gambit going to play for that second Roshan. That second Roshan should also be their cue to maybe potentially end the game, as 2 lanes of barracks is going to be pretty hard to fight back from. That's why Na'Vi, this is a Roshan they must contest.
Can they get the Doom on the Tide is the question, or which target does Iceberg go for?
Smoke in, Ravage up, already got to the Morphling. The Aegis is going to be picked up with the Primal Roar. Actually knocks Dream outside of the engagement there, so they've just completely taken out the Morphling out of this, and now they're going to try and slow people down with no buyback on to no one. It's possible that Na'Vi can continue this fight. They got to be careful, though, of that Ravage. Afterlife turns around, 2-man Ravage, catches 2 more on the outside, a 4-man there with the Starstorm coming in, looking to try and finish up Iceberg, because he does manage to grab the cheese, eats that immediately. An arrow pops over onto Dream, slowing him down, but now it's Na'Vi who have to try and escape away from Gambit's wrath. Dream on the front lines, just chopping fools down. He brings 2 cores and a 3rd in V-Tune. He's going to start getting away. V-Tune's actually going to pop back in here, see if he can get a fast kill onto Immersion. Pops the Rage, gets 1, drops the gem, doesn't manage to pick it up. He had a TP immediately. A smart little play. Meanwhile, Afterlife went by himself.
Okay.
Nice
How
arrow.
did they get Afterlife? Yeah, I guess.
Always want to fly catching that one.
Okay. That actually doesn't make it that bad for Na'Vi that they get that last cleanup kill there. Still showing that it's very tough for them to fight, even a 4v5, where they do have a cheese, as Dream... V-Tune can't fight versus him. He's not at that point. He doesn't have the items to be able to deal with this man, and it's going to take a couple more for this Lifestealer to actually be able to address this, and that's what we were concerned about, right? Like, he gets a phenomenal Doom, but there's a lot of other threats that Na'Vi has to worry about because of how this entire 20-something minutes, that was the first Doom, right?
Yep. That was, I remember a lot of pump faking of Dooms. I remember a lot of Iceberg rotations that didn't actually result in a Doom because Gambit was ready for it. That was the first Doom that I can recall, at least a useful one, a big one.
Yep. V-Tune?
Gambit. Oh, thank goodness he did pop the Rage there. Otherwise, it might have been an awkward situation getting arrowed immediately like that.
V-Tune's still too far behind these 2 cores to really be able to stand and fight them. Like, he needs Scotty, which we've been saying a bunch, but now it's also feeling like he needs the next item. He needs the MKB, because this evasion that's coming on 1-0, the Radiance, just this miss is also being applied. It just feels like they can only kill the target. They can only kill a couple targets depending on the Doom target. But these 2 other cores, they're always a problem. It's only one of the cores that you're going to be able to take out with that big Doom. The other two, just you don't have the damage to deal with.
They're going to go again. They managed to get the... this time he managed to get off the more strength. So it's going to be a hard kill here. But fortunately, the Lifestealer is very adept at being able to bring down these big tanky targets as he sticks on top of him. But V-Tune, he went in. Now he's got to get out, but he doesn't have an invest. The Primal Roar goes down. V-Tune running for his life to the right-hand side. Arrow isn't going to land, but he doesn't manage to stay alive. Just a little bit too much. They kill some of the backline heroes. Sineko's going to be the first one to fall here. Iceberg moving up to the left-hand side, hoping to be able to dodge and get his blink off. But the Radiance, it's sticking to him. They're not going to let him get away. Not with the gem that was dropped on the ground. They pick that one up, and Dream will continue to take this by himself, apparently. They say, yeah, they can deal with a Morphling, as you pointed out, Fogged, multiple times, but there's multiple threats on the board.
Yeah, great early game, honestly. That was the biggest thing. I think bottom for Na'Vi went way too chaotic. Rubik and the Beastmaster just giving up a insane amount of gold really to Dream and just enable him to get this insanely fast armlet, a very fast Radiance, and then there's too many threats. Iceberg, he gets the Dooms on the Mort, but there's those triple threats that he has to really worry about. And yeah, the Beastmaster Rubik they really gave too much gold. Way too many deaths. It's like 1,800 that they gave down there, not even including the kill bounties that they gave up. So I think Dream and Sineko, they played the lane perfectly, and yeah, it allowed the whole draft to really be enabled because they win that early game.
Well, it seems like lanes is the name of the game here, as both of these games in the series have been pretty one-sided off of just the first 10 minutes of the game going really well for one team or the other. So I guess that's going to be easy for our panel to break down, but it's going to be hard to figure out where this game 3 is going to go.
It's going to be tricky for sure, but that's why I've got my analysts here. And they are first going to start off by breaking down a game number 2, and they'll do that after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Team Gambit made it out of the laning stage relatively unscratched, and they would have a good shot in this game. And it wasn't just relatively unscratched. They came out of the laning stage swinging. They had a good time, both Morphling and Wraith King. A combination that we thought might be a little on the greedy side, but they were on top of the charts in terms of net worth and never really allowed Na'Vi to get back into this game, leading into a pretty one-sided game 2. We had a one-sided game 1 the other way around. Now we are going to prepare for game number 3. I'm here with Tigov and Kyle. And this game, basically, Tigov, this was played exactly the way that ASM Gambit should have played it.
Yeah, Gambit absolutely crushed it. This Morphling into the Doom mid lane. The Doom didn't really find that much pressure onto the Morphling. And I think Iceberg actually had a couple misplays which really broke down his game. He TP'd to bot lane, trying to capitalize on Wraith King's over aggression. Wraith King ran away. If you see the webcam of Dream, he was giggling, because he's like, haha, nice rotation. Suddenly Iceberg gets tipped. He's walking back to mid lane in shame. And these initial plays opened up for Gambit just to destroy the lanes, and this off lane from Na'Vi, and often they win it, but this time the Rubik was just feeding. It just wasn't that good from them.
Yeah, it's kind of what I didn't expect, but knew would be necessary for ASM, Monaco, Gambit team to win.
And Monaco Gambit.
When you extend the lanes like that and you have such an insane scaling lineup, like Tidehunter is late game as well. This hero needs time to come online. Once you feel real strong. And in addition, the Chen, when you aren't able to take early towers, just feels bad, man.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing that here is simply when Na'Vi gets this lifestealer pick, it's not a carry that farms for 10 and has map pressure. And then because of this Tidehunter, you then have this kind of, the Na'Vi safe lane's kind of doing nothing. The Beastmaster's already lost his lane, and then Doom's failed pretty much 2 or 3 rotations. That's basically the recipe of they've lost 3 lanes. Yeah. And we've said this so many times, you lose 3 lanes, you're going to lose the game.
And they always have answers to any sort of momentum-based movement from Na'Vi. The arrows onto catapults, a mechanic that we're going to see more often, and part of why Mirana is the first pick. I think we'll see a resurgence in this latter half of the DPC season. And the CM for any other creeps that cause problems.
Yeah. We're also going to hear what Purge made of this game 2 of the series.
Thank you, Shiver. Obviously, the crucial thing for Gambit this game was that they were able to win the lanes, but we're just going to take a look at one of those 3 ones, the top lane versus the Lifestealer. The Lifestealer was picked pretty late in the draft. They already saw the Tide matchup, but I think what was really crucial was that despite knowing what the matchup was, that Na'Vi still struggled a little bit in this lane. Both the Tide and the Mirana did a great job here, pressuring Lifestealer pretty much continuously, but also, importantly, shutting down what Roger, the Chen, wanted to do. Small mistake on the Mirana. He didn't block the small camp, so Roger gets a pull off. He takes over one of these Null Assassins, which does pretty good damage, allows you to deny. But ASM Gambit end up committing a lot of mana to killing the Bull Assassin. They arrow it in addition on top of this, and it kind of leaves Chen a little bit aimless here at the start of the game. He also didn't go a headdress either, so he couldn't stabilize Lifestealer's overall regen. But consistently what Gambit was doing was they would just attack B-Tune. They got the fast Blightstone on the Tide so that they could apply more minus armor on him consistently here, and basically every time he came forward they just hit him a lot, and Roger can't really do much to stop this on the Chen, especially when he doesn't have a creep and he's getting a little bit under leveled. This is kind of the story of the first 5 minutes. It didn't necessarily zone V-Tune out of lane, but it made his lane hard. Roger had to commit a lot of salves to him as well. Here's Roger running all the way down to this part of the map to grab a creep, and as a result they get a whole bunch of damage on V-Tune. Not dead, of course, but heavily pressured. Another clip of this as well. Here's Roger trying to stabilize the lane, level 2, standing here with his ally, but they just again go on B-Tune. This is that clip that we saw during the game where he got close to dying. The arrow ended up missing, so 50-50. Basically, he dodges it, but again, more and more harassed. And this culminated obviously with the big Ravage kill under the tower. Ravage into arrow with Morphling rotating. And let's take a look at the net worths immediately after this happens. It's not looking good for Lifestealer. He's doing fine, but he's only doing the same as Tide. And on the opposite side, both Wraith King and Morphling had really good laning stages, so it was just really hard to get him in the game and get Na'Vi's ball rolling because of this strong lane.
I think the best thing about the second game for me is that we saw something completely different in the opening in the terms of the draft, and it worked. The Mirana Tidehunter, this is what you should do. We hear it time and time again that you shouldn't try to follow the meta. You should create your own strategies and all that. And that is exactly what AS Monaco Gambit did.
Yeah, they just did really well. I think we mentioned about the greediness in their draft, but kind of the fact that Na'Vi also doesn't really have the pressure in their own draft early on. It means, is it really that greedy? And I think that alone just testament to Gambit being able to identify that and utilize kind of the morphling mid.
I also like that they spent that last pick on a game-winning core, right? That you knew, okay, if we come out of the lanes unscathed, we're just going to take this W, no problem. They first to their top lane, but it's so damn strong. Tied Murano with that Blightstone. It doesn't even matter that you pick this Lifestealer into it. And it creates this scenario where, as Na'Vi, you cannot apply pressure, it feels like, to any lane. And that's not good for the way they have to play Dota. They like to control tempo, and they're unable to do it here.
They figured out how to play against Na'Vi. You ban Enigma, you pick Tide. What does General play?
What do you do?
Can you play Beastmaster?
I mean, he played Beastmaster, but it didn't work out.
Can you, though? Can you truly play Beastmaster into the Tide?
It's not recommended.
It's not recommended, yeah, not at all.
But he wasn't against him in the lane.
But it's about the game.
It's just what happens. It's like this relationship goes back to like my playing days, even like especially in China. If you pick any sort of early beast, they will happily take Tide and then a hero that guarantees they'll have the late game. And you're now on a clock, and they're happy to take team fights. Running into a Tide is never recommended.
Easy solution, ban Tide, pick Beastmaster. That's all I'm hearing. Curious to see how the teams are going to draft, though. And we are ready to show you the draft of the third game of this best of 3 series after this.
As I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take you.
important because first place goes to the playoffs, second place to group stages, third place to the wild card of the major. And this series could very well be indeed that deciding series for who takes second place here in the ESL 1 powered by Intel Eastern European DPC League. We're in the third game. We got Purge helping us with the draft. We got Kyle Tigov here as well. And looking forward to seeing this third game of AS Monaco Gambit taking on Navi. Guys, we've seen two teams win dominantly. It is all about the laning stage. Our commentators talked about it as well. Is it all about the laning stage? Are we going to see this drafting, this third game draft, be revolving around picking up strong lanes?
It's over.
What?
Wrap it up. I'm going home.
No. If Gambit picks the Tidehunter, we're in a good spot. Coming back. Yeah. Bring it back, Carl. Bring it back.
Okay.
You see it? We see it. More importantly, Gambit, they had priority. They chose Radiant for this game. Therefore, Na'Vi, they then actually decided to go for the first pick as well. So Na'Vi opting to try and get that Shaker straight into the mix. I agree.
I hope that we see an immediate pick. Yes. You have to assume if you give away Shaker, you know they're going to get the Beastmaster most likely. Monaco have to be prepared. And they were. They take the edge.
Sure.
Yeah, that was the crucial thing in both of the lanes, actually, was that they just had supports in both lanes that could deal with creeps. There's a Chen in one lane, they had Mirana to deal with it. And then the other lane, it was Beastmaster, they had CM to deal with it. So clearly they prefer Enchantress over CM in that circumstance. That's why they picked in the first phase here.
It was banned second phase in the previous game.
And the game before that too.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually, because while we are a little predisposed to believe Earthshaker or Beastmaster are excellent picks, which they are, if you can guarantee, in a way, the enemy's opener and have your own dream response already prepared, that's a pretty significant advantage moving forward. Something Puppy loves to utilize, much to his fans' chagrin at times, when he allows things like Bounty Hunter to be picked 3 times in a row against him. We're not going to talk about that.
I think the key thing, though, for this one is with the Enchantress.
Yep.
It forces the Beastmaster to think about maybe going for the Axe build rather than the Boar. And also, are you going to lane the Beastmaster into the Enchantress? Could there be an aggro tri-lane situation where you just kind of sack the Beastmaster in the safe lane?
It's tough. You got an Earthshaker. You don't really want to aggro tri-lane. This is something that Lanham might be willing to do, but people have lost the fundamentals.
Yep.
It's like the death of the post game in the NBA. It's something that it's still effective, but it's just not taught anymore. Everybody's jacking threes.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Kyle.
Somebody out there does, and I'm talking to you at home. You understand me, and I appreciate you.
How about you, Purge? Do you know what he's talking about?
No clue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Talking about balls and hoops or something. No idea.
Shooting 3-pointers, but I don't know he keeps picking characters that we don't know.
Yeah.
Right, so what do we want to see banned?
Surprised about the Lifestealer slightly. It didn't feel that effective, but I guess if they don't have Tide, they might not feel as confident.
I think they're also thinking about, as a first phase is position 5, there isn't going to be that BKB piercing stun coming from that 5 as well. And potentially when you look at the rotations into that safe lane, Lifestealer is a very good carry at just parking in front of the tower and defending it if there's no kind of repellent.
Yeah, that's true. And they have a puck, I suppose. So at like any early gank, as soon as the silence ends, you just rage and run.
Yep, exactly. And the same kind of principle for the Kunkka as well. If you want to look to mid lane, this hero pretty much doesn't die to a puck plus ent rotation because, the run buff and the natural double bracer build with phase boots, you're very, very tanky.
Question, is this one of the first times that we've seen Na'Vi draft without, I might have just missed him, without Mag in the background?
No, he is there. He's there. He is there.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Other angle.
Yeah, we need a new angle.
New angle?
Next. No, it didn't happen that way. Oh.
No.
He's behind,
Yeah.
That's not him.
No, it's behind him.
Yeah, I think behind the hair of Iceberg, he might just be just on the fringe. Yeah.
We actually zoomed in on the back.
Oh, no, we've gone to a new angle. Oh,
is that his elbow?
Potentially could be. All right. Somehow Mag is completely hidden within this draft.
Yeah. Was just curious. Obviously, we know, as far as we know anyway, Gambit doesn't have a coach. Or do they?
They have a kind of coach-manager situation.
Okay.
You know a lot about those.
Was it Feel My Pain?
Yeah, exactly. In these stacks, obviously, you don't have the depth to have everything in the
Indeed.
In the department.
You gotta be a jack of all trades, They can't get 4 people for 4 different jobs.
Yeah.
Just one guy.
I thought you were about to say master of none, but it's fine. You didn't.
Thanks for filling it in.
No, that's right, I got you. So they go for the Earth Spirit with the puck. Spirit's very good with puck, of course, with the coil, the rotation on mid. And backline jump to get the Earth Spirit.
Ooh. Ooh.
Very quick drafting.
Very quick drafting, indeed.
Gambit's like, we don't want to give the Morphling away. We need to pick it ourselves.
They already, so yeah, both teams kind of had an idea, I think, of what the enemy side was willing to do here. The V-Tune PL, a special. I like that a lot more than his Lifestealer. Really nice synergy with the draft they have so far. The illusions provide a ton of vision for glimpses to come through, and it's a lot of just annoying damage to deal with. These supports hate playing against PL.
The nice thing about this pick, though, from Gambit is simply the fact that they can flex between the mid and the safe lane, depending on what does come into play. This Lina ban indicates it's most likely mid with a last pick carry. You flip over to Na'Vi, their instant response to the PL was just because to the Morphling was the PL, simply because it is a hard counter to it. But they need to make sure they cover it because there's still this additional core pick coming into play if it deals with the illusions cleanly.
No, it's not as out. That's general.
Yeah, correct. That is general. Yeah, Mag is missing.
Mag, no, he was there. He's literally just behind general. He's on whoever.
No, behind general is
whoever. He's next to whoever. I think Seneko, or not Seneko. The PC next to general. Mag was sitting next to that guy in the previous game.
Yep.
He's there. He was. He's in the room.
Okay. I trust you.
He just doesn't need to be in camera shot, you know? He's got all the stacks of papers.
He's worried about wins, not recognition or making it known that he's involved in coaching.
Yeah. But he is the coach, guys.
Yeah.
That is
Let it be known.
I like the last two bans for Navi here, just trying to protect the PL, who already matches up well against enemy heroes, but could be weak in lane. So one place that's a little dangerous for him.
I think right now, Underlord is a insanely good pick for Gambit. You just put the puck mid, the Morphling into carry roll, pick up this big Underlord, you pressure the PL in the lane, you deal with the Beastmaster pressure as well. There is only one source of tower push, therefore puck Underlord in front. Game becomes pretty good.
My only concern is that it's a little slow. Like the lane with Earth Spirit isn't great, and I think you might want something that's a bit more active. It's a bit odd, but I think LC could be really effective. Both cores, if they get cleansed, are just immediately saved, and it is my favorite hero to play against PL.
But a big lack of damage, in my opinion. Like, it might feel nice for...
Disruptor ulti, too. That won't save him.
Yep. They go for the Doom themselves. Okay, so... Ooh.
Again, the Doom.
I love this idea from Na'Vi, though, because it potentially forces... Okay, let's go for a straight PA. Okay. So it is just going to be the mid-morphling into Doom once again. Now it's off-lane puck.
Yeah, it's all going to be that Ags Doom timing, though. My god, PA just gets wrecked. No evasion, no crit when doomed with Ags. Like, that's just game over.
Ooh. Which draft do you prefer, Kyle?
I think Na'Vi this time. Their lane's just so strong. Off-lane puck into PL Disruptor. Good luck.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to kill Disruptor a lot, though. I feel like they can actually pressure with those two heroes. It makes me more confident in their lineup, especially because they can put Morphling against Doom again. Like the issues last game. I mean, it'll be easier for Doom to Doom people this game because they've got Glimpse. Because that was the issue every time. It's like he wanted to Doom, but they were always like 400 units away from his tower, which made it rough. So I think it's going to be a lot closer for sure. And if Na'Vi does good rotations in the early mid, they should blow this game out of the water with their better tempo, I think.
All right.
So lane specific.
Thank you very much, Purge. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. Cal, we talked about laning stage a lot. Is this going to be a more even laning stage, or is anybody forced to come out of there at least, decent? Is anybody going to lose if they lose a laning stage?
I think both teams have pressure to perform.
Yeah.
I feel like the Doom PL just kind of scale exponentially in this game. When you hit the Ags timing and a PL suddenly becomes too tanky, you just can't do a damn thing as AS Monaco Gambit anymore.
Yep, pretty much. When the PL gets to kind of the heart timing, and then the Doom has like BKB Ag Shivas, it pretty much mitigates what you're trying to do.
Yep.
On the side of Gambit.
They're out of damage. Like the Ench, the Earth Spirit, the puck, it's all XP based. It's just the Morph and PA that are going to scale.
They just have a nice window early on, but both teams have proved that if they win the lanes, they can just take over the entire game. So I hope it's just a close game 3 and it isn't as simple as win lanes win the game.
I also hope it will be a close third game to this series, and I'm sure our commentary team does as well. Wouldn't that be fun, right, Captain Fogged?
Listen, Cheever, don't jinx it, all right? Every single
Yeah,
time we get these series, one-sided game 1, goes the other way to game 2, we always say, well, that means game 3, it's going to be even matchup, right? Fuck, and it's never that way. It's never is. I'm convinced we're jinxing it.
And I think it might be me and you who are jinxing it too. I think all of our games that we've gotten to cast together have been pretty one-sided. Don't think we've had many comebacks or any type of swing arounds. But this one, I'm just excited for a lot of fun plays because I'm seeing a lot of potential from both sides for some like late game craziness, right? We have Morphling versus our Shaker, so the Ax's potential is going to be there in later stages. Then he's also got an Earth Spirit on his team that he can work with. And also, that's an Immersion Earth Spirit. Usually he gets banned in almost every one of his games. Level 27 Earth Spirit player.
Yeah, it's definitely comfort on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you look at Na'Vi, especially considering the way they were able to win that game off of the Earthshaker and Beastmaster combo, and then you give Iceberg his Doom again, even if it didn't go well last time, then you've got V-Tune on Signature Phantom Lancer. It's like, it's all comfort for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and this time it's not as much pressure on Iceberg to be like, oh my god, who am I dooming? Oh my god, you know, there's this Morphling and this other guy and this other guy, you know, 3 hero targets that I don't know which one to doom. They have other heroes to control. They have other heroes to actually allow him to cast the Doom. They have Earthshaker to set up with a Fissure, because last game I just saw Iceberg trying to set up the Doom and he can't, and they have Always Want to Fly and Disruptor.
Ursh just rolling up Fearless here, but quickly rolls away. Oh, he didn't make it! Roger stops him with the Fissure. They're going to cut around the trees, and he's not going to be able to roll away. Well done. And they're going to try and give it up to somebody specifically, and it's Iceberg. They give it to their mid.
Get him any type of advantage versus a Morphling so he can do a little bit better. Because he did do decent in the matchup the last game. He didn't crush it, but this will give him a slight edge. As we see General immediately skill Axes this time around, as he is going to be playing versus that high base armor hero, the PA, and versus Enchantress. Doesn't want to get more, and Axes are magical, so not too bad versus those high armor agi heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, well, they're going to battle again here. Seneko exerting enough pressure there that he will be able to get the bounty rune uncontested, so that is going to be Gambit getting 3.
Very nice. All right, so let's see how all these lanes will end up turning out. As I want to see how bottom turns out in particular, because now that last game really felt like they just gave up way too much down bottom with Always Want to Fly in general. So gonna be watching them, as this is an easier lane to not feed gold to, as PA much harder hero to actually just take advantage of things on like a Wraith King, and Enchantress there's no boar, you know, he's not skilling it, so they won't have to worry about the counter.
Yeah, and as a result, the Fissure is going to be less effective as well, right? Like, part of the success of Fissure blocking was the fact that you get General a fast level 3, whereas Boar is really powerful. Plus, if the lane is very long, it means the Boar slow is even more effective. But here, if you're forced to level Axes because you don't feel comfortable ever summoning a Boar against an Enchantress, then that kind of nullifies both those advantages.
At least General's going to get away with the lane, right? So he can't get bullied out of the lane by any means. He'll be able to always just hit the PA pretty decently with the Earthshaker, just blocking Enchantress from playing Enchantress. You see the double wards being committed by Roger to ensure that Ench does not get any type of creep.
Wonder if Roger is ever going to be free enough to rotate into mid, or if that doesn't really feel that good against a Morphling. I guess it all just depends on how ballsy no one is going to be with being agility morphed all the time.
I actually would like to see him do that, because I saw him start with this early smoke. I think it's something really clever that you can do, where your morph is just always, you know, you're playing at like 1 HP bottling up. You could just get hit by a Fissure from the sideline under a ward and just die. So I think there is that potential. Because General, I don't think he's going to get pressured down here too much. Especially if the lane, if he plays safe when Roger does move away and he gets the lane resets.
Yeah, look at
this triple creep wave.
He's desperate. He's like, please, no, don't do it. Don't block the hard camp. But Roger does find his way there, blocks it once again. So still no creep for Seneko to be able to play around with.
But Dream is going to deny this entire creep wave bottom. He has triple range creep still down here behind the tower.
Jeez.
So they're going to actually kill out at least one or maybe just 1 or 2 of those melee creeps. So will be some lost experience for General.
Seneko may still be able to hold the creep wave in front of the tower. We'll see. Now, the pressure from General is a bit too much. Roger Grabs a creep wave again.
Roger.
This time, though, Roger
might die.
put himself in trouble. He already used his Fisher earlier. He slowed down enough. They saw that immediately. Dream and Seneko were like, that is a kill. And they tip Roger before he even goes down. Now General's going to die as a result of that misplay from Roger. 2 kills to AS Monaco Gambit. And a boar.
That was a massive misplay. Like they had just like kind of evened the lane on. Roger just walks up and literally just dies. That was weird moves. Similar to what we saw last game too from them. This bottom lane giving up some kills that probably shouldn't happen. And now Seneko gets a D ward as well. His camp is open. A bit of a disaster for Na'Vi in the bottom lane again this game already at the start. 3 minutes and they give up a big one.
How is this top lane going? I see. I always want to fly 2 levels of the Thunderstrike, so he's playing very much in lane, splitting the experience with V-Tune, feeling like he's needed there.
No way that you can pressure V-Tune up here. Just PL's base armor and just overall like base damage. He can freely last hit. Puck can't actually apply nearly as much pressure. And Earth Spirit's more like this roamer. He actually doesn't apply the same lane pressure if he doesn't have some very strong hero to actually work with. And Puck can be that very strong hero, but not into what he's up against, as Disruptor is one of those better zoners.
Well, it is time to roam. 4-minute power runes are coming up, and Roger does not make the rotation here. He's too busy trying to deal with Seneko, so it looks like Gambit should be able to secure a power rune for no one, which we know these refills on bottles are very effective.
Yeah, actually surprising to see Roger do that move, too, because he may have body blocked the hard camp for a second, but it had already spawned, and then he actually just pulls it on Seneko, so... Roger's movement so far not really working out too much for their start. Iceberg, he'll find himself an ice armor creep. As I said, he always either gets a wolf or an ice armor when he's playing the mid doom.
Battling back and forth here, Roger. Gotta be careful. It's a hefty amount of damage he's taken.
This is actually a much better creep than the Alpha Wolf. It really does feel. He's just trading hits with no one, and no one's actually kind of not winning that trade because of this. 11 armor on the Doom. That damage doesn't actually come through at all. As Immersion, we'll get the kick away. We'll secure himself his rune.
Same time, Seneko, even if he's not getting the bounty runes, he grabbed one of those boars, and boy, that boar is super effective. With the extra damage by Enchant, with level 2 Enchant at that, he's got enough to be able to slow down Roger again here. Fortunately, the Fisher will block out the boar, but Seneko can still kind of fight around this area. He's going to go for a TP out. That TP will not make it, though. So that is a support that is going to be out of lane for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, but honestly, if I was Seneko, I would tip them right back. I'd be like, congratulations, you chased me all the way to the ruin, and Dream is getting a free lane. You guys already have thrown your lane. So I would honestly immediately tip back if I was them, Challenges on Seneko.
Yeah.
Because he's done his job. He's done the damage already. This laning phase for bottom for Na'Vi has been a pretty big disaster, honestly.
Oh, for sure. Dream's a full level up. It looks like Immersion's going to be able to get the opening on Always Wanna Fly. So they kind of need something like that. Just to try and secure. We've seen how important the laning phase is for both this game 1 and 2. And if Gambit can secure both the side lanes winning, I'll be pretty happy. Of course, I say winning lightly here because, as you pointed out, they really just cannot pressure V-Tune. He is highest CS on the board right now.
Yeah, but that means that, this greed is paying off. It's a PA Morphling lineup, and your PA is able to get this farm, so it's looking pretty nice. It just also, when you're seeing Iceberg really pull out ahead this time around versus that Morphling.
Yeah, it certainly is. As General dies again here in this bottom lane, and now we're beginning to see the Beastmaster is actually becoming a bit of a liability.
They have to play so much more I mean, this PA is 6 now. They have to play this lane super passive just to catch back up. Pull waves, creep manipulation as best as possible. This could be the real big thorn in Na'Vi's side. Like, I don't know how General is going to find himself to catch back up. They're going to have some big moves across the lanes to be able to allow this Beastmaster to have a game, as the surround is coming from Gambit onto mid lane.
Yeah, and if they could get this kill, it would be massive. Iceberg no longer having much regen left. He just has a Fairy Fire. Is that going to be enough? No, it's not. The coil and the Impetus shot from Seneko make sure that he does die. 5-2 now with AS Monaco Gambit taking a small but decent lead here in the laning phase.
Yeah, they do. It does force them to move 4 heroes over there, but when they have PA free farming, they can do this. Like, they know that they can't apply the pressure onto V-Tune anyway. Their PA is free farming. Might as well shut down the mid when they are playing with these greedy supports like an Earthshaker.
Do you feel like they have enough answers to Phantom Lancer?
They could... The fact that the PA is farming so well, I want to say yes. Because I think the PA is going to be enough if he's able to get this early of his Battle Fury. Like, he's getting full free farm down here. The other heroes do not pertain to the PL. So it's really going to be Dream that one to control the PL illusions. So it could still be problematic for them to actually deal with this V-Tune PL once he turns up. Because if the PA ends up getting doomed in the fight, then they just can't deal with these overwhelming illusions that are going to be coming. So still looks like it's going to be a pretty hard game for them, but they're off to a very good start here.
Man, poor General. Still level 4. His boar is just not that scary. Roger.
They're trying to bail him out.
Yeah, they
Iceberg.
rotated mid. He smoked up Iceberg so they can go ahead and get a good Doom rotation in. They're going to spot Dream. Oh, bit of a misclick there, but Dream, there's no way out of this one, really. So he's going to go down. Small chance that he gets denied, perhaps, but unlikely. The kicks are going to come in, trying to slow him down as best as possible. If V-Tune keeps up, Immersion quickly rolls out of the way before Roger could catch up to him. So big rotation this time to bottom lane as opposed to mid that Gambit made.
V-Tune gets the last hit too. That's very nice. Enable him a little bit faster to get this defusal timing. And then he can actually show up to fight. So that's one thing where maybe Navi's looking to play around that timing of the defusal, and then Morphling is pretty hard counter because of that. And PA doesn't want to fight. So in that situation, Navi could have some very good fights kicking off with the PL.
Immersion throws a kick out. They're going to try and take out Roger while he's still silenced, and they do. And Iceberg's not much of a threat without the Doom, but he is going to stay in front of Immersion here, making sure that he can't actually roll away. Still, though, the pressure has already had its effect, taking that mid tower with no one's Morphling.
Not too bad. Pretty... all things considered, it's very even early on here. It's just General who's really the one suffering a lot. Seneco's actually ahead of him, and now he keeps taking his boars. Actually has Medallion already finished on the Inch, so that'll be nice for his PA.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But PA is going to get doomed in pretty much all these scenarios, so I'm just still going to be watching out for that. And you know, it's going to be this like these two carries that are able to carry the game for Gambit, and they are having a pretty decent start, but is it going to be enough to deal with the PL? As we do see V-Tune, he's getting a little out of control pre-defusal.
Yeah, he tried to chase down the Enchantress there, which is really, you know, I'm looking at this, they really don't have good ways to kill this Enchantress. Especially with Medallion already. A nice roll-in kick from Immersion helps secure the kill for no one. Once again, AS Monaco Gambit are willing to just run all over the place, outnumber Na'Vi if necessary, and it still feels like because of the way the laning phase has gone, and it feels like they're taking small wins and pushing bigger and bigger advantages, with no one being able to take that mid tower. Now Dream is assaulting top while no one's also going for bottom tower. I mean, this is max greed here, Fog.
They're taking advantage of these cooldowns. The support's being very low level on the side of Na'Vi, still not hitting the level 6 at 11 minutes after eating Tome. And it feels like they're fully reliant on Doom at the moment. So they see Iceberg TP top, they swap around. They're just avoiding this Doom very nicely here and distributing their wealth. As Seneco pushes up a bit far, but he's just fine. He's got that untouchable now.
What is it that is allowing AS Monaco roll in from Immersion right as Roger tries to go up to the high ground? They had a plan for him. What do you think it is that is allowing AS Monaco? Oh, that was a whip and a half. Afterlife. Guess didn't expect Always Want to Fly to keep moving forward in that situation. And misses the coil. Still gets the kill, though. I was trying to ask
what were you saying, Cap?
what it was that AS Monaco Gambit are able to make these greedy lineups and just, like, win the early games so well.
I think having this Morphling versus that Doom matchup makes a big difference. That's why they, like, it was a Doom picked into the Morph, but just the lane in general, he can't take advantage of it. Where I've seen a lot of times Iceberg is this Doom, he kills the mid laner as soon as he hits 6. He just literally runs them down. And this one, he can't. So I feel like it is greed from both sides as well. Where I feel like Doom mid can be greedy, I feel like that's where Gambit raises the greed and it ends up working out for them. That's why they pick these two hard carries in a way versus that Doom.
So with the Enchantress neutralizing the Beastmaster and then the Morphling neutralizing the Doom, your only playmaker left at that point in time is a Phantomizer, and he doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to hit creeps.
Yep.
Dire's top tower is under
They do have the 6, though. They do have these big team fights on the Earthshaker and the Disruptor that can kick off. And can't be that blanket as well, where it's, you know, Iceberg, as mentioned, he needs to doom the right target, but they always have that AoE silence that's going to be really nice from Disruptor versus Morphling, and versus PA, and versus Puck. I mean, very mobile cores that we do see on the side of Gambit.
Does manage to get off the cliff. Always want to fly. Still going to die here is the rest of Na'Vi on the run. They wanted to be able to save their only remaining Tier 1 tower, but it's not meant to be, as AS Monaco Gambit bring everybody to this top lane and continue, it seems, to look for engagement.
The book will get cleaned up again, so 2 of those little summons for no one. The TP's coming in, V2, and he's got Diffusal.
Oh, nice Fisher block. Seneko kind of stuck here, not able to make it down. They're going to turn around and go for him. They have a 3-man coil there on the back line, but it's just pretty much for Gambit to escape. They leave Seneko behind.
And now Navi's actually going to play as 5 more. Now PL can actually be a hero on the map. Even though V2 was turning up to some fights before, with Diffusal, it's a totally different monster. Now they actually have their lineup kicking in together.
Look at
Gambit's on the high ground.
He sees this read coming, kicks them, rolls out before the Fisher happens, and immediately taunts them with some chat wheel.
Navi feeling themselves a bit of a power spike here. And Gambit, they want to be able to chill back and farm a little. They'll be able to fight with their 4, but they also just want Dream to be able to keep this triangle for himself. So controlling this area, very important for them, so that their PA can actually keep up and be that solution for the PL. As we do know, V2 is going to be a big problem for the majority of those heroes. And yeah, he's immediately going to rush the heart. He's just going for all that HP, because then he solves the 4 heroes. He solves Morphling, he solves Earth Spirit, solves Puck, doesn't have to worry about Enchantress, besides Enchantress taking over his own illusion. It's just going to be that PA to deal with all that huge HP of a PL.
Yeah.
So then it's, right, and then Iceberg, it should be an easier job for him, because then his main priority should just be always doom the PA.
Gambit, they're going to strike right back here at this top lane, rolling into poor old General, man. He has just not been having a great game 3.
No, he's not. They have a lot of ways to just get on these targets. I like these. I mean, the 4 heroes that they have, right? Very mobile. Morphling, Puck, Earth Spirit, even PA, they can all, if they get on a target, they'll kill them incredibly fast. Navi is getting caught out while they are split up, and still a ways from Roger having a Blink Dagger, too. He's still about 600 or so away. So it's a bit harder for them to actually make any type of initiations on Navi, while we see Gambit just making all the moves. V-Tune will show himself mid. He has always want to fly behind, maybe waiting for an attempt at a Static Storm on no one, but no one doesn't take the bait. And no one has a Ethereal Blade done. So he's off to a good timing himself. Not to address the PL, but just to have his own game.
Yeah. This will allow him to, especially as like a 2-position Morphling, feel like you're a little bit more free to just kind of like dive in there and execute one of the supports. And then just morph strength and just try and create some chaos while your true carry comes in and cleans up.
Yeah, they can mess with the idea of Navi's draft. These 2 very far wanting to play far back supports can just get instantly killed from Earth Spirit and Morphling, as Iceberg has BKB.
He's really going to have to try and hold off on it here, but that might have been too much, Iceberg.
Oh my God.
Regen! It barely kept him alive there, as the last shot from the Enchantress was not enough.
He was... I cannot believe how long he held that BKB, and now Doom is wasted.
Seriously.
Afterlife, he just eats the Doom, and now that's a long time where Navi, they can't really be aggressive. They don't have the blink on the Earthshaker, and Doom is their only real way to start and kick off fights. Beastmaster, General's game is like out of it, so he can't actually catch anything. I can't believe how long he held that.
Yeah, seriously. He really did not want to use that fresh BKB charge. Up, there goes the shotgun. There goes always want to fly. Bye-bye. Well, it's a question. Big question is who's going to be taking this Roshan fast enough, because the Seneko does have, with the medallion, they've got the minus armor enough to enable the Morphling to freely take Roshan.
And there's no Doom. They've gotten good wards set up, and Roger, still no Blink Dagger. He's going back to pick it up if he sells his Tangos or Salve or something like that, but this is happening too quick, and now it's a PA with an Aegis versus a Doom lineup.
Yeah, even worse that they try and rotate over now, but it's too late. So it's not even like they got a whole lot of farm out of it. I mean, General is hovering around the area. The 2 supports kind of moved over, but too late. All it is V-Tune hitting the triangle, trying to work on that heart. That being said, I don't want to... I have been very impressed with some of these carries that rush heart, most notably the Bristleback, but I've seen it with Phantom Lancer too. It feels like heart is such a strong item right now.
Yeah, I've seen it on like even Troll Warlords. I saw it being built up like after like their 2nd or 3rd item. I've been seeing a lot more hearts picked up on these carries. People really do like it. It's just, it keeps you consistent in the fights. Like your regen is just always persisting. It makes these like if you don't have heroes to address the illusions, it makes it even harder because then these newly freshly illusions just keep coming out with more and more health if you're not hitting the PL. Yeah, it is quite strong, and you know V-Tune, as we're saying, you know PA is having a great game and all, but V-Tune is keeping up and he's keeping ahead.
Yeah, he's just is always slightly ahead of Dream with this tower. It looks like this will be one of the rare times that Dream does manage to eclipse him. Only up by 3K, went for the Deso.
Oh, he went greedy, okay. And they actually did give that Aegis to the Morphling. We haven't seen a Static Storm this game either. I feel like we're having a lot of people just not keen to go to look for their spell usages, just not looking to use them on any bad targets, just want to get like the perfect fights.
Kick out. General leaving behind his Necro minions to try and threaten Gambit. They will all TP away. That is actually quite notable, Fog, that you bring up that point, because thinking back to game 1 when AS Monaco Gambit were behind. Remember just all the active plays they were trying to make. They were smoking nonstop as they're going to find Seneko here. It felt like they were always trying to like do something, make plays to change the course of the game. And Na'Vi, I felt like, have been very much the opposite in this game 2 and 3. When they're down, it almost feels like they get more passive and wait for mistakes to be made by Gambit.
Yeah, it is a bit weird to say. It's like 20 minutes and we haven't seen the Disruptor get a Static Storm off this. They are walking into Triangle, get a ward down. Can't quite find a good glimpse target though.
Yeah, really good silence there from Immersion as a response.
There's the heart. So V-Tune, he's extremely ready to fight, and we'll have to see how it all kicks up, how they actually deal with these illusions. Gonna be eyes on the PA to do so, as he's gone for a greedy build on the PA.
General just cannot go anywhere and can't seem to do a whole lot. Afterlife wants a bigger target. They ignore Always Want to Fly in favor of Roger here, and with the Coil and Silence, they should be able to kill him pretty easily. Double kill for Dream.
Easy ways into the back line.
Now they're just going to 5-man up, apparently. Thinking about just poking out the high ground, seeing if they can force... who's that still on the board? Iceberg is the one that's not at home right now. He's trying to hit the mid-tier 1 tower, but it is always dangerous to push high ground against a Disruptor. And you're seeing exactly why that glimpse can pull you back into an awkward position. And if anything, that's just going to waste some time there of Gambit while Iceberg hit out that mid wave and pushed it into the tower. He's going to go find some bounty runes as well.
I was going to say, I think they have to smoke out and look to fight. I don't feel like you can just sit back and let Gambit do whatever they want. Like it's been way too long of this game where it's been this incredibly passive play from Na'Vi. I feel like you have to look for some opportunities. You're not roaring, you're not static storming, you're not dooming, you're not echo slamming. You're letting Gambit dictate the pace completely, and they just keep finding Seneko.
Yeah, much like when Always Want to Fly was constantly being the one being found from all these smoke ganks. Both these fine positions of Gambit and Na'Vi are doing a good job of positioning themselves between where the enemy could be and where their team is, making sure that potential smokes always break on them first.
And V-Tune is just massive. That's why I'm feeling like Na'Vi should be hunting a little bit more. Maybe this Aegis is putting them off from trying to go for this play, but either way, I'm seeing a lot of heroes split up. Like Afterlife is showing bottom, Morphling is just showing mid. They do have a lot of information on Na'Vi. They're just not being able to capitalize on it too well.
Yeah, you'd really like them to at least finish off this mid tower. But
They're
no
trying.
one. 15 seconds on the Aegis, so it's getting about that time where Na'Vi can perhaps be a little bit more confident with the glimpse back. No one. 5 more seconds. They're waiting and waiting and waiting. 3 more, holding off a little bit longer. 2, 1, Aegis expires, and now they just let loose, and no one. He's certainly going to be dying under this onslaught, but Dream, he pumps out a little power of his own. He quickly kills General, now tries to bounce back. V-Tune charging backwards here, trying to use that Phantom Rush to be able to get as far away from Gambit as they are. A Tsunami rushing forward. They're going to take over Iceberg, melt him down real quick. Afterlife, with the buyback coming out from Always Want to Fly, is going to be caught inside the Static Storm. They kill him. Sineko, he's got to be careful, but fortunately, the Untouchable will do a lot for him there. No one, he's almost burned out of mana here. He's got to be a bit careful, especially if he gets glimpsed back. Nice, he turned into the Phantom Lancer. Ultra kill, Rampage coming out for Dream as he has just taken out everybody in the backline. More buybacks are coming in. Dream, man fighting up against V-Tune. V-Tune does have another Doppelganger up, and 1 more second. Immersion's been hunting him this entire time. Silence goes out, they catch up a little bit longer. Sineko gives him an opening, turn around, there goes the shock. Roger, is that enough? A little bit more. Dream is so low, but V-Tune, he got shotgun. He was etherealed, and he couldn't finish it up, but Dream does finally go down. They get the kill. V-Tune with this heart, he charges the other direction. He goes up the hill with the neutrals, the Phantom Rush. He gets to the other side. Now he doppelgangers again, and I feel like that's it. They can't kill him anymore. If anything, they've got to get back. Iceberg's coming in with the Shivas to be able to slow him down. No one's been burned out of mana. Bit by bit, they will take him down, pick him apart. No one goes down. Afterlife potentially next year. The coil goes out. Ooh, snaps himself on that one. V-Tune, though, what a play. The heart doing some serious work, keeping him alive in that team fight, Fog.
Yeah, Dream picks up the BKB toward the end of the fight, cleans up the backline, gets a Rampage doing over 9,000 damage in the fight, but also the PL doing 9,000 damage in the fight as he's able to survive, kite around, get his doppels, and just get that heart regen, just fully kicking in. And that's why we're seeing it picked up so much. Even if you're getting hit, you're just always still regenning, and he's able to hold his ground. I think we're going to have a pretty crazy battle of the carries coming out in this game.
Yeah, it certainly seems like, and now he's got the SNY coming in, so even less time that he is kind of has to play a timeout whenever these silences come in from the Earth Spirit or the Puck. He's just got to make sure he's always doppelgangering, right? And then, you know, that heart regen just kind of offsets so much of this damage that kind of flies around. He's going to go ahead and see if he can backdoor this tier 1 tower, the top lane. He's got some allies behind him too, so it should be pretty easy.
What level was he before the fight, actually? I feel like he was only level... I think he got 3 levels from the fight on the PL, by the way.
We'll glimpse back into the Static Storm. They managed to get Immersion this time around. He has most of the time been able to stay ahead of them, but this time between the Hawk and the Glimpse, they do catch him before he can roll away.
And all this, too, definitely important to point out that no one died. He did buy back, and he died again. So his game has gotten slowed down a lot, and now that's where I feel like if you're Iceberg, now you really just doom the PA. Now they just don't have a way to kill the PL at all. And if you get a doom on PA, it feels like the fights are just over from there on out.
Yeah, and
he's going to do the build. He's going to go the Ags, yeah. The 100-second cooldown, applies the break, just ruins PA completely.
Yeah, that'll make PA a non-factor in these team fights. And the fact that he's halfway there, but it's beginning to feel like it's Gambit who are may have to like pick up the pace a little bit and do something. If they let this Na'Vi squad farm up this Aghanim Scepter, team fights are going to be very rough for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they don't even have the shard yet on the Shaker. I've actually seen him. He was queuing up an Aether Lens. I really don't want to see him buy that. Just buy the shard. Yeah. If Roger gets that, I feel like the fights really are going to be quite difficult for Gambit. Like Dream has to make so much happen out of his 9-second 9-second BKB. He has to kill pretty much everybody else and isolate the PL somehow, just like they did the last time. And it feels like it's just going to get harder and harder as the PL is getting more and more online, and the other heroes are getting tankier. You know, this Iceberg Doom has a Shivas. It's not like he's squishy by any means. If they mess up at all killing him, they're screwed in the fight. As Dream, he shows himself. Iceberg can't get the Doom, though.
Yeah, Sineko may have that untouchable. The sad thing is, for both him and for no one, these are heroes that can survive relatively long time in these engagements, but the Glimpse just makes it so they're pulled so far out of position that it doesn't matter what kind of survivability they have.
Yeah, and they don't deal with PL. That's, you know, PL was picked as this super hard counter to Morphling throughout forever, throughout the history of Dota, really. V2 level 20. So, I mean, yeah, he's getting quite a bit stronger. In Dream, he is getting stronger too, but it's Dream is playing versus Doom, which I'm just going to keep harping on. He's just going to get doomed, and then it's going to be the Morphling to deal with that PL, and it doesn't feel like he's going to be able to as Afterlife is found.
The Hawk gets the vision. He's going to sell fuels for as long as he can now. He still has a chance to be able to get out of here, especially with the sounds going out. Afterlife is pulled back by the glimpse that he did still have the orb out. The Primal Roar from long range is going to be able to catch immersion, but immediately BKB doomed up Dream. He jumps in and has to run. He's got to get out of here. Fortunately, the coil will slow down everything. They can reset this fight and perhaps even re-engage if they choose to. Afterlife certainly wants to, it's looking like, because he's going to play around a little bit with his orb. Jumps out, Dream quickly kills Roger on the side. A big crit. Dang, oh, Iceberg. He lost about half his health from that one, but Dream has just been caught up in this Phantom Lance. He's being burned out of all this mana. Once again, glimpse back in, but no one comes in and finishes off General. They still can't do anything about V-Tune, though. He does way too much damage, and he is just this giant wave of illusions that they can't touch. He's full health all the time. It is bit by bit burning him down.
I think Navi's really just identifying that fact that that they can't touch the PL. If PA is unable to hit the PL illusions, they do not have anyone else to do anything to them. Puck, Orb, Waveform, etc. just does nothing at this point. A big fight for Navi, and they didn't even have to have the Echo Slam. Roger gets caught in the sidelines during all of it by a silence and does die. And that was the reset. That was the rego from Gambit. They chose to try to go back into there, and they lose Dream on that. That says a whole lot. As V-Tune, that's pre-MKB too. He's getting close to having an MKB to deal with that evasion's coming out from the PA. Sure, his illusions doesn't get it, but this will help a lot anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of things that AoE damage that they could get. We've got the Waveform attacks targets at level 20 for no one, but his game has been so stalled that it feels like it's not going to be that impactful. There's level 25 where you get the triple dagger. That might help in being able to like just pump out damage and deal with this giant zoo of illusions that they're currently dealing with. But yeah,
I don't know what they really get either, because the only thing I see them being able to itemize on any hero is actually Dream if he gets his Ag Shard, which sounds ridiculous, but it applies a break, and you can actually stop the PL from making illusions and stuff like that. But he's already the solution for the PL, so I don't feel like he can actually go for that type of item, because he's just getting focused anyway. So I don't know what they can actually do on the rest of their heroes. It's only a 1k gold lead for Na'Vi, but they don't have the solution for the PL at this point at all. And PA is just going to get doomed and focus fired completely every single fight, because the rest of the heroes will just die to illusions.
You know, it's funny, despite what we're seeing and like the analysis, that the game is saying, no. Gambit definitely have the advantage here. And it's probably, you know, they just look at it like late game PA, late game Morphling. These heroes don't lose. But
yeah,
team fight wise, it hasn't been looking hot for AS Monaco Gambit. Maybe if they get the right kind of initiation, things could change pretty dramatically, especially if they get a coil onto this Phantom Lancer.
They have to somehow control him, and they have to really just ensure that the Doom does not get casted. They have to just not let Dream get doomed, because the Aghanim's is done. So if Dream gets doomed, it's absolutely over of a fight. Level 3 Doom online now too.
They drop a ward. That ward is spotted by the sentry. Both teams knew that the other was lined up here. And a re-smoke here. They're going to go ahead and jump into the triangle. And don't tell me that Gambit are going to do something similar here. Is they're actually going to smoke up?
They're going to smoke. They know. They know that this is the fight. Like, Na'Vi knows that this is their biggest fight. If they win this fight, they just likely win the game completely. As Seneko, he'll walk in first.
Seneko, coil only onto one. Iceberg charges forward with his BKB and immediately identifies the PA. And here comes V-Tune as well. With a broken PA, he is very easy for them to be able to just go on and take apart. The Doom's not going to last much longer, but they've got the kill anyway. Jumping forward, Roger gets in front of Immersion, getting a second kill for them. And everybody else from AS Monaco Gambit, it looks like, has already disengaged for 2-for-1, but a big win for Na'Vi as once again they kill and bring Dream farther and farther down that net worth, man. Oh, they found Seneko too.
Goodbye, Seneko. A slow and painful death for you.
Slowly swinging that enchanted totem.
Iceberg's like, never mind, you're not worth it. See you later. Roche is up. You're not. Screw you, Seneko.
Yeah, screw it. He doesn't have a TP. What is he possibly going to do?
And now, the thing is, too, is about this Aghanims on the Doom, it lowers the cooldown as well. So look at the cooldown. Look at PA's respawn time.
Yeah.
This just feels like the game plan for Na'Vi at this point is just so easy to execute, and it feels like Gambit has to play like 4D chess in order to just somehow try to find a way to take these fights. They have to do something though, because these next few fights, Dream just has to be able to protect himself somehow. Like someone has to buy a Lincoln's or anything to protect this man.
Yeah, it's looking like 5-on-5s are not the play anymore for Gambit. They've got to try and split people up. Oh, no! Tried to jump in and finish off Roger. Roger gets off the Fissure. And now he's going to have to use the Waning Rift to escape here. Does have the... Oh, he jumped a little bit too soon. Afterlife. Okay, he's got a blink and a lot of charges. Sadly, though, he's got nothing left. Yeah, beyond godlike for V-Tune. Well, a little bit of a bungle there as Na'Vi are going to make sure they are not picked apart, moving together as 5, willing to bail each other out wherever they go.
Hey, just PL, V-Tune, just lead the charge. No one can kill you.
Yeah.
Even if PA jumps you, PA doesn't kill PL fast by any means. You see Dream, he already knows what he needs to get next in this game. He's got the rapier queued up as he's just getting targeted. And I feel like Iceberg, anytime he sees this PI on the map, just immediately run at him.
No one. He does have enough damage to kill. Always want to fly. See if he gets out, though. BKB, TP, he's good.
Iceberg! Oh, he was trying to run in and get it.
He tried.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Still, though, you can see they are free to farm wherever they go. Dream, not quite so lucky. He's been running down this lane for a long time. Hasn't hit a creep in a while. Just
can't show his face.
Yeah.
If he shows at all, like you're just gonna see this Doom immediately beeline at him with the spider legs with everything too. Lanes are being forced out. Bottom is in a good position for Gambit right now, but yeah, this looming pressure, this PL, V-Tune, there's a reason why they picked it for him this game. 10-0-6. He saw the opportunity versus the supports, versus the limited damage, and he's done perfect, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
General, definitely having the most struggle in the game. Him and Roger still not having the best last 2 games for themselves. 1-7, 4-9, but they're still doing a decent amount of their jobs. They're just enabling the PL.
Yeah, these Gambit definitely came into this and said, okay, we're going to keep letting you have the Beastmaster. We think we have the counters to it. And, I mean, that says a lot about confidence, considering how badly that first game went. They just decided to run it back 2 different times and say, okay, you can have it. We're confident that we're going to be able to address it, and boy, have they. I mean, in general, it just has been near non-existent for the last 2 games.
Yeah, they've definitely done a good job on that front. This game, it's just, this PL is just, he's just a bit too much for them to deal with, and I feel like Iceberg is having a much better time this game. He's actually finding targets, and he actually has the heroes to allow him to Doom targets. Like, these glimpses, these fissures, they're very impactful. Last game, we only saw the one Doom, sure, but he just wasn't able to get the Dooms off because the heroes are just walking away from him.
Yeah.
Dream does show himself for a second up top. Immediately look at Iceberg. Spider legs popped.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That Kobold's been there forever.
It has been. I actually thought it was a Hawk at first. I was like, what the hell is whatever? He's chilling.
Somebody
he's got a friend now.
Somebody dug that one up with the shovel and just left it alone there in the jungle all by itself.
At least they left
says, okay, I've got another 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. I see you pushing down that bottom lane. We're not going to run around the map and try and catch you guys. I'm just going to force you to TP back. Otherwise, I'm going to take a full lane.
And they have to get back. Dream, he's making the long way over. He's still a ways away from his rapier.
Yeah, he's actually kind of an awkward position here.
And no TP available. Might as well just farm in the meantime. I don't think they can really defend the racks too much. He's at least cutting the wave with his illusions mid, so they actually can't go for the racks here.
Okay.
And so Naco will push bottom. So some time bought.
Yeah, that's actually...
shows the time is needed.
That's pretty good. I mean, because I think the most dangerous thing for Gambit right now is that the game ends before they get a chance to get this Divine Rapier, considering how far away it is. So that was a good amount of time bought.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Hey, Saneko's even getting base damage. Look at this creep. Look at this solar crested plus 70 damage creep. Look at it.
I don't think Navi's respecting this at all.
Just look at this creep. It's tanking now. Look at this creep go. 18 armor.
What's
They're just
happening?
taking the tower.
My man just took a tier 2 and now potentially tier 3. They do get something for it. They go ahead and spot Immersion and get a glimpse back on him. So, hey.
He's still going. He's got a range creep now.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 3's gone. Guys.
All right, well, he'll pay with his life in a second here, as if they see him, he's dead. Do they see him, though? General?
Oh, he could
see him.
TP'd out. He's going to go for it now, but of course the roar is going to be there, and so he will slowly but surely die. At the same time, though, what is this? They actually tried to coil up. The Doom went out onto the Morphling. This gives Dream finally a free opportunity to get in there, trying to go for the deny. Afterlife misses out on that one. Dream cannot afford to die here. He's working his way up to that Divine Rapier. They're going for the all-in play, but they thought for a second they could have taken a small pick and brought down Iceberg, but they could not have been more wrong. Now they invested into half of that Divine Rapier. They don't have a buyback on Dream, Fogged.
I think Na'Vi can just end the game. I think if they just start hitting the racks, they don't see these buybacks. They just go in. We're seeing it. Afterlife cutting the wave again, but they've got a double catapult wave pushing in. And I think they probably saw that relic also in the bags. Yeah, they did. They're going tier 4s. They know.
Yeah, you're going to have to buy back on no one. Somebody's going to have to clear out this creep wave. I mean, the following creep wave has been cut. Look at that.
Okay, they're going to give that
refresher.
respect.
Yeah, they are.
And yeah, the refresher's coming out, so Doom, another Doom's gonna be up. It's up in 40 seconds anyway. He'll have another one before that, though.
V-Tune opting for the damage talent, which we've seen a lot more people go for lately, the critical strike.
Yeah, too many nerfs to the doppelganger one, so it seems. Yeah, he doesn't feel like he's not even worried about survivability anyway in this game, so.
Yeah.
Might as well. As the racks does go down. No one trying to find any type of farm. He can outside the base, trying to get these new neutral items for themselves at the 37-minute mark. But now, double Dooms are ready. Iceberg has a blink coming out and Abyssal for V-Tune. They are more than ready to end this one.
Yeah, they certainly are. Looks like no one may be caught before. Yeah, he is.
He's doomed.
Glimpse back with the Doom. Immersion trying to roll forward. I'm not sure for what, though, as now he's certainly going to be dying here. That is an Aghanim Scepter coil. They might just be able to kill him, but no, the Abyssal Blade. It stops the PA. Iceberg gets off the Doom just in time at Dream. Oh, he came so close to being able to kill Iceberg and stop that big counter, but it didn't really matter, I think. V-Tune, he was just so damn big on that Phantom Lancer. Na'Vi, they will walk away the victors of this series. They were the favorites probably coming in, but this is certainly one of their toughest opponents yet at the group stage. AS Monaco Gambit certainly pushed them to the limits.
You can definitely see that they felt that pressure. Like, look at the way that they're taking the end of the game. I saw like Always Want to Fly just like straight up like face palmed right after they win the game anyway. So that I think that says everything. They were definitely quite stressed out in this series, more than usual, when they've been playing their comfort. But yeah, this V-Tune PL, he really took over. I thought perhaps Dream might be able to deal with it, but as soon as we're just seeing, Na'Vi starts identifying that, Iceberg just ruins him.
So, just as we started off this group stage, talking about it's going to be Na'Vi and Virtus.pro fighting for that #1 slot. But that is it for our first series of the day. Of course, it is Valentine's Day, so I'll go ahead and send it off to our panel with a little Valentine's limerick. Gambit is red.
Wait, Cap, I got you. Wait.
Do you want to use the mic?
Wait,
No, it's fine.
You're back.
Fine,
You're back.
production.
Thank you.
No, you're back.
Leave me here alone in the darkness.
Gambit
there's no light.
is red.
Gambit is red, Na'Vi has yellows. We go now to my friends, Sheever and Fine Fellows.
Aww, that was actually not mean at all.
Yeah, that's good.
That was pretty decent. Was it as decent as Na'Vi's play? Na'Vi's play was a little bit more decent. They won the game. They won the series. We're going to talk about how they did it. Oh, right now, actually.
Yes, don't forget.
Yes, great. Because we are a little bit behind schedule. We'll try to make this snappy so we can get in time for VP versus Spirit after this. What do you want to say, team?
So, AS Monaco did a really good job in the laning phase, kind of collapsing down, giving Beastmaster no game.
Yep.
Of course, Morphling v Doom, you take that quick mid tower. They flooded the map well, but go.
Well, just you could see Iceberg at the end there, just a little overcome with emotion. I was just checking because, like, damn, I've seen this guy around for a long time. He hasn't played at a major event since the International 2018.
Iceberg?
Yeah.
What?
Wasn't that the win strike?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that
it was
was
like Epicenter as well.
18. That's not that long ago, considering 19 was our last TI.
Sheaves.
That was time ago.
That's a long...
Again, Dota years are like dog years.
That's
many
2.5
more.
years ago.
That's a long time.
That's a long time.
Peanuts.
Yeah, well, they're effectively locked up now. Like, they might still drop to VP. They have to play, I think it was Team Unique, who they're going to be very favored against. But even then, I think they're guaranteed at least a tiebreaker to go.
Yep.
So,
Unique and Extremum, so they should be able to win against both. But yeah, they are 5-0 now, which...
No, Unique and VP. That's VP who has...
sorry, Na'Vi still has VP and Spirit. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no Unique at all. Just VP and Spirit.
Okay, those are actually tough matches, but still big win. Happy for him. Didn't really feel like Dota throughout most of the mid to late game. It's like, okay, will the Doom hit the PA? It did. Oh, okay, fight's over. You can't kill PL. Seneko is just indestructible.
The comedic thing is, in these high-level games, you often go, how do they win this fight? The complexity of it. Literally, Iceberg, he had to, get his mouse, select the PA, keyboard finger, press Doom, press this button, and then the fight was won pretty much. It was an amazing draft from Na'Vi, but also you have to kind of query, were they aware of the ags on the Doom, the break, the PA? Were they trying to win before that came online? Did they give themselves a good enough timing to play off? They eventually did, but again, it was a close game.
They tried to win before that because massive team fight of 23 minutes definitely was them playing like, this is the fight.
They were trying to get out.
This. We need to win now. And I mean, Dream got a rampage. It actually didn't look half bad, but we also saw on the side of Na'Vi, they also put in a lot of effort with the buybacks, making sure that VTune was the one coming out on top. And here we see this is actually already the tail end at this point. At this point, the fight is already kind of won by a Na'Vi. Or is this where it starts?
So this was the fight where the Rampage comes into play from the PA.
Yeah.
Na'Vi start the fight off. The Doom kind of uses the Doom on the Morphling when he's pretty much already dead without mana. So maybe a question mark there. The fight then does extend a little bit further. And eventually we're going to see Earthshaker hit a massive slam, killing off the PA, and then the PL expertly does duke out and survive and turn the fight back around. But a very close engagement from both sides. Yeah, here we go. Here's Dream about to get the Rampage, and it was... Fights were just very fast to watch.
It was good, but it was not enough.
I think they actually needed a faster Rapier timing, and unfortunately they had to go for this double Lincoln strat, which is effectively necessary against Doom, because you have to play around just keeping your PA actually a Dota hero. You can tell there's a strategical mismatch when you consider, like, they've got 22 kills, I want to say. It was like 22-8 at a point, and yet they're losing the game, and you feel like they're still the ones that have pressure on them. It's just a tough match to close out.
Yeah, got to give a lot of props to General, though. The start of the game he didn't even have like Necro 3 at a good timing. It was like he was sitting on Necro 2 for a very long time. Yeah. And the fact that he was still able to tank these ganks and keep the map open, Doom naturally farms up, PL farm behind that, rushing the heart. They just clearly understood after the bad laning phase how to quickly adapt and find the route to victory. A lot of teams under that pressure, under that Morph PA, would have succumbed to that pressure and easily lost a Raxor too. But yeah, they did a really good job adjusting and then finding their way to find the necessary farm and items to get back in the game.
And this was the second time that he had a rough time on the Beastmaster, where he basically was countered from the get-go, and they still picked him the hero anyway.
Yeah, well, if they want to waste so much time trying to counter the Beastmaster, suddenly there's still a carry and a mid lane to deal with, and they just didn't find the answers to everything, only General.
Only General. I do want to point out that I think the new squad, or rather the same squad, but with no one as the stand-in / replacement for FN, is Monaco Gambit, looked good. I thought this game was going to be more one-sided, especially after the first game of the series. I thought this was going to be a more one-sided ordeal.
I will say this is a unique case because, of course, no one being in your roster unlocks this mid-morphling, I think. Yeah. I think FN can play it as well, but for no one it's a bit more comfort, so it's easy to say that, oh, they looked good, maybe even arguably better. But it's because of that factor of the morph into the Doom twice in a row, and it's Na'Vi wanting to go for that. So I'm not going to jump too quickly in saying that they're a better version of the previous team, but, they're somewhat even, I think.
We'll see.
Yeah, time will tell. It's only one series.
It was only one series, but they only have 2 more to go. And it is Unique and Extremum that they still have to face, which are arguably easier opponents than Na'Vi. Yep. By the way, we do have a General with us right now. We spoke of him a little bit earlier. Played the Beastmaster all 3 games.
Hello.
Hey, General. Congratulations on the series.
Thanks.
Are you asking for Beastmaster, or are you just, you know that it's coming if it's not banned?
In first game I was asking, because team wanted another hero. But in second and third, it was by Mag. It was
Decided.
planned for draft.
Because both of those games, both game 2 and 3, were a little bit more difficult for you from the Beastmaster.
I don't know. My team is beasts. They all beasts. In second and third game, I did nothing, almost nothing. I don't know. My team's so good.
Are you happy about this then? Like, you get this Beastmaster early on, the enemy team counters it so quickly, and you're like, fools! My team will carry me.
No, I'm not happy at all. This is not busy game. Against Ange, against Crystal Maiden, Bryce King. Oh my god, I don't know.
Do you want to play
Last
Enigma
time I
then?
played Beastmaster. But Enigma banned.
Enigma was banned.
Of course.
Yeah. So this series for you, I think we heard at the start as well, players talking about it, where this series could be the decider whether you're second in the group or third in the group comparatively to AS Monaco Gambit. And I don't know where I went with that question at all. Completely lost it. Yeah, completely lost it. Go, Kyle.
But you're right. Yeah, it was game for third place. Okay, now we have 5-0 and we're almost on major, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
you're close. I want to ask, you gave a huge hug to Iceberg there at the end of the game. What was that about? Was he stressed?
I hug Iceberg.
I think so.
I hugged Vitun because he did a good job.
Yeah.
I don't know. He carried us.
That is true.
There you go.
Okay, I was wrong.
So we spoke to Always Wanna Fly previously, and he said that sometimes your team obviously has good days and bad days.
It's Fly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that happiness or relief, by the way, that we see from your squad?
That's a good point.
This after this series? Was it, happy that you won? Obviously,
It's happiness.
Happiness.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Good. Glad to hear it.
So going into the series, was it a good day for team morale, or was it a bad day? Do you think?
Second game, our pick was not good. But overall, in the first and third game, we did some mistakes. We played not best game, but we played okay. We played good. So maybe good game, a good day.
Okay.
And curious, I don't know how much you've played these guys, but do you think they're better off with no one? Were you more concerned about the matchup because of him stepping in for FN?
Yes, no one strong mid laner. I don't know, one of the best. So of course stronger.
Okay.
But you beat him anyway, so who cares? Yeah. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, General. It was a pleasure watching you Beastmaster time and time again. I'm sure that your team will help put you on something else in the future.
Yeah, I hope so also.
Thank you very much, and have a good Sunday.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
That does put Navi at 5-0, by the way. And that means that they are on top of the charts. We can take a quick look at the standings. The only team that is close to them right now is a team that they still have to face. It is Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro is 4-0, and they have the chance to catch up with Navi very soon, because it will be Team Spirit facing VP as our second series of the day here for ESL 1 powered by Intel. And that also means that it could be a four-way tie.
Well,
that's amazing.
Indeed. And if VP win, Navi and VP are effectively guaranteed to be 1 and 2 in this group, which would be all decided the last match of this Eastern European DPC. And yes, Sheaves, if Spirit lose, damn, anybody's game for third spot.
But the key thing is Team Spirit, they play VP and then they play Navi. So if they want to control their own fate about getting to this major, they have to beat the teams above them. So this next series, it's important for Team Spirit to actually show up and prove that they deserve it.
And otherwise, they're actually in trouble because their one loss was to Team Empire.
Yeah, exactly. It's difficult.
But if it's a tiebreaker regarding who goes to major or not, there will be a tiebreaker played. Do want to point out that Navi is guaranteed going to major, no matter in what form, because their max score that they can have if they lose the remaining 2 games is 5-2, and that means that they have more wins still than anybody else below the
You just don't want to be in that wild card. I'm looking at Europe. 2 of those teams don't want to play them. 2 teams from China, and even SAA looking solid. Might be like a TNC or a T1 in that wild card.
But at least you get to fly to Singapore and scrim.
People have higher aspirations than wanting to scrim for nothing.
2020 was a dead yet.
Yeah, we're not
all
going
right?
to pay you, but you get good scrims if you know, can play
Sorry,
the team.
That's the format, all right? If you're not top 8, you're literally going there for some scrims, all right?
And that could pay off because it could help you win millions at TI later. So, you got to see it as an investment. Exposure to other
Exposure.
There you go.
$1 million.
Exposure if you go to the major and get eliminated early. Enough jokes, though. It's time to move on to our next series here for the upper division of the CIS DPC League. And it's going to be Virtus Pro taking on Team Spirit. So stay tuned.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Time drops, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush.
just a single series, but I have not dropped a single game. Virtus Pro, they're cruising here in this upper division, being 4-0. We have a challenger for them, Team Spirit. Let's see if they can take a game off of Virtus Pro, because I think that's where we are at right now. I'm here with Kyle and Tigov, and rather than, us saying, oh, I hope it's going to be close series, I hope, both teams can win. No, it's actually, can anybody hold a candle to VPT?
I have incredible doubts that Team Spirit will be able to do much in this series. Their 2 losses that Team Spirit have are against the last place teams in the group, Empire and No Techies.
Indeed.
That alone does not give me good confidence in their showing.
I can demonstrate how the series will go down. Virtus Pro represented by this gavel.
Yep.
Team Spirit represented by these half moon glasses. Will you do the honors, T-Gov?
What?
No, of course I'm not going to break it. But
Dudes, those glasses are not ours.
I was just testing.
Yeah, of course I'm not
I didn't think he would do it. I'm glad that he didn't. That's a good decision.
No,
but that's what I expect here. The hammer of justice. VP haven't dropped a game yet, looking incredibly strong and having fun with it. They remind me of OG during TI right now, just kind of blitzing through everybody.
Yeah, they are actually blitzing through everybody. I am very curious to hear what DM had to say going into this series today.
Hey everyone, I'm DM from Virtus Pro. I'm here to give you an interview. Game against Extremum, we thought that if we do right bans, and just play our game, get a smooth, easy. So that's what we did. We banned Tuza and some other good heroes they play, and we get a kinda convincing victory. Being undefeated at this tournament doesn't really mean much, because it's only CIS League, and we're not playing any other worldwide strong teams like Secret, Enigma, OG, or much others. So it doesn't matter much for us. In the game against Team Spirit, we're feeling kinda confident in ourselves. We're gonna prepare the drafts well. Then we're just gonna play our decent macro level Dota. We're aiming for losing 0 maps during this tournament, because we're super confident in our playstyle and strats, but if we lose any maps, I don't think we're gonna tilt or something like that. I know are we gonna win against Team Spirit or not, but surely we're gonna prepare our strats, prepare the drafts, and just play a decent level of Dota 2.
They're just going to play some Dota. I mean, it feels like that's how they roll up every time. It's just, let's see what the enemy team brings to the table this time around, because, frankly, they probably don't care. They just focus on themselves and they cruise.
And there's some pretty powerful music, even just like ominous, like, oh shit, it's DM, it's VP, oh god.
Yeah. And he's like, I don't care if we lose.
It's the
We'll
boogeyman.
bounce back the next time, it's fine,
Yeah, it's fine. Let's start talking about Team Spirit and Miposhka, as he is the one that we sat down with earlier today.
Right now, we still feeling good, like we confident that we still can beat every team. About Virtus Pro, I watched some of their games, and they just playing not like confident, they farming good, they staying clans really also good, and they can like, just use one smoke, take one fight, and they will get really very good advantage. Just need to play careful against them and try to take first fight. So if you win that first fight, you probably can win a game against them. We're just gonna try our best against them.
They're onto him. They're onto him straight away, and he's XP just taken out as the fight begins. Dream instantly.
I would say that our team, Team Spirit, suffer not really good period right now, but we're gonna come back stronger. And still, we will show our fans that we good players, good team. We will win.
They will win. We'll see about that. Obviously, they, just like we saw from AS Monaco Gambit, also changed the player. Believe it's going to be also like a staple for them, but for now, Miroslav standing in for SoBad or replacing SoBad. We don't know 100% just yet, but we'll see how they perform here in the first game of this best of 3 series, as we are ready to head to the break before this draft coming your way, so stay tuned.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me.
Second series of the day coming your way. ESL 1 powered by Intel live with Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit. We're gonna see, hopefully, a good battle between these two teams. Of course, Team Spirit has had some time to prepare for Virtus Pro. They have been able to look at all the games, and they've also already been able to pick a couple of heroes as we are well in the draft. We're joined by Purge on the big screen, helping us make our way through this one, as Kyle and Tia here with me as well. And we're in already the second ban phase, guys. We're going very speedily here.
And to apply some balance, we didn't want to tell you what team was what,
Yes.
so that, oh, surprise, Virtus Pro get the Timbersaw. Okay. My initial point was going to be, will Virtus Pro get this Timbersaw? The last series that they played against Extremum, it was a masterclass from DM. He also explained how with the Shard, it's really good against some of these tanky heroes. It acts as like a pseudo slow, and just really, not even a pseudo slow, just a good slow, just to lock them down.
What do you think of these openings, Purge? I see you pensive in thought.
Yeah, it's not the only thing that's really weird, I think, is maybe CM is a little bit unexpected for an opener, and Timber picked up right away is a bit surprising, but it does stabilize and make sure that Virtus Pro is going to be having a confident offlane. It also covers them against a lot of strength matchups as well. That can come out in the draft, so maybe just something they're playing around with.
Yeah, one of the few shards that also just gives a bonus ability. It's really funny to watch. Similar to Bristleback and Dragon Knight. I don't mind it just because I think picking your offlaner early is just now meta. And Timber conceptually doesn't really have many bad matchups in lane left. So long as you get a start, you're going to feel just fine. We don't see Dark Willow very often. Secret's picked it a couple times. I'm a huge fan. Think it's an underrated 4. And your AoE right now, your team fight for VP is already quite strong.
Yeah, so the reason for the idea of Timbersaw, in European low division, there's Team Creep Wave, 2 players play it very well, you know, ATF, and then their mid lane Malrine, and for Virtus Pro again, you have this DM. Think about when you pick this hero, it's like a Nyx, right? The strength hero pool, especially in the lane, like what carries do you want to pick confidently into that? And if you look at the bans, Anti-Mage's banned, Monkey King's banned, Spirit actually banned out the Ursa themselves, so it really does limit what heroes you can pick to lane into it, and that strength in the draft is very strong, especially if your player is confident to play Timbersaw no matter the game, and you cushion it with the right amount of team fight. That's why we see heroes like Willow coming into play as well.
Not sure if I'm sold on Oracle picked up this early by Spirit, because VP's disable is pretty... It's like low cost. I think of like high cost disables as like stuns. You cast them and it's gone, right? But like Bramble Maze and CM stuff, it's like there isn't like one big thing that you're going to be solving other than just like keeping somebody alive from burst damage, I guess.
And I think that it's just too easy for VP to draft there. It's like DP or Kunkka, right? It's just going to be some mid hero that's pretty matchup independent, provides mid game team fight and power, and you last pick your win condition. Like, it's just a very rudimentary outline for VP to follow, and it's going to be quite strong. Spirit morph into Timber, Willow, Kunkka.
But you do get the copy of the Willow, it could be really nice.
Yeah. So this is the key thing here, is morphling in lane, it does get some pressure, but when you get to that 6, you can become the Timbersaw and you apply your own pressure. It is a thing, for sure. Morphling can play past that level, but of course early on, Timber favored, especially when you have a ranged right clicker as well in the Willow.
We'll see. Yeah. I just would have preferred them to go with something that was more comfortable frontlining, like getting in the face of these strength heroes, even if it was unconventional. I still think Death Prophet is excellent for them, but then you're looking at like 4 int heroes and a morphling.
I think the key thing to look at though is when you see Virtus Pro draft and then how Secret drafts, for example, but then also how they play. They're very passive in nature, and they like to wait for themselves to have a strong timing. A lot of times when VP's played their games, for example, they've waited for 15-20 minutes to then play the game. They give their opponents some room, and right now I'm seeing Timbersaw, Kunkka, these lanes, they're so strong, and they have last pick for their carry. And it feels like the top teams in the Europe and CIS divisions are simply just strong drafters, but they're very patient in their play, and it just they marry really well together. Like Spirit, these heroes, they look good on paper, but there's so much emphasis and pressure of having good lanes, crossing the river, owning the area, holding that kind of strategic level the entire time. And if they make a mistake, the game feels a lot harder.
Yeah, strength heroes just are easier to play around. You've got more, you can use your body as a tool to acquire map control. You don't really ever have that luxury as a puck or a morph. Morph does, but it's just not the same. I'm really concerned for Spirit if they lose their safe lane or mid tower early, because then you're just going to have a Timber in one lane, whatever their last pick is in the other, Kunkka running around the map willy-nilly. Game is hard.
Yep, and we are looking for a collapse hero for Spirit. We are assuming, right, that the puck will go mid and morph for Yatoro. And there's a Bloodseeker still in the pool. We know they like to play it against Timbersaw. But I don't know if it's good here. We are all obviously going to get a lot of sturdy offlaners banned out in this phase. And Tidehunter is the first one of that.
Bloodseeker could have been okay. Not quite as tanky as maybe we would have liked, but you know, can silence against a lot of the VP heroes are pretty effective. Rupture is good against them too. And Spirit definitely has a lot of burst damage. At least until BKBs come out, then they're going to have some trouble.
Yep. I'm just trying to picture this like 25-minute timing where Timber potentially has the Shroud or a Pipe. the Kunkka has a BKB, and then this elusive core maybe coming out from Virtus Pro. It's a lot of emphasis and pressure on Spirit to have this strong entry to the game. And I'd love to see again, this offlane pick's so difficult for them because you don't really want to pick the strength offlaners, because if he ever 1v1s into the Timbersaw, that's already a hard lane. CM Willow sets up for a potential aggro tri-lane situation, which favors then Timber soloing the likes of a Spirit strength offlaner. A lot of questions Spirit need to ask. Maybe they just go for like a casual Void Spirit and just try and go all out skirmish and ignoring the fact that the tankiness of their lanes, but then maybe the entry to mid game could go in their favor.
Abaddon will be the last ban coming out from VP.
It's like Bloodseeker or Void Spirit are the two options I see for Spirit, just to have an entry into the game.
You can do something a little odd. You limit your lockdown, but I wouldn't mind a Viper or Necrophos or Pugna style hero. Specifically Viper, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I kind of like Viper.
Yep.
Tankiness, Oracle can protect him as well. Gives you some options against like Kunkka and Timber standing aggressively.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be terrible.
Based off the jog ban as well. Okay, and they go for the Bloodseeker.
Only concern here is that you give VP a really easy Ursa pickup if they want to go that route, or effectively
It is banned out, Carl. It was in
wow,
the
yeah,
second
you're right.
phase.
Second phase. You have the opportunity to get a really advantageous laning phase. And that is really good against Bloodseeker. I've been playing some games with Lacoste. Big fan of this hero. And again, 9th place TI1 and 2. Man knows what's up. It's an old hero, but it's got some power now, especially with that new Ags.
All right, Kyle, I'm going to let you go. You can start preparing for your cast. Purge, final thoughts on the draft?
So the really strong thing about CK basically is that you are a abundantly strong laning carry. Like you just have way more impact than most carries do, but then you don't necessarily farm as well in the later stages of the game. So if they can win the lane or go at least even with CK, I think their general draft is going to be good at engaging and picking off team spirits. So I do like the CK in this context if they can win the lane against Bloodseeker.
All right, thank you very much, First. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. T, this is a game where we know Spirit is the underdog coming into this. Do you feel like they have what it takes? Is this, their comfort zone? Are they going to punch up?
I feel like they've put themselves in a position where their draft doesn't scale as well as VP's. So they have to have such a strong lane and control the kind of the placement and where they VP farms. If they don't do that, I just see VP taking this game, unfortunately, because Spirit are the underdogs. So it's hard to really back them, I feel. Like VP is so... Like they have the easier draft and they're the better team, so I have to go with VP.
And so it's all about the laning stage. That's how you're gonna, judge how this game is gonna go.
It's the laning phase, how they deal with the early pressure of a Timbersaw, how they find farm for the Morphling, but then how do they get the damage from Morphling to feel good? Because it's very quickly BKBs and these tanky items come into play, and then your carry is completely mitigated. So yeah, a lot of pressure in the first 15 minutes.
All right, let's find out who is going to take the first game of this best of 3 series and head over to our commentary panel duo of ODPixel and Kyle.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, well, we're here to see if indeed another challenger can take down VP. This time it's going to be a Spirit giving it their best shot. Kyle, we've sort of already heard some of your thoughts on the panel, but to just sort of go over again, what is sort of the strengths that Spirit can play to with this draft that's going to give them the best shot at taking down a team that seems to be pretty unstoppable so far in this league?
I mean, it's going to come down to the Morphling. It feels like this hero is very much feast or famine. I've seen him win numerous games, it feels like, single-handedly, especially when you have great Aghanims usage, and a Willow gives you just that. But lanes are big. I am a huge fan of CK. I think it's underpicked. And ultimately, VP, this whole lineup just synergizes so well. 3 real beefy strength cores. They won't need to invest too much in mana regen because you got the CM, and then a Willow for just that massive disruption within team fights.
And again, let's sort of go over more this CK, because I feel like there's a lot to be said about this hero, because it is a hero that we're not used to seeing. It is nowhere close to being one of the go-to carries of this patch. What has it been that VP's identified this game that's made them say, this is time to get Nightfall back on the CK?
All of these strength heroes with like built-in crits and stuns, like Wraith King, even Tiny to an extent, CK, love playing against Puck. CK specifically lanes really well against Bloodseeker. Oh, hold up.
Well, they might have a shot here at first blood. They're going to be able to get it. As Collapse goes down, the 3 of VP, they're just a little stronger than the 3 that Spirit had at that point.
Yeah, you're just a real beefcake. You crush Bloodseeker in lane. There's a reason that Spirit banned PL, CK is that same concept where you get this unkillable illusion army, and then all of a sudden the Morphling is in big trouble. Both these squishy supports as well. You get caught by a reality rift and a couple illusions, you straight up just die. Like, that's it. You're done for.
And you don't sort of feel that the Spirit is going to have decent ways of dealing with illusions.
It doesn't look that way just yet, unfortunately. You know, that's why they're banning the PL. The weakness of the draft is that they simply only have Puck, and he's actually better against a hero like PL than CK because these illusions from the CK are just so much more formidable. More health, less damage taken, less bonus damage taken.
Well, we'll see with the lane setups. I mean, look at sort of the three matchups that we do have going. Is there sort of a lane where you can see Spirit getting a good edge at the start? A hero that does have the potential, the setup to have a strong beginning?
The bottom lane, but it's tough. Willow Timber is going to apply a lot of pressure. It's why VP are so comfortable picking it in the opening phase. You're looking to really just trade down here. They're going to just, it's an Oracle. That's the trouble. Like, this Oracle support is to help secure the Morphling, but not really play aggressive in the laning phase. Maybe mid could go the Puck's way, but typically to win this matchup, you're going to need a double wave. That's not really possible against the Kunkka. He's already fallen a little behind the HP.
No, we'll see in the mid so far. 10 for 1 against the 5 for 0, so having the easier time on the first few waves there. As the top, see them again, just doing a good job at sort of zoning them out there. Kingslayer pushing the two of them back.
Oof.
I mean, because I imagine what Kunkka's one of these heroes like the DK, right? That's just considered a hero that you put mid against the Puck, and you're going to do just okay.
Yep.
You're not going to be pressured, and you are going to be able to hit back.
Yep.
Arguably more so than a DK would.
I was going to say the same. Like, DK may be a bit better in the mid to late game, but Kunkka is stronger in the lane.
Yeah.
It's just not much you can do. And oh, this might be big silence. Oh, just fine.
Just out of range in time. Collapse will head into the trees. He's got a south, so getting himself in a better shape to continue to try and farm into that top lane and into the CK. You see now bottom, a bit of a go on to save, but the Shadow Realm good. You can step to the side, keep out of the range of your Toro.
Yeah, he's going for a first item Falcon Blade. We saw him do this in the previous series. He played like a week and a half ago. Allows you to shift more strength to Agi and still feel secure. The little bit of mana regen is quite nice on a Morphling. Oh my god, the crit! Dead.
That's another kill in this top lane after that first one around the bounty. So already some action at the CK Nightfall's getting involved in.
Yeah, it's such a nice hero to have a CM with. Like, you really want to get your fast items up online like Treads, Midas, or Armlet. You can't really afford to go something like a Soul Ring or Falcon Blade on the CK. Your big item progression is too important. So the CM and even a gifted mana potion just help you stay on lane because you're very mana intensive spells. But if you're able to use them off cooldown, like, you threaten a lot of damage, especially when you're here with 4 armor like Rubik.
And in this sort of game as well, where VP's gone for these 3 beefy boys, these strength heroes across the board, did that sort of change the plans for the Morph? Like, the chance of going for an E-Blade this game is sort of off the table for you, Toro, and you go more the sort of the stats right-click route?
Yeah, pretty much. E-Blade against 3 strength heroes, it's just ineffective. You're not really going to burst anybody down.
So they try and chase Collapse it. I've got Mangoes up, so they're going to have an extra bit of control ready to go for round 2 as they drag him back into the Frostbite, and they'll get themselves another kill on this top lane as things just keep getting better and better for this DK safe lane.
Yeah, it's just so much damage. And even bottom, like, there's so much pressure applied by this Timbersaw. Oh my god. Ooh.
Nearly having him there. Azutoro, he's trying to run. They've got a lot of burst and they've got the control. Straight back into the Bramble. VP starting to clean up kills on the bottom lane as well. And we'll lose. Save him return as Maposhka is able to come out with the combo. Find some sort of a trade down there for Spirit, but still, of course, the pain of losing the Morph will hurt them.
He misses out on a lot of experience too. Both side lanes just kind of disastrous thus far. VP far ahead in the kill and CS department. Mid is certainly going more even, but GBK already with a slight level advantage. He's also just forced the Puck back to base. Toronto Tokyo's had to spend more gold on regen as well. I like that he's going for the Urn, likely a Vessel Rush. It's necessary against these strength heroes, but it does mean we won't see that really active, like, Thompson style puck. Well, we will, but he won't scale as well. If you get that early Witchblade Deso build or the Fast Blink or an E-Blade Rush, you kind of have to go for this more team item, because who else is buying Vessel?
And we're seeing build-wise from Nightfall. He has got the Midas queued up. I mean, what sort of makes CK one of the heroes that you do still want to be entertaining the idea of getting the Midas on the build-up?
Oh, just raw attack speed is excellent. You got the built-in crit, and you have issues farming creeps. Like, you don't have any spells that turn mana into wave kills.
You're going to see them.
Oh my god.
Have a bit of a go on to GPK, but he is able to get the boat off, so that damage reduction is helping him out a lot, and it's helping him out enough. He's up to the high ground, and he's away. As soon as the boat's down onto him, it's just incredibly unlikely that Spirit will actually have the burst to cut through that to kill this Kunkka. They bring a lot to mid to gank him, and it's unsuccessful.
Miposhka actually did him a bit of a service there, because the the Purifying Flames do half damage, but the heal is still full.
That's true.
So
yeah.
It's also post-reduction, so you basically heal the damage up within 3 seconds. If he survives the initial couple, he's going to live for sure. But yeah, CK can't really do anything but hit creeps, so the Midas just allows you to be more active. You want to run at heroes, not spend time necessarily just farming jungle, but you still scale. And they've already lost bottom tower. This was the big fear, right? This is why VP loved the DM Timbersaw. He's going to plant himself on this bottom wave. Sure, maybe he'll kill him, but how many heroes is that going to take? Like,
I mean, and that's the thing, right? How many heroes is it going to take to kill the Timber? And then how many heroes is it going to take to kill the Kunkka?
Yep.
And then how many heroes is it going to take to kill the CK top? You know, you've got these 3 cores, and you know the question is for Spirit, who do you actually make the moves onto? You know, you have this Puck, Bloodseeker that want to get involved in these early brawls once the 6s are online. They have the Dream Coil.
Look,
where'd you make the plays?
And look at the levels top. Collapse is 4.5. Nightfall is 6.5. That is absurd. Like, you won't have Rupture for a while. And GBK taking some stacks up top. They're going to pop the illusion and just run in. Hi, Mira.
Well, they're going to look to go onto the Rubik first. Miposhka is going to come in to try and help out. GPK is swinging in from the side. They're going to continue to chase. Silence will come off in an end. So Nightfall, he's going to have a second round of stuns and pulls to play with. As they have the X mark set up onto Collapse. It's going to be another death for this Bloodseeker top. As he'll have to remain on that level 4 status for even longer now.
Yep, and unfortunately, for lack of a better term, all of these Team Spirit heroes kind of just do nothing. They have a round of spells, and that's it. VP's heroes are real tanky, and their spells are much lower cooldown. You effectively need Rupture or Coil to make anything happen. All 3 of VP's cores, yeah, they'll just keep using their spells and continue running at you. And you have this advantage where in all 3 lanes, if you want to make any sort of aggressive move, you need to have more heroes. You're at a numbers disadvantage everywhere.
So when could be... well, they're going to try and go on to save mid. Popping the Dream Coil. Save is able to buy time with the Shadow Realm and will get the kill on him. So they're able to find something here. Again, it's going to sort of be these supports that at the moment at least are the only possible kills really for Spirit.
CK is going to have a 9-minute Treads Midas. DM is just freely acquiring bottom waves plus 3 or 4 creep camps in the Radiant jungle. Oh, this is tough.
Does lose his courier though. So Miposhka are able to at least put the Hood of Defiance on the sidelines for a little bit. You know, it's a little thing. Spirit are able to take away from VP in this game as they do continue to fall further behind here. 5-2, 3k lead already for VP at the 9 minutes.
I just love what they've done. Yeah, sure, Willow dies middle, but think about the experience he's picked up for free because of that. GPK hasn't been laning. He won his lane, and now he's just taking stacks. So they're effectively farming 4 lanes because Kunkka is quite efficient at taking jungle. He's going to grab his items, come back, probably stack Ancients one more time. Nope, they're actually going to look for a kill on mid, perhaps.
Yeah, they've got the smoke. They're looking for that exact setup. He's used the orb. But they're not heading straight for Toronto Tokyo. Maybe seeing if they can find...
Rune. Oh, yeah.
Okay, they'll get him. Stepping down into this. He's able to dodge the boat. He's off to the side, but he's straight into a bramble. He's able to jump out in time. He is. Yeah. Toronto Tokyo will make it away alive. Over to the side, though. Maposhka, he's not going to have anywhere near the same amount of escapes as his availability, so he will fall.
But how nice does it feel when you can just plant your carry who rushed a Midas in the top lane and just not fear for his safety whatsoever? In fact, he'll just teach
He's going to swing around mid, yeah.
Phantasm ready. How do you defend this? Like, what are you supposed to do?
I'll see what they bring in with Mira. Caught by the combo, but VP fully focused on just taking the objective here. Mira trying to slow them down with the stolen chakrams. Jitoro is going to zip in. Save playing around with the fear. We'll send back Jitoro for now. And VP will actually, they'll back off from this as they bring in the fourth and Spirit. A fair bit of damage being done to the tier 1 tower, but Spirit at least able to keep it alive for now.
I'll take that as a win. Keep your mid tower alive. It's really just necessary. Would open the map far too much for VP. Wasn't necessary to bring Collapse either, so he's getting some much needed space up top, but I mean, all top 3 net worth VP cores. Kind of the story of this game thus far. And okay, yeah, you're just dead.
He stuck around a little too long. VP able to swing around, Collapse. Get the rupture off, but Kingslayer's going to be fine. There's nothing to pressure him, so Kingslayer will just hold his position. And that's the rupture to use to no avail there.
And you can see that was a 3-on-3, but VP overwhelmingly more powerful. And it's just so easy for them to find kills. Again, you don't need to worry about an ultimate. Just, X, okay, well, we'll spend the boat, why not? Round of spells, that's one dead hero. Anybody else wants to join in, they can get the business too. And meantime, Nightfall just farming bottom, even phantasming the farm.
I pretty much got the Sange done, so. And yeah, we'll see on the timings there, so faster than the patch fastest. So I guess it isn't too surprising because I've got to imagine I didn't quite see the number of matches, but we probably haven't seen that many CK games on this patch. Yeah, okay, so we've only seen 2. So, yeah. So not the biggest pool of games to compete with, but nonetheless, even if there was a lot of CK games, this would definitely be one of the faster pickups.
Yep. That's why the Bloodseeker wouldn't have been my choice, just because you're in this scenario where the enemy carry will be picked to counterpick you, and Bloodseeker is very much a volatile offlaner if you need a good lane to survive.
They're going to try for TM here. Dropping the core, they'll be able to get him. A good quick move onto the Timber Store allows them to take him down before backups in. They're going to try and move in for more. Yatoro coming across, look at the Kingslayer. They'll be able to set up for a second. It Collapse with the 2. He's going over towards Save. The Bloodbright will catch on to Save as Collapse won't quite be able to continue to chase him. They're going to look for GPK instead, the stolen X. Buying sometimes to hold him back, but GPK with that armlet, a little too much for them to dive on towards. But still, Team Spirit able to come in with a good hit and getting themselves a couple of kills, one of them being the big one, taking down DM on the front lines.
They might look to fight them here for this tower, though. Respawns are up. Won't happen. The thing is, Nightfall wasn't even there. No interest. He gets mid-tower, so that's an even exchange of objectives. And he farmed the entire bottom wave, the jungle. He's going to continue to just go wherever he wants. But a good move. They needed that kill. And you have to effectively all in one of these targets and then look to chase. But if Timber lives there for even another 5 or 6 seconds, things get much more difficult. Yeah, look at this CK, man. 4-1, underrated.
Oh, there we go. There we go indeed. So yeah, not a bad win rate at all. I mean, VP is definitely one of those teams that if they pick something and have good success with it, other teams are definitely going to be watching and considering adding it to their repertoire, especially those situations, as you say, when the draft really does allow for this sort of beefy carry to take its place.
Yep.
He's up top. Maposhka hanging around, trying to soak up some XP and farm. But of course, this deep, the inevitable will happen. He's going to try and get the TP off, but that's not happening.
He tried. He salved himself, thought maybe it'd be enough HP. You just took way too much damage from this Kunkka. And to the CK again, it's really just that next tier hero, right? PL was banned, Ursa was banned.
It's the big brain pick.
Yeah. I think if it's available, you'll still see PL or Ursa here.
Sure.
But when it's banned, it's a nice... it accomplishes the same thing in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely still seeing the repercussions of the the laning setup that they were able to get going top. 8.5k on the CK, 5k on Collapse's Bloodseeker. He just wasn't able to have the start that he hoped for, as didn't get that lane setup, playing into the face of a carry that Bloodseeker can have the edge against.
And the trouble is, we talked about that move top. Yeah, it was nice. The gold advantage was about 4k. Since then, nothing's really happened, but VP have increased their lead by 3,000 gold. And just because they're effectively, both teams are doing the same thing. You see Morphling farming his Ancient, somebody from VP farming theirs, but you just get through these creeps so much faster on VP. You're just out farming naturally. You've got more money in the bank, and compound interest is working in your favor.
I mean, as you said, the start is going to come down to the Morph. It's going to be a very heavy game here for you, Toro. He's got a lot to carry. How's his progress doing? He's going for that Manta. Does still have the E-Blade queued up, so maybe opting to still go for, of course, that brilliant Morph item, but just a question really of how much impact that burst is really going to have against VP's heroes.
And now we're going to see what will happen here. Team fight could be a possibility. Both squads pressuring the tier 2. I imagine VP want to take this ASAP so they can open up that bottom outpost pre-20 minutes. They'll force the glyph, and I just don't see how Team Spirit can fight this in a 5-on-5. Nightfall closing in on his BKB. Kunkka halfway to his as well. Just not going to get any easier. I'd be curious, will they defend top? I think you want to fight if you're VP here, so they may get frisky.
No, we'll see if Nightfall wants to get involved. As they're letting it go for now, but yeah, okay. Here comes the wraparound. DM leading the way.
Oh, what an invis. Get out.
They're starting to back off now. DM. Not got a lot of catch, of course, on himself as a Timber, but it will push away Spirit. They keep the tower alive up top, VP.
Yeah, we'll take those. If we're Spirit fans, they forced a 5-man rotation, got out of dodge, no question. At this point, the fact that the lead isn't growing for VP is a win. Should, in theory, ensure that their bottom outpost will stay theirs at the 20-minute mark. The big concern is really just collapse on this Bloodseeker. He is effectively a utility hero at this point. The Veil, next up Yules, but the concern is the overall net worth. Like, he's just not going to scale as rapidly as this DM Timbersaw is.
Actually, yeah, these items aren't coming out at a great time at all. It's going to be a very slow build-up. And well, on VP, what we have, Save already having a full Spirit Vessel for himself. So that's an all-important item to help deal with the Morphling, even if the Morph is having a good game. Of course, Yatoro, he does pretty much have the Manta, and he will have the backup of Oracle. So it's not going to be easy to find opportunities to get it upon him.
Oh, yeah. And it's so tough now. Nightfall is a BKB. So these two supports on the side of Spirit have got to be near flawless with their positioning, because you get caught by a Reality Rift with Illusions up, you are dead. Like, just straight up, you're dead in a stun.
There we go, GPK. Trying with the blind torrent setup. Won't get a catch as they know Yatoro is in the trees. Still a very, very hard hero to find too, Yatoro. He's already playing his way out.
Oh, so close.
So again, they're doing a good job of sort of pushing the limits up top and disappearing before VP's able to catch anyone. Now mid lane Toronto Tokyo, he's able to finish off the tier 1 tower.
Yeah. They're staying in it. They're hanging tough. Bunch of body blows, but VP, they've been looking for the knockout punch. Just one of these fights, one of these wraparounds that lands 2 kills, they'll just move straight into the Roche pit. But if they can't find the opportunity, then the game will remain stagnant. Now it's Spirit's turn to smoke up. They got a ward, good to see. You need to get some vision up deeper in the VP side of the map. Your only real shot at winning an engagement would be catching them off guard, forcing a 5-on-2, 5-on-3, where one of these cores dies before able to cast spells.
They're coming in with a smoke Spirit, but VP all over in Spirit's triangle. Sticking with one another, so no opportunities for Spirit to get the catch. VP themselves, though, they're going to swing back round.
They really want to fight, Owen. This is the third time they're going to smoke at the enemy side as they look to push. Miposhka will likely pay with his life here. Hello.
Of course, they're not the biggest of losses there for Spirit at all. If everyone else gets out, and they do. So, things said, done. Again, VP getting dodged here by Spirit. Spirit.
Look at the ward, though. Perfectly placed for Nightfall. He can just sit here. They know where the enemy side is. They clear him out from bottom, sweep back to top, and he might actually look to just hunt somebody here. 4 levels up on Collapse's Bloodseeker.
He's going to want to use his Midas, though.
Yeah, you got to get that efficiency.
There we go. Keep it going.
Yeah. And they see the DD, so it means Roche. I like this move. VP, it's like, you know what? We're sick of chasing you guys. Can you come fight us, please? Otherwise, we're taking ages. And truthfully, I don't think Spirit can address this at all. You're just not in a position where you're strong enough. You need your Morphling on of your Toro. He needs like E-Blade, BKB, Scotty. Then they can think about taking these fights.
Because they're going to have the double E-Blade soon. You know, that's what they're going for. Your Toro's going for his. Toronto, Tokyo's going for his. So they are going to have bursts. I mean, it's just going to be interesting to see in practice in these fights how much that E-Blade combo really does to these beefy heroes to see if it actually does threaten them at all.
Yep. I mean, right now, you just don't have any right-click damage. So these 2 BKBs on Virtus Pro, you know, plus the Hood, Lotus on Timber, none of them are real targets. So you need to get to the phase of the game where your burst or your right-click, effectively only from your morph, becomes relevant. Right now it isn't, so this is what we're going to continue to watch. Just cat and mouse, cross-map. And Virtus Pro, I think, are still comfortable. They have answers to the Morphling. They're not going to get outscaled. They just have to make sure they don't make any mistakes. This is Dota 2 2021. Farm the creep waves. Do your best to prolong. That should be the E-Blade.
All right. So let's see what they can do with this. I think that must be close as well to what Toro getting his done. Yeah, he's got the Eagle song. Yeah, 1,000 or so, and he'll have his E-Blade done as well.
Oh, GPK is like, please, somebody fight me.
He's hunting, and he's going to be able to get the grab on Collapse. Collapse does have a Yules, so can play around with this a little bit. He's going to opt to get himself out, and he'll be able to do so.
Nice play. That was real spooky. And I will say, the item build from Spirit, like, it demonstrates some pre-sight, some foresight, rather. You have Veil on the Bloodseeker, double E-Blade. So 18% bonus if they're veiled, 40% when they get etherealed.
And
that is relevant.
And they got the Grove Bar on the puck, so get a punch in from that before the combo. That amps it up a little more.
Like we were a little nervous. Yeah. The gold defender was 6-7K. It still is.
It's still 7. Yeah, it hasn't really moved.
Mm-hmm. And as the game progresses, that's a lower and lower percentage of the overall gold available. So it's looking better for Spirit. They've come back by keeping it even, in a way.
And again, you know, smoke's coming out from VP, but at the moment, Miposhka's he's gonna be the one to tank it. So if VP do just sort of accept killing off Miposhka, it's going to give the go-ahead for the rest of Spirit to get out of there. And they're going to commit onto Miposhka. But again, you know, this is still part of the plan for Spirit holding on here. They don't mind losing Miposhka.
I think he's going to survive for just a second more. No, okay, never mind. I mean, we haven't seen anybody with Miposhka die for, what, like 10 minutes?
Oh, exactly. I mean, this Spirit's going to be happy with that.
The concern I have is that VP is also happy with this. And, you know, this is where that Midas comes in. You know, if this is an Armlet rushing CK, you'd feel a little worse as a VP fan.
Oh, sure. And this sort of slowdown of the game, yeah.
Yeah, because, you know, we've seen CK. He's in these smokes. He's running cross-map. But because of the Midas, it's just an investment in the future. They're pretty sure that they'll be just fine as this game continues, because he'll actually hit that peak 5-6 slot timing before the Morphling. A lot of that gold VP has an advantage is in his pocket. And there's a Scotty. That is, woo! Good luck taking me down. And then that also has that health regeneration limitation. So the morph becomes 40% less effective if he's smacked in the mouth.
And closing in on his level 18 as well, Nightfall, so he's going to have the full army out with the ultimate. Yeah. I mean, and the rest of it, they're still sort of just swinging around, trying to find some kills, find some action. And they're just not really being given it. There's this, I mean, this has to be one of the lowest kill games we've had after 25 minutes in just 4 to 10. So it's a passive one. There's that second E-Blade. So now they've got the full burst combo ready to go.
All right on top of a ward, though. And Nightfall's just running in, doesn't care.
He's actually just running in. But they are already...
Oh my god! Oh my god!
He just died!
What?
He literally just... I mean, they saw him smoke. He knew that they smoked right. He just held on to his BKB.
Holy shit.
And they went through 3,000
How much?
HP.
What?
He was not ready for that one. He weren't ready for that. You said right under a ward, Nightfall's like, haha, I know that you smoked. I'm going to fight you. Oh, damn it. And then he just dies. Oh. All right. Tease Spirit. And any reaction there? No. Nightfall. He's still focused. His head's in the game. He's not going to get thrown off by that. But, whoa.
That's what they've been waiting for.
That's the drop. That's the burst. That's the plan here for the Spirit.
So
just boom. Double E-Blade. Veil at Disco. Goodbye, hero.
Thing is, they can do that, once that happens, like they need time to reload. So, he's got
he might just have him here. Hey,
does? Wow.
They're doing it. They're doing it. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. They're making the magic work. Literally. This magic. How's that? They're going for another. They're onto Kingslayer. They're going to try and turn, but Kingslayer's gone. It's another one for Spirit. As Nightfall, he's going to get Dream Cold held back, as he won't be able to chase. I mean, you got to give them credit here, Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
In a game where the VP was probably chilling out, smiling away as they were farming up all their 3 cores. Yeah. They're suddenly getting punched back here by Spirit, who'd played incredibly elusive, and now they're coming in with the hits.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the modern-day David versus Goliath, but instead of slingshots, we've got E-Blade.
Yeah.
So these VP, the brutes, they want to just get their hands on the Spirit heroes, but they're unable to. That's the opening. Spirit, you get the pop, you reset. Try to pop somebody else. VP, you need a more regimented approach because the BKBs are the only real defense you have against this massive magical damage.
Yeah.
You need to find kills with them, but they're just so damn elusive.
Oh, and they just found a ceremonial robe.
Oh,
you know what?
boy.
That's more minus magic resistance. It's all coming together. Ceremonial robe on the puck. As someone who's holding onto the Grove Bar, they want to have every little bit of it, surely. Maybe they're sort of sacrificing the Grove Bow for now. Looks like they are. They're just rather playing with it.
And they have the Rubik. Arguably the best initiation for this style because of that cast range talent. He's even got the Aetherlands, rushed it. So you can get that lift from miles away, plenty of time to just assemble the Yamato cannons and execute.
I mean, honestly, should he just get an E-Blade as well?
Why not?
Or a Dagon at least. Where's the Dagon? Get a Dagon. Someone's got to get a Dagon, right?
I think that's
Get yourself a Dagon.
He's going Octarine first? No, Bloodstone is queued up for the puck.
It's more spell amp. Exponential spell amp. It grows.
It does. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you get what? Is it? Check it out. There's 0.8% per charge, I think. How much do you get nowadays? It's okay, 0.35%. But that adds up.
I was gonna say 0.8.
0.8%. That's next patch. 0.35% per charge. 10 kills, that's plus 3.5.
And now that they can finally threaten VP's heroes, VP's like playing with a little more fear in them because suddenly, you might actually die. You wander out into the woods alone. So they can't just like sweep side to side with reckless abandon. And the net worth, it was what, 15.5 to 12? CK versus Morph.
Oh, and a courier. And he's out.
What was that?
What do you mean? It was a courier?
Yeah, but what was in it?
Oh, nothing.
Oh.
It was empty.
Oh, that's fine.
It was going back. I think it just delivered his something.
Oh, of course, it's something.
It may probably just a TP or something. GPK's got a Hex. So now, Toronto, Tokyo. I mean, you saw as well, both of these cores obviously very vulnerable to being tripped up by the Hex and caught.
Yeah.
Especially, if he's high on the Agi.
I gotta say, I did not expect this to go this way. I mean, we were like making it seem like Spirit had this idea, but I don't know if we really bought into it. But it's working.
The idea, and I think, you know, VP as well might have felt that way. Now they're kind of like, all right, we've got to be a little more careful with our moves. As Spirit, they are killers.
They will once again find a support. Mira left alone, very dead.
But it's a support.
How did they get? Look at the ward they've got inside the Radiant base. Like VP have been playing with this huge vision advantage for most of this game, but they just can't capitalize on it. No blink daggers. The only real initiation they've had for a while is X. Now, of course, the Hex is online. Probably why GPK picked it up, because they're just sick of not being able to find somebody and kill him once and for all. And yeah, it will be a shard picked up on the Timbersaw. The flamethrower becoming active. On Courier momentarily.
I've got the BKB finished on Yatoro, and there it is. Bloodstone done on Toronto Tokyo. So now he just needs to build up those charges.
How much?
Whoa! GPK just gets deleted.
What the?
Yatoro's in, and he takes him out in a moment.
I looked away for a second.
We've got to check the damage numbers on that one in a bit, but the chase ain't done yet. As Yatoro, he's on to another. Yatoro.
Holy shit, what the hell is going on?
Look at this burst here. The E-Blade, the adapted, the waveform, so that easily comes up to about 2k. About 2k burst damage straight up. We'll see it again, just literally 100 to 0. Watch him die here, GPK on the Kunkka.
Coil, he doesn't BKB, Oh my god.
It's just so much damage. It's so much damage. It is enough. It doesn't matter that they're these beefy strength heroes.
3,000
health.
It's
enough damage.
Was he even veiled? I mean, Nightfall is the right idea. You've got to pre-pop the BKB.
Yeah. As soon as they're coming anywhere near you, you've got to pop that BKB, otherwise you are gone. As now it's getting knocked down. It's only a 4k lead now for VP. It is working from Spirit.
That's negligible at this point. Who cares about 4,000 gold? It's 30-something minutes into the game. Morph has the Aegis all of a sudden. I can't believe this game is going this way. Because it doesn't feel like the VP items are relevant unless they're able to pre-pop BKB. They're even taking the lead in the win probability. Yeah, finally. Okay, blink on Nightfall. I actually think he might have needed this a little earlier.
Okay, just to break the combo or get away from that E-Blade.
I just didn't expect this power spike to hit so damn hard. I was thinking, okay, VP are cool with this. They're out farming. They're going to get this lead. They're going to be able to run. But that Scotty, like, when he walked in bottom, that Scotty's supposed to keep him alive. And he went 100 to 0.
Yatoro's in. Oh, he tries to come out of Kingslayer, but he won't quite be able to get him in time. And now the Hex is out in response onto Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo caught in the fear of the false promise. It comes out. It gives Toronto Tokyo the chance to keep on living. Kingslayer will fall. The rest of Spirit trying to get back up to the safety of the base as Yatoro is picking off the backlines. He gets the second support. 2 kills here for Yatoro. Now they turn over towards Nightfall. DM trying to keep him safe. Yatoro popping the BKB, standing his ground, beating into DM. As DM, he's now got to run. He's timber chaining away as they have to back off.
Yatoro ran out of mana. That would have been much worse for the side of VP.
And we're getting those charges up on the Bloodstone. That scaling spell amp, it's building up.
Yep. And VP, I mean, learning lesson, even before this game ends, they've realized, you know, we needed a better ability to move around the map. We needed real catch. And that's what the side of Spirit have been abusing. Effectively, only the supports are dying because the 3 cores are too mobile. Collapse learned his lesson after dying up top. He is not running in first. He is not face-checking anything. He's playing the outskirts.
Yeah,
he is a Veil, a Lotus. Yeah, he's got all these utility items. He has no intention of ever right-clicking an enemy. Oof, almost got the Rupture off top. That would have been a nice CBN. Yeah, and all in on the cast range. Aether Lens, maxed out Arcane Supremacy, and the talent on the Rubik. Just look at the circle of that lift. It is huge. I gotta say, I'm nervous. I mean, VP, they haven't dropped the map this entire DPC league. I'm full month without a loss.
I mean, you gotta imagine that, you know, Spirit, when you're going up against a team of VP, you're gonna be doing your homework, right? You're gonna come in with a plan, and they certainly have here. You know, not being sort of dissuaded by the the draft that VP hit them with these high HP heroes. They go all in on this burst momentum, and it is working. It's working. They're playing very, very smart. They haven't allowed anything to really slip unnecessarily away. We saw that whole mid game where support would get caught here and there, but Spirit not losing anyone else, really.
And you know that they've been thinking about this the whole game. Even check out the Puck's talents. Cast range, 15, spell amp, waning rift cooldown. It's all about the magical damage. The Wizard of Waverly Place strategy. Executed now by Team Spirit. And yeah, this is going to be a slower game to watch still. I mean, now we've reached this point where both teams effectively guarantee it's mutually assured destruction. If we find you, you're dead.
Yeah, people are going to die.
Yes.
There's going to be casualties on both sides. And sort of the question is, you know, for Spirit, we've seen them get these kills. How easy is it going to be for them to sort of transition getting these kills into getting objectives against VP?
You need enemies to be dead.
You need a lot.
You can't really take a fight without a vision advantage. That's the tricky part for Spirit, is in a perfect world, they have vision of somebody, the Rubik lift comes out, boom, dead. Shotguns galore. You can't do that if you're not able to either maintain presence on a high ground or have deep vision place. And that's been tough because VP have just been carrying a gem for the last, what feels like, half hour. I think, is it back at base now? Did they lose it?
Step lively now.
They had a gem.
I don't see a gem, Carl.
They had a gem like 20 minutes ago.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I guess they lost. Who has the gem?
There's a gem on Miposhka.
Okay, they stole it at some point.
Yeah, so indeed, you're right. Yeah, it's Miposhka has VP's gem right now.
And Age is faded, so both teams hunting. This is probably more of a counter smoke from Team Spirit. You can expect the enemy team to try and make a move once yours fades. And yeah, VP corrected their error, their oversight. A blink on GPK now. The blink, as we mentioned, on Nightfall. So they finally need to be able to kill things. If only they had 30 minutes, 20 minutes ago, maybe some of those smokes would have worked out. But they will be able to actually initiate now. Mira, ooh. Careful.
I mean, and the thing is as well, for these cores with the BKB, surely, you know, players such as those on VP, they're not going to let themselves get burst by this combo, right? As soon as there's even a glimpse of action being thrown their way, they're going to be immediately popping BKBs.
Oh, for sure. But Yatoro, you can see the physical damage is a real threat now. Suddenly, he is a hero. Loadsword pre-planned, nice.
I'm going to put the ult in, Nightfall. Just going to commit onto the side, onto Mirror, but again, if it's just a Rubik dying, Spirit...
Run away.
They're very, very happy with that. They force VP completely back. They're actually thinking about getting back in. Toronto, Tokyo, he's heading in onto Kingslayer. He's going to jump out to the side, get away from the boat. Chain across from the side. Nightfall trying to pull in another, but Miposhka blinks away after he's been pulled in, so he's away. They're chasing on towards Yatoro, but the false promise keeps Yatoro safe. He just turns. He's looking to burst down DM, and he might just be able to bring him down in with a fourth that's surrounding him. They burst down the Timbersaw. DM's gone. Toronto, Tokyo's over to Kingslayer, continuing to chase him as Kingslayer holds him back momentarily with the frostbite, but it's not going to save him as they take down another. As Spirit continue to do it.
It's a hell of a game, honestly, Owen. And even though they're still down in gold, it feels like there's been a lot more action. It's 13, 14, 30 minutes in, 38 minutes in.
Oh, and look what they just found, Kyle.
Oh, no.
The Timeless Relic. That's a hell of a lot of spell amp to add to it.
I'm going to give that to Tokyo, indeed. And
now they're taking the rack.
Yeah, ceremonial robe still on the Bloodseeker.
They've got all of the spell amp here. They do get the commitment onto this Morphling, but he's tanky, Yatoro. He's fine. He's out of there. Toronto, Tokyo did go in deep.
Very deep.
He's got the phase shift. Is he going to be able to get his way out of this? He's phased. He's going to get burst. They will manage to find the puck. The rest of Spirit, though, again, this time, sure, it's a bigger kill, but they had to use 3 buybacks for this VP. They will get Mirror, but only losing 2 heroes there against the 3 buybacks from VP to try and defend. Again, Spirit, they are happy to come out with that sort of play.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. And this is where the Morph versus TK matchup really starts to tilt heavily in favor of the Morph, because not only do you still have that threat of the massive burst damage that would just necessitate a BKB immediately, he's starting to right-click real hard. His net worth rapidly approaching, still just 1,500 gold down. The Rupture cast range talent now for the Bloodseeker, who's going Ags. Again, a very simple strategy. Stay way the hell in the back. Spam Lotus Orb on your carry. And yeah, they forced all those buybacks. Roche is up though. What timing for VP? They gotta check it. The Ags is available now. Don't know how helpful that would be, but the Aegis certainly would be so.
And they should be able to find this with 2 down. This definitely a bit bigger of a hit back in favor of VP, being able to claim this without being contested. Seeing Nightfall getting to the points where you've got to imagine that he must be soon to be past the point of being 100 to 0. He's got 5,300 HP with the heart done, and also finding that Minotaur horn, which you know couldn't really ask for a better item for the CK, especially against this line that was trying to burst you and force you to pop that BKB. Now you've got a cheaper response.
But how bad does it feel? You consider, look at his backpack right now. He's got a Midas and a Scotty. Like, the problem is you're just out of slots at this point. Morphling has more expensive items, thus these slots are going to be more valuable. There's going to be a Satanic up on Yatoro real soon.
Now we see the Aghanims as well. It goes the way of DM. Did that sort of surprise you, prioritizing the Timber Ags over the Kunkkas or the CKs?
Wait, who'd they give it to?
The Timber Saw.
I guess it's just for
more
the
damage.
Yeah, it's HP-based damage. It's really nice against the Morph. Who else would have taken it? Like, it's
Kunkkas and CKs are pretty good. Or do you not rate CKs nowadays?
It's all right. It would just be more useful just for your single Phantasm. He already has an Illusionist cape. It's not super value.
Okay.
The Kunkka Illusion's not bad, but he went for the Blink Hex, so his damage output isn't crazy. If you had a Rapier, maybe that changes. Willow Ags, not amazing. CM, Yeah, I think it's Timber.
Okay. Oh, Toronto Tokyo. He's going to drop the coil. He wants the quick and easy kills, and they'll get it. Save's gone. And, of course, he did buy back the last time round, so that's 90 seconds where Spirit are going to be able to play with 5 up on the map. You know, 90 seconds where VP's less likely to be able to push anything with their Aegis.
How much spell amp? 41.3% spell amp on the puck.
Yeah. So, I mean, the combo is
before the
thousands of damage with the blade and everything thrown in. So, yeah.
And the Shiva's up really nice against the CK, minus attack speed on all of those illusions, plus just even more AoE magic damage. VP, like, it feels like they're winning. You know, they've had map control a lot. The goal has been in their favor effectively the entire game, since they won all 3 of their lanes. But how do you win the game? You know, to quote Jawade, advantage is useless if it cannot give you high ground. And right now, that's what it feels like the situation. They have the Aegis, and they're hiding in their base.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, there's just no doubt about it. Spirit are, you know, yeah, they're playing their hearts out here. This is some of the best Dota we've seen from Spirit so far here in this league. And you know what a time to bring it out against VP, the top team in the league. This is the time to really prove your worth, and they certainly are here, Spirit, with their approach to this match so far.
Yep. I mean, if one of those hunts from VP finds success, this is a totally different game. But they accepted a couple of body blows. Yeah, Mapochka, you die. Rubik, you can die. We don't mind you too much. They avoided the team fight. They avoided any scenario where VP could get total control of the map and perhaps look to enter Tier 3.
We have Nightfall. He's got his next time done, Swift Blink complete. So that chase is going to be strong. And those hard hits as well from the CK really coming into play when he just jumps in. So they've got to be quick with the saves here, Spirit. The pressure's really on for Miposhka to make sure that he can keep Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo safe.
Look at the Bloodseeker item build. Look at what he grabbed.
I mean, we said it, right? You said you want to throw a Dagon into it somewhere. There's GPK.
Oh, hold up.
Oh, they're going to jump in. Look at the Hex onto Collapse. They only keep a chain stun. They are. Collapse will go down. He's going to buy back immediately. Yatoro tries to commit as well with the BKB. He's over to the side, turns into the Timber to try and Timber chain away. As VP, they're chasing. They're looking for Yatoro. Torrent won't quite grab him. Another one come off to the side, but they've lost Miposhka. As Yatoro's being chased, he's going to get dragged back here by the X-Mark, the Lotus, protecting him from the Hex. He's got himself pretty much completely built up into strength. He's going to turn and start chasing back into VP, but on the back, DM's found Toronto Tokyo. As that's the puck out and down, he does have buyback Toronto Tokyo. And VP, they have lost the 2 supports themselves. That's going to be enough for VP to back out. So this time, VP able to punch out a couple of buyback responses from Spirit as Collapse and Miposhka try and return to the action.
Paradigm shifts a little. Look at this CK. All of a sudden, the Swift Blink. This is key. This is an item he may have wanted earlier, but at this point, you are maxed out. No boots necessary. Aegis was up. He has 5,000 health. He blinks in. He had a DD. Anybody he grabs is just dead. Immediately, the Blink Hex to initiate. Collapse has no chance, but really, that's the way that VP have to open on these fights. You need to go for this Bloodseeker, for the Oracle, the Rubik. They found the puck. Like, things start to shift a bit if VP get to a point where their cores can operate with aggression, not fearing necessarily this immediate death from a shotgun.
And that, as you say, already Yatoro's shotgun was coming in physical forms as well with the build. It's going to be even more so shifted towards that as the Rapier is queued up, and he's an item sail away from having that good to go in his inventory if he wants to.
Yep, and suddenly the big difference in this game, if you look at the net worth, 14k lead, that is effectively all Timbersaw versus Bloodseeker. You are more of this ancillary hero to try and assist your team's damage output, maybe like combo a bit. Oh, I load a Scorpio. Oh, I get a little Dagon on the Z-Blade. Whereas DM, thanks to that Ags as well, he is huge now. His damage output is nuts. And you really can't take him down either. He's the only guy with innate magic resistance thanks to that Eternal Shroud, plus the Bloodstone, and he has his own BKB. So it's 3 cores versus 2 now. Will that be enough? Team Spirit, you still need some kind of vision advantage. Rapier is queued up on Yatoro. I believe he's going to be sending up. Yep, Courier's already going out. Won't even have buyback.
Yeah,
They recognize the situation they are in. Oh, I like that. Lock one item. Don't build it up just yet, just in case.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So especially when you're getting the Courier to do the job. You do not want that dropping.
But pushing high ground is still tricky. VP, their successful engagements came when they were able to utilize the element of surprise. Much more difficult if Team Spirit stand on their own hill, but they will smoke out. Remember, no buyback on Collapse. No buyback on the Rubik or Miposhka.
Yeah, Yatoro fully in with the money spent. Arcane Rune will certainly do them well in the fight.
And this is the best time you can hope for as Team Spirit in a sense. Like, your 2 cores are effectively both slotted out. Yatoro can get no stronger. And they're going to push down mid. They've got the Rapier on the Morph, so technically their base damage should be higher. Both teams have Glyph.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're going to take these racks quickly. There we go. That's fortification poked out of them. VP now coming back with the TPs. I know that they've got to deal with this Morph. Yatoro, he's playing it careful. He's got to be smart here.
Yep, take the high ground. You can see the pings. Suddenly we were transported back to 1400 AD as the entire match comes down to who can control the terrain. As we all learned from Obi-Wan, the high ground. Hang on.
You're going to have the ult popped in. Nightfall is going to look to try and drag Collapse down. Yatoro, he's popping the BKB. He's trying to beat down this CK. But now he's going to get off to the side. Dreamcore down onto the 3 of them. As they're ready to go back in. Keeping the distance for now. They have caught the puck though. Toronto Tokyo is in trouble. He's going to be able to get the BKB off though. And he's away. Toronto Tokyo will be able to disengage as Kingslayer is going to be the first to fall. Now Yatoro turns towards DM. He's going to have the back. Fear comes out with a false promise. Miposhka able to keep Yatoro alive. He's trying to heal it back up and he's going to be able to do it. Yatoro will live. Kills off Nightfall. And now Spirit, they'll continue to chase for more. Over to the side. The Yule's control onto save. Trying to shadow Realm away, but they bring him down low with a burst. Yatoro sticking around and finish off the kill, and he'll be able to do it. Another one for the Morph. As Yatoro picks up the triple kill, Toronto Tokyo Mirror, they're chasing down DM. He's going to be lifted up, burst out as well. As Spirit, they'll find a third.
Oh my god. All the illusions died from the CK at the start of that fight. That's why things go so well for the side of Spirit. There was just massive amounts of damage. The waveform on attack, 2 charges. He just straight up kills the illusions almost by himself.
Elite people.
Yeah, a little bit of help from the puck.
I mean, a big saves there from Miposhka. That fight nearly went down the drain completely, but coming in with that clutch false promise on Yatoro and allowing him to turn it around. He goes down there, the fight is over.
He has no buyback. If he died there, that was GG. You got to get this Oracle if you're VP.
And they're going to try and push him off now. GPK. Having to drag himself back. And that's another tier 3 gone.
Just want to preserve the buyback on the CK. So you have 30 seconds to make moves.
I mean, they're in. They're starting to turn the GM. Nightfall has to buy back.
Yeah.
He's going to commit with the buyback here, see if they can catch anyone on the way out. But Toronto Tokyo has got the BKB back up. He's away.
Oh, there's no buyback on Oracle.
They do lose Miposhka, though, so there's going to be no potential save here for Yatoro. Team Spirit, they've got to get out. They need that backline support to be able to fight VP. And they're able to get everyone else out. Mirror's trying to run. TP's on cooldown. He may get left behind it. He's trying to slow them down, but Nightfall's able to pull him in with the Rift. They'll catch the Rubik. So VP, again this time, coming in with the 2 buybacks. Big ones as well, though. It's both DM and Nightfall buying back. They've managed to get themselves in a position where Oracle is down for a minute, but still the rest of Spirit, they're alive.
Oh, yeah. And they have a leveler backpacked on the side of Yatoro right now, so they have to just go for lanes. Lanes. No buyback Oracle. Don't let them into your base with 50 seconds of a 4-on-5 remaining. And just clear out. Like, in fact, are they even going to think about fighting here? That would be insanity.
Without the Oracle. I mean, it's sort of a high-risk, high-reward play. They kill one of the cores.
To the corners. Flee to the corners. The Aegis is...
We'll just let VP have this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're in a fine spot. We saw how these fights can go down. You got to fight on your terms.
Are they going to try for this?
I hope not.
It seems like a risky move. Are they going to try? Yatoro's popping the BKB. He's ready to go.
Oh my God,
he's going to jump in.
They
get the kill. But Toronto Tokyo, he's able to get the Aegis as well. Spirit, they get both. They get both of what they came for. We'll get a check in a minute on the rest of the drops from Roshan, but they got the Aegis, they got the kill. We are going to have Yatoro being turned upon. He's high up in the strength, though. He's incredibly tanky. Can they quite burst him? He's able to push back. Nightfall to the side with the adaptive strike, and Yatoro, he TP's out. He's out of there. He's safe. He's back to base. Toronto Tokyo comes in with a cleanup, takes down Kingslayer as they've lost 2 VP. Nightfall, he's trying to commit for Mirror, but the false promise is there from Miposhka.
He has no buyback.
Should still die, but Nightfall indeed, he's got to be careful. He's got to be very careful here, Spirit. They're looking to try and turn. He's going to pop the refresher, try and jump up to the high ground with the blink. They're still chasing. There's Nightfall. He's being focused down by Toronto Tokyo as the rest of Spirit's able to connect to this. They're trying to catch up on this. As Toronto Tokyo is just keeping himself on top of them all, jumping in onto save. This looks like the rest of VP will get away, but again, such a hit there from Spirit. And they got in, they get the kill, they get the Aegis. We see that the refresher shot at least was picked up by VP. Do we have any sort of cheese or anyone that's got the Aghanims? Because that was picked up as well somewhere. It looks like, okay, Nightfall didn't manage to get the cheese. So VP got the cheese and the refresher shard. Aghanims, where did that one go in all of the action?
I think the morph, unless he had one himself, he's got it up now.
He didn't. So, I mean, Yatoro, with that move, that play, as you said, which was such a risky play to go in on Roche, it absolutely paid off for Spirit.
Oh, yeah, this is where Dendy's quote comes through. At a certain point in the late game, it's just not Dota anymore. Like, what the hell was that? You just straight up have 7 heroes in the pit, everyone desperately grabbing for items. It's like you're bomb for apples, and you just hope for the best, but still, the Rapier now leveler queued up. Ooh.
And again, onto Yatoro, but again, false promise, keeps him safe. He's able to get out on the backline, Toronto to Tokyo. Locking them down with a Dream Core. Nightfall's trying to chase, collapses out of there. Toronto Tokyo might get left behind though. Has he got anything else to save himself in? Miposhka trying his best to help out, but Toronto Tokyo, he's down the ones. He's got the Aegis, he's going to be ready for round 2. Can he get out with round 2? He does have BKB, he pops it immediately. He's out with the orb, he's away to the high ground, popping the Bloodstone heal, and with the rest of BKB, he'll use it to TP out, and he's away. Toronto Tokyo makes it back to base.
God, what a hell of a game. Just so risky to be in base. Yeah, let's pause. Let's cool off for a second.
Yeah, this game.
Relax.
This is turning out to be one of the best of the season.
Oh, for sure. And still anybody's game. It's 23-23, Owen.
And
we're an hour in almost.
Definitely, exactly. We have got a high chance of seeing the 60 minutes, and this is a game with some of those 60-minute items. They're going to be game-breaking.
Oh, yeah.
We got a game with a morph. You're thinking these Apexes. We've got all of these strength heroes. You're thinking about throwing a giant swing into the action. We've got all these casters. Imagine the Seer Stone coming into play, and we'll see the steal again.
Yeah, just double BKB from the cores. They got theirs later, so these last even longer, so you're more comfortable using them. The Pilgrim's land in the pit doesn't matter. And yeah, this is just You can't kill Morph. He can go in and then immediately go out, as we just witnessed. I'm shocked he was able to survive here. Where was the CK at that time? Like, GPK was out of position a little bit because he was chased off to the right. That initiation just kind of terrifies you because this Morph is hitting so hard. But now the late game items coming out. Dark Willow with the Aeon Disc.
Yep.
We expect to see that soon, I would imagine, on the Oracle and maybe even the Rubik as well. Game is now about initiation. Can you kill an enemy before they cast any spells and have time to reset? Because we can expect immediate buybacks in any scenario where one of these cores dies.
We've got more Rapiers coming out. Nightfall, he's got his picked up for the side of VP. And we also see already Yatoro, he knows he doesn't really need any more items or anything, so he's just queuing up the backup Rapier. Preparation for the point in this game where he's going to have buyback and the Rapier sitting in the stash ready for him to take out. Courier will get taken out, but it's all right. He wasn't that close to having buyback.
Hear me
and
out.
The Rapier money.
This is where we haven't seen it, but Windwalker becomes an item that could straight up change the game. Very expensive. Wind Waker. Yeah. You can use it on allies. It's the only tool in Dota right now that can actually provide immunity to your allies. Just saying, it's possible, especially with the cast range available on a hero like Rubik.
It's very expensive though.
It functions as like a secondary Oracle ult.
Maybe if they get the Pirate's Hat and they dig up a few bounties, then they'll be able to afford those sort of luxuries as the supports.
And this were big. Toronto, Tokyo, they haven't had an Ags this entire game. He went all in on this spell damage build.
Now he's going to have that as well.
Yep. Well, you got to be careful. But yeah, he has the X. Exactly. So now, if you can just get VP to pop BKBs and coil them, reset as they fade, that's huge. VP, careful. Can't take a fight. What's the key? High ground. Control the vision. It's all about initiation. Now, you need a vision advantage. It's DM who will show everybody else remaining safely on the high ground. Both teams playing as 5. Now another smoke coming out from Spirit. They're going to wrap back around, back to their vision and their own high ground. Rapier up, as you stated. Do we have a buyback on the CK? Nope. In 2 minutes to go.
Oh. I mean, again, Spirit this whole game has done a really good job of reading the moves of VP. See GPK trying to start something. As they're moving on to Yatoro, the turnover towards collapse. Off to the side, Yatoro pots the BKB, starts to punch back into Nightfall. Nightfall has to put the BKB away as well himself. Nightfall turning over towards Mirror, but the Glimmer Cape giving Mirror some safety. They've got the detection. It's down on the ground. Mirror will fall now. Back over towards the Morphling. Yatoro pots the Manta. The Fear will catch it. The false promise from Aposhka keeps him safe. As Yatoro, he tries to turn. Another Hex comes out. Yatoro is getting burst out, but they can't quite kill him. He's still alive. He's beaten down 2 of them. He turns over towards GPK. GPK will get to the side, and they have lost him. He has buyback, but the Rapier hits the deck. Who's able to pick it up? We'll see in a second who was able to grab that Rapier's VP. They're going to keep the fight going as they move in on to Collapse. They've caught him, and indeed it was Nightfall. So Nightfall now sporting the double Rapier. With that death of Collapse, he's out of the game for good. No buyback on him. I should say that he's only 10 gold.
God, wait, he's no... Okay, he's
10 gold away, so Collapse will have buyback for a defense.
But they have no Rapier.
They have no Rapier. They've got a lot of money on the Morph. He wasn't quite able to pick up the Rapier, though, to buy himself another one. As the Courier is still dead, he does have buyback, but he's going to be a huge amount of damage short of what was possibly going to be required to kill these heroes of VP. As Tokyo trying to slow things down here. VP pushing in strong.
There's just too much chaos in that last engagement. Spirit want a larger area to be utilized. If you're fighting in this one screen of space, you can assume VP's damage output's going to be higher. Like, Yatoro just straight up tanked 2 chakrams for most of that engagement, and just... You can't live through all 3 enemy cores focusing all of their damage solely on you. I think next fight, try to get the BKBs out early and kite them, because then you actually have that ability to burst somebody down. They don't even need to use the buyback on Morphling. That is crazy.
That's pretty big.
But it's all because you can't take risks as VP, because until right now, CK didn't even have buyback available. Now he does, but it's still 3,000 gold away. These buybacks cost almost as much as my college education would have.
That's a lot of money.
4,000 plus gold. Not even for a semester, just one day.
14k lead now for VP. We'll see if Yatoro is able to fill up that item slot. He's actually going to not opt to buy another rapier. He actually opts to go the way of the Daedalus instead. I mean, why is that? I mean, this way around. Okay, he has buyback as well as the item.
It's also because he couldn't afford. If you lose rapier but have buyback, it really doesn't matter because you're now a slot down.
Sure.
Daedalus, you'll have buyback, and assuming you are able to kill CK, you take one of his rapiers.
You get one of them back.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But this way, his buyback is actually meaningful. Whereas if he were to buyback without that, he goes back to like 30-minute farm at 60 minutes.
Well, DM's heading over.
You gotta be so careful. This is such a risky maneuver. Creeps are in their base. VP knows something is up. They have great vision now, though.
They're gonna get the grab onto GPK. They're gonna try and chase him down. Yatoro's moved in. Straight away has to wait format at the start. With the storm out onto them, the BKB's committed. They look towards Tokyo, but Toronto Tokyo's got the BKB good to go as well. He's got the orb out. He's ready to jump away as Spirit continue to poke a VP. They're poking him down low. This DK's gone. They've killed him. Nightfall hits the decks as a rapier. One of them's going to be picked up by the Willow. Save's going to be able to grab it. Yatoro, he's ready to continue to clean up though. He's over towards Kingslayer. Kingslayer will go down. VP, they're down 2 without buyback. There's a rapier there ready for him to reclaim.
He bought a moon shard, Owen. That's why he doesn't have buyback.
Wait, no, he didn't.
He ate a moon shard on CK. He has no buyback.
And he did.
He ate it. He must have ate it for that initial rapier fight and just didn't farm it. Like they took that fight with no buyback.
I guess he felt anyway, like you said with the rapier situation, he dies, he's losing 2 rapiers. What's his buyback going to mean? But I mean, it's still 80 seconds, no Nightfall in the game. As now they're ready to go down mid, they've got their rapiers. You know, Yatoro's got his back. We did see, so was Save able to? Save was able to reclaim one, so there is one rapier back in the safety of the base.
I don't think it's gonna matter.
Waiting for him, but yeah, he's dead for 70 seconds.
They're gonna hit the base.
They got a DD rune as well on more for a few more seconds. These racks are gonna melt.
I mean, that fight, they took it perfectly. They got the coil on all 3 cores. Both BKBs negated, and then suddenly. They're
just looking to end it. They know Nightfall's not going to come back in. The Hex is there, though. Yatoro's going to be safe. Maposha comes in with a false promise. Yatoro turns towards DM. Forcing back the Timber Saw. Wait for him over to the side. They burst through. Save has got the buyback available. The coil. In the lift, they snap the coil. Yatoro beats down another as GPK will buy back. DM getting himself back to the base. They're trying to burst it. They're able to do so. Toronto Tokyo comes in with the E-Blade. DM's down and out for 2 minutes. As Spirit, they've still got the 5-man up. There's only the 2 left here on VP trying to desperately defend. They're going to call it. They can't hold this as Spirit will take game 1 of this best of 3.
Wow. Hell of a game. Incredible execution on that last fight. Spirit smoke into no man's land, but they get the ward and sentry up on the high ground. 3-man coil on all enemy cores, and I don't think that Nightfall recognized that Ags was eaten. You don't see it in the inventory, so it can be a bit deceptive. So he just walks out of the coil. He's now stunned for 5 seconds. That's He's dead.
He really was. I mean, what a game. I mean, from the start of it all, it was a very slow-paced game at the beginning. Looked to be just sort of another one of those walk in the parks for VP, but then Spirit, it just sort of became aware in the mid-game that Spirit was just playing on a level that we hadn't quite seen them at so far in this league, where they really were in it to win it. They didn't let VP catch them off, and they just seemed more cool-headed than VP in this sort of 60-minute late stage of the game, which is pretty crazy to see.
Oh, yeah. They played cat and mouse quite successfully until eventually again, go back to that clip, just Nightfall dead within half of a second with 3,300 HP. That's where the whole game turns around, and suddenly we get a hell of a masterpiece. Like, yeah, good shit.
Yeah.
It is a must-win series too.
Absolutely.
They want to go to the major.
A brilliant game to start it off, and definitely more so for Spirit, as this is a huge win for them to open the series against VPs. Team Spirit take this game 1 against Virtus Pro.
What an absolute breath of fresh air here coming in. Team Spirit taking the first game. We're going to break it down and prepare for the second game of this best of 3 series. See you after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights and honey.
Like many other games of Virtus Pro, where it just felt like they were just gonna let Spirit do whatever the heck they wanted before they were gonna smack down the hammer on them. But then the twist. It was actually Team Spirit that came out with the hammers, with the E-blades coming out, and with just a couple of hesitations on the BKBs, maybe being a little bit too cocky, I don't know what it was. It was a game blown wide open, leading to some epic fights later on. It was a joy to watch. Absolutely loved this game. Absolute credits to Team Spirit that just stepped up massively compared from what we've seen here with Tigov, ready to break down the game. I mean, this was a masterpiece.
This was so refreshing because coming into this series, you know, all three of us basically stood here and said, you know, yeah, Spirit, they're probably not going to win VP. Yeah. They're going to give them a little bit of room, etc. But yeah, Spirit identified kind of the confidence of VP, their over-aggression. And the first clip, the first highlight that we saw in all of this, that was the reason why this game got so close, so back and forth, simply because that confidence from the CK walking in, he had vision, he saw them smoked up, but he used his ultimate instead of pressing BKB, and then Team Spirit, they go for this double E-Blade. Like, it was so good.
It was really good.
Like, there's literally the one item you can buy to punish confidence. If you're standing in the wrong position, E-Blade blow up, Morphling Puck, some of the best heroes for it. And they do it to him, and then 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, they do it to the Kunkka as well in mid lane.
GPK, I don't know, did he not learn from seeing Nightfall just literally die in split seconds? And Nightfall popped his BKB because he knew what was going.
Yeah, exactly, but the 2 times that Nightfall and then GPK learned about pressing the BKB, it's too late. Exactly.
Too late.
Yes. Exactly.
It's too late. You can't make those mistakes because
Yes.
you do give all that time to your opponent to do whatever. Like that is basic. That is a power play, right?
Yeah.
It's like, doesn't matter what you do because what we do is going to be better. And once we start going for you, you don't have a way out. But they did, and they showed that. And then Rapiers come into play, and then that Roche steal as well.
Yep. Oh, please.
With
yeah.
that, that was the must-have Roshan for VP. They didn't get it.
The best thing in these games is like not only is there the Roche steal, then fast forward even further. There's 3 Rapiers or something in the game. The CK's like, you know what? I'm gonna have 2 of them for me, just me, all me.
Yes.
2 Rapiers, terrible. 1 Rapier, good. Why? Because you're trading out a heart or a BKB or an SMY or something.
Case, yeah.
And in this scenario, you're so squishy. And then the smoke from Team Spirit. Again, I'm just very happy that we got to see VP lose a game finally. I didn't want to see them be the best of CIS without losing a game. But yeah, the discipline of that smoke, cutting around, dodging the Timbersaw, and then, CK buying a Moonshard,
Two
buyback,
no
2
buyback.
Rapiers.
That's like lesson 101 late game always save for buybacks. That goes for professional games and goes for your pubs as well. But I mean, there's maybe a little bit of cockiness there coming out. I guess if you die, you lose your Rapiers anyway. Maybe there was some logic there. But
you got 2 Rapiers,
I know,
not 1 Shiva.
I am very curious to hear from Purge and see what he picked up on from this brawl of a match.
Thank you, Cheever. Obviously, some intense late game moments in that match, but I think the crucial parts of the game, the laning stage was a big deal. VP basically drafted to have these lane advantages. They played very good against with the CK against the Bloodseeker and the Rubik. That was great. They had a monster laning stage start, and it kept Nightfall ahead the entire game. And they also did the same thing with the Timbersaw in the offlane. They picked heroes that were going to set them up in these great lanes. But the problem was that when they had this net worth advantage, it was difficult for them to leverage those heroes to get kills. And that's because their heroes won lanes and are very tanky. But curiously, they were missing this dive to the backline type hero. And what this resulted in was a game and lots of team fight examples where both Morphling and Puck can play up and aggressive. And whichever one gets gone on, Oracle saves. So no hero can jump to the backline, blow Oracle up, make Oracle's job really hard. Him and Rubik basically just get to sit in the back and continue to cast their spells when it's a good time. Look at how they're playing right here. Moposhka's close to danger constantly, but Timber typically in a team fight is not the greatest offlane hero compared to somebody like a Mars or somebody that has hard disable. And this kept happening, this formation with Team Spirit with Morphling in the front. They cover him with Lotus Orbs. They cover him with Oracle if needed. Nightfall here having to pop ultimate just to kill a support and a BKB as well to solidify this. And this is basically the hard thing about playing CK in the late game. Yeah, you can win your laning stage, but getting these crucial pickoff kills is very, very difficult compared to somebody like PA who just turns on BKB, jumps on somebody from 1100 range and abyssals them, and they die. It makes all the fights so much harder. So if you can't jump the supports, the cores on Team Spirit are going to have a decent time, and eventually you will overextend, and they're going to kill heroes like Timbersaw like this. There's so many team fights like this, really close game, but ultimately the draft the VP went for made it a little bit too hard to execute team fights, and that's the reason that they weren't able to win with their advantage.
All back to the lane stage, all back to the draft. There is a lot to be said about this this game, and this first game just goes to show how much preparation Team Spirit put in to this series. They had a week to prepare. We know they did it once. The question is, can they do it twice? Because we are heading to that second game of this best of 3 series. Stay tuned for more Team Spirit and Virtus Pro.
yeah. Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, this is fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, what, about too hard, ay, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your corpse getting severed, the industry dry as a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight double use, this my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ay, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity sideways, we already ate, skipping this basics, skipping this classes, stay out of trouble, now I can relate, nevertheless, again, I'm doing great, I just finished this thing, ain't no debate, you ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate, yeah, I take my place at the summit, I can't wait till we counting them hundreds, I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming, and some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it, I demand it, man, I want it, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far.
ESL 1 powered by Intel. For the first time, VP Virtus Pro lost a game. Exactly, Team Spirit. They did it, and then we're going to see if they can put up a show like that again here in Game 2. We're joined by Purge on a big screen, who's helping us break down the draft here with Kyle and Tigov as well. And a game like that, gonna go back to the drawing board after that when you're VP. What kind of changes do you make, Purge? Do you look at the CKs like, probably not?
I mean, like in some ways you literally can't criticize them because the heroes that they picked won their lanes convincingly.
Yeah.
The problem was that it was hard to close the game out, so you could maybe criticize map movements, how they took team fights, when Konka got shotgun exploded in the mid lane because he had blood rage on him, so 30% more damage. There's like little moments like that that made it a little bit too hard for them to close the matchup.
Yeah, exactly that. I think the interesting thing for me is Virtus Pro, across all the games that they've played, the biggest deficit they've ever had is 6k gold. In this game, their first loss of the DPC, they at most were only ever 1k down. Like there was literally never a true advantage for Spirit kind of financially in the game. So that alone is just testament to Spirit really being able to like muscle up and decide the best fights and find those very small marginal pickoffs.
It's really going to be then the game to see how they bounce back after a loss, right? Because, I mean, it's a relatively young squad. And bouncing back after a loss is very important, being able to do so.
So yeah, it just picks alone here. I love this Monkey King pick from Virtus Pro, simply because you love playing into Void Spirit no matter what lane you go to. And because they have last pick, they can't really flex this Void Spirit between mid or offlane anymore because they're always gonna be able to decide what happens with this Monkey King.
That's cool.
No draft visible now. There you go.
I was so worried. It was like, this is actually a fake draft. These are wrong heroes, guys. What are you on about?
Remake.
Drafting inside your head is so. I'm so happy I don't play anymore. I would dream like I have the draft screen like still in my head, and you would like go to sleep.
Oh, and then the draft would just be of course,
You know Queen's Gambit?
Yeah, same thing.
Like you look up at the sky. Yeah, it's just draft. It's just the hero pool.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're sober, Kyle.
What?
The Queen's Gambit, dude. She's on drugs like the whole
That is the
joke.
only reason why she sees it. Why she starts seeing it. Yeah, and then at the end, the whole
Did you
flu
watch
is like.
the series?
Did you not watch?
But she's not on drugs every time she sees the board on the
Yes,
ceiling.
she is. Apart from at the end when she breaks through the addiction. But it's
Spoiler
only
alert,
like
but
the
yeah.
last episode.
Wow, okay, so I missed that then. I did not
Did
understand
you
that.
skip over
theme of
every
Latif.
part that she did the drugs? Oh, whatever.
She took pills all the time.
Yeah. There's a
I
scene
thought
where
that was
she's
just
breaking
vitamins.
into like her boarding
I take
school.
pills every day. I take vitamin D. Take vitamin D if you're at home. It's good for you.
Yeah, I'm sure she was taking some harder shit than vitamin D, though.
All right. Well, okay. I didn't realize that. Not everybody has as much.
How blissfully unaware are you? Oh, she
It
looked
was
to it.
literally a key piece of the series. From here on out, every kind of review that you have on the series.
Kick that happened once
The camera zoomed in. Like, literally zoomed into the pills at multiple stages from every episode. It's like, pills!
They didn't have
chest.
labels on them, you know?
Bro,
you ever watch
she got a prescription as an adult as well. It was not just a child.
Yeah.
She stole her
so they
mother's
were given
prediction.
her by a doctor. That doesn't, like, what?
Okay. So,
It was like anti-anxiety or something, you know?
Uh-huh.
Maybe a little bit of lithium. I don't know. It's like, what did people do back in the day?
I don't know.
Meth? I think it's just...
Jesus, you're really pushing this narrative, Kat. Did you see the series?
Yes.
I didn't see any rocks. Like, what in the hell? Let's focus on the draft.
Let's focus on the draft.
Yeah, pull 2 shifts and, like, right, you guys? Like, what? Purge is taking it? What is going on?
It's time for you to rewatch the show, though. But yeah, let's focus on what is in front of us. We have a couple of offlaners banned again. I do have to point out, Kyle, you were the one saying, when's the last time a team won with last pick offlane? Team Spirit just did that.
I think that while it was well played, VP made a critical mistake of not being able to kill their opponents. They had a huge lead for like 20 minutes and just didn't have a blink. They didn't have the ability to just say, hey, you're dead. And that's necessary if you're going to win a game like that. What are you giggling about?
My dad just texted me and just said, just watch that game. Doesn't really watch Dota. He got a migraine watching it, but now he's a lot better. Now he knows it's over.
All right.
Thanks, Pap.
I wish it was that easy for me to lose my migraine. Unfortunately, you're still standing here.
Oh, bless you. But yeah, I love the fact that Virtus Pro, they're banning out these super flexible cores. The fact that you can... you spoke about Void Spirit going to mid and off lane. Imagine if you have Void Spirit Morphling, Void Spirit DP, these heroes flex between both lanes, and that's how Virtus Pro are trying to control the draft and cushion the fact this Monkey King needs to have a good lane.
Are you looking at me? Oh, it was an anti-anxiety med. I just Googled it. My bad.
That's right.
You've never heard of those?
No, I have. I just did some Googling. That's what it was on the show. It wasn't,
Oh,
I'm
good.
sorry,
Okay,
it's
just
way
wondering. I thought you were going to be watching the draft, but no. It's fine.
Kyle,
How's it at
Second phase
home?
bans. You guys handle that part every time.
You enjoying
How's
yourself?
it at home?
Kyle, please, can you stop?
Yeah,
hostile,
great.
please?
Having a good time.
Thank you, Purge.
Hanging out with your dog?
No, I have to close the door. I'm working.
He came in during the draft in one of the previous games.
Yeah, she freaked out and barked.
Yeah.
Got mad at her.
Yeah.
No, don't get mad at Tango. Tango did nothing wrong.
She barked.
What do you think of Mars, Purge?
I think it's a good hero. It definitely helps a lot in those like mid-game pickoffs. Laning stage, you can pressure carries a lot as well. So it kind of covers both bases compared to playing like the more passive offlane heroes. So like it feels like so versatile. We haven't seen it much the last couple of days because it gets banned in the second phase consistently, but it gives me a lot of confidence in BP because they can be more flexible rather than being forced into like a more straightforward playstyle with like your typical tanky offlane hero.
Question. If you have these 4 offlaners with the Timber, Bloodseeker, Tide, and the Mars, doesn't it feel like it could be anyone and they would all be good? Doesn't it feel like Spirit just wasted 3 bans?
Maybe.
I feel like you're mainly directing the draft, right? When you're banning out offlanes in this scenario, you're kind of offering up. And we spoke about how a last pick offlane never feels that great.
Yeah.
It's because, again, like, you know what the big offlanes are right now.
And I'm shocked that they let Oracle through. Okay, they have an answer, but Oracle, quite nice against the Monkey, and this is Maposhka's bread and butter. This activates everything Team Spirit like to do.
Yeah, and we didn't actually mention it in the post-game panel, but he for sure 100% was one of the hidden MVPs of that game.
Oh, for sure.
Simply because in the
Where'd he
highlight
go?
of the Weatherman... Wait, what?
The player just walked up and left.
Oh, well, happens.
I can't continue.
Purge highlighted how these team fights were so good due to obviously the Oracle and positioning, but there was a key moment in like 38 minutes. The Oracle blinked out of the CK initiation, then saving the Morphling, turning the fight. Like, yeah, for sure, Maposhka was like hidden MVP of that game.
That is a risky pick against a Wind Ranger because you just get ulted and you can't hit her. Don't really like buying MKB on Ursa either.
But with VP, it's most likely going to be that 4 position Winona, so it's less of an issue to deal with. Up until the point where you greed out an item. I think the matchup goes 2 ways because Ursa happily will buy MKB and suddenly Winona is just complete food when you have MKB and Abyssal Blade. But it is a lot of laning pressure. It is a lot of laning pressure for sure. That is a lot of gold, yes.
And also, it could just very easily. I know it's more likely a safe hero, but it could still be mid. I'm surprised we haven't seen Nigma pick up the Wind Ranger. I think that is the Wii Ranger is still pretty much the GOAT, and it's a good hero. It's not really a great hero, but it could work.
Yeah, it's not the strongest mid compared to other Spirit type heroes.
I think when Void Spirit and Puck and these type of heroes are prominent, they like to buy Yules. They also like they have that lockdown, that jump. Winona hates that, and yeah.
For Team Spirit, do we want to see the Void Spirit be there for Collapse, or do we want to see him play something more sturdy in the offlane? Because obviously it's still open whether the Void Spirit will be offlane or perhaps mid.
I'd like to see how Virtus Pro address the flexibility of the Void Spirit first. Because if VP like hard lock in a mid laner, then I'd argue, okay, maybe go for a big counter pick, sacrifice the Void Spirit, put it in the side lane.
Yeah.
And again, it really depends on how this Monkey King is unfolding in VP's lineup. Team Spirit clearly think that Monkey King will just be the mid lane. They're banning out these big carries, especially with the Ursa. You don't really want to kind of run into the PL, the Wraith Kings, these more annoying to deal with carries.
Are you okay playing Monkey King into Void Spirit? That matchup is...
Monkey likes it. Monkey likes it a lot, yeah.
Okay.
I think one downside of Monkey this game, though, is there's a ton of magic burst on Spirit's side. So I feel like the way you beat Monkey is you just do like 1 or 2 rotations between like 8 and 15 minutes, and you just like put so much damage on him that he can't respond correctly. Like there's just nothing you can do. You just die. So no matter where he goes, I think he's got to be a little careful about the rotations.
I think the key thing here for Spirit, they have to make sure that their execution is really on point, because Void Spirit and Ursa are heroes that like to get deep into the fight. And Oracle Rubik, obviously they play further back. And there isn't that hero that kind of plays in the middle ground where they're kind of enabling the guys jumping and protecting those on the back. And that's where heroes like Monkey King, Winrunner, and Mars can suddenly get into that divide and blow up the Oracle. Like, this is a great Oracle game. They need to make sure they cover him well within the team play, like they did in that first game.
That's true. Definitely makes Mars initiation like a huge deal, right? Like if you go on any cores and the Oracle's not there, it's not going to be good. You're not going to be able to catch both up, unlikely. So, wow, a Centaur. Okay.
I see this.
Don't see that often.
Yeah. No. I think Virtus Pro, I was going to mention, like their lack of burst damage is very, like, it's an issue right now. And I think that's why the Oracle I was holding in such high regard. But now Centaur as well. I like the tanking.
Don't you just put Monkey top? And last pick a mid now, knowing the matchups of Void Spirit? I feel like it just became a Dream Death Prophet game.
I think Centaur Rubik, though, it is banned. And that Centaur Rubik, that pairing, will be able to somewhat deal with the Monkey King to some effect. The damage mitigation from Rubik, the innate tankiness, the Vanguard purchase for the Centaur.
Oh, you could just
I don't mind
Viper
it
too. I mean,
yeah,
any sort of just mid SF. SF.
All right,
how could I forget?
We had enough for now. You can move over to your casting.
You're gone now, Kyle. Shoo.
You mentioned your SF. That is, you know.
To be clear, just because you can't see him, Kyle is moving from the panel to the casting desk. We are not literally just getting him out because of an SF prediction.
No, but he is out. So, and it was because of it. No.
But if it is an SF pick, I will be doing the casting. Therefore, no one actually wants this prediction to be correct.
Burge, what do you reckon for this last? What kind of boxes does it need to tick?
They are going to have some issues killing the Centaur. Yeah, having more single target damage was nice because Wind Range is a support. That should lane fine against Centaur. It's not that dangerous unless there's rotations, so they can like leave him independent after the laning stage. and then just try to outfarm your opponents.
And the key thing is,
like
Virtus Pro, they identified that they need to be able to kill the backlines, and that was the key issue, again, in Game 1. So that's their adaptation coming into this game. They now have an easy way to, if they have the vision, they should be able to instantly kill Oracle, and then play the game from there.
Purge, final thoughts here. There will be a Game 3, or there won't be a Game 3?
I think there's going to be Game 3. VP seems to be the stronger team. I like their heroes a lot better. They're much better at ganking. If Save plays the Wind Ranger well, I don't have any problems with Wind Ranger, but I'm still a little unsure about Centaur as a core. I think Mars is just like a far and away better version of kind of what Centaur offers, so I think VP should win this.
All right, fair enough. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you at the end of the game. T, final thoughts here.
I think Virtus Pro lost the first game because of overconfidence. I believe that they should have reeled that in, and they should be good going into this game. They have a nicer looking draft, but after Team Spirit kind of identified unique ways to win a game, I really hope they have this confidence themselves now that can push them to really pressure VP once again, and hopefully we get to see VP bleed and lose a series. I want to see a 2-0. I want to see VP actually struggle a little bit more in this group stage.
All right, let's find out if Team Spirit can make that happen. We're heading over to our commentary duo of OD Pixel and Kyle for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2, VP versus Spirit. And Kyle, what are your sort of thoughts now that you have seen that last pick coming into this one? You did like what VP were doing last game round. They had strong lanes. They obviously went on to lose the game, but it was a strong start. Are we going to see that again here from VP?
I think so. Although, I will say I kind of like the Centaur after seeing the PA come out, because, you know, in theory, it's a nice matchup against the Ursa, but I don't think that top lane is going to be as easy as it was for them with that CK. So, Collapse, hopefully we'll have a better game. You know, his Bloodseeker, it wasn't like it was a terrible game, but he did start 0-4-0. He wasn't having fun.
Yeah, it was a hard start for Collapse up top. So definitely, yeah, we'll have to keep eyes on seeing if he's able to get a bit of a cleaner beginning this time round. Not that it did end up mattering that last game.
Yeah. Main thing is just, I think about Poshka's Oracle, it won't be quite as influential just because there isn't this, you know, Puck and Morph just get hard saved by you, whereas I think Ursa just doesn't play around an Oracle quite as well. But we'll see. This mid matchup is going to be the one I'm watching. Toronto Tokyo on the Void Spirit against the Monkey King. Should be Monkey King favorite, but it can go both ways. Well, it doesn't really go both ways, but Void Spirit can make plays if you get a couple good remnants off.
And again, to sort of go back to talk about it again, this safe Wind Ranger. I mean, do you like this now that you've seen everything come out this game, or do you think he's going to have a hard time, you know, pulling off sort of this support Wind Ranger, which of course is a bit of a speciality, not something that we see all the teams doing?
It's pretty much in that Willow category, right? Just sort of off meta fours that really just do the same sort of thing, like high damage in the laning phase, pretty annoying to deal with. Nice block there by GPK to get the immediate archer kill. But yeah, it's quite nice against Ursa as well, and even these supports, because you can solo support, and the stun duration is just quite nice. You just have to hit the shackles. It's really what it comes down to. It's like my brother always used to say when we were picking him Earth Spirit early, it's like, I love this hero, but you know, every once in a day, you're going to miss a rock. Back when Kick Rock used to stun. And you might miss a roll. And sometimes it's nice just to have a hero that always hits its spells.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if saves on his A game this game to land those clutch skills.
Huge wave middle. GPK is going to be able to apply a little bit of pressure here.
Oh, see how many of the CS Toronto Tokyo is able to pick up underneath the tower. And GPK just on the edge of it there with those denies, getting the range creep as well.
Oof. Yeah, mid is honestly already a disaster.
But this is sort of expected between the heroes, right? The Monkey King, he's against a melee hero. He's going to have that sort of...
Yeah, he actually misblocked because he allowed his archer up in front. If you're going to play this lane as the Void Spirit, you need to kind of do it as a Puck would do against TA. Pressure the lane, push it in early. Instead, GPK got the double wave, so he's able to deny under tower, and now he has hill control plus a level advantage. It is just the grimmest situation for Toronto Tokyo right now.
Does this get any better for the Void Spirit?
Oh, no.
Or is this is sort of the lane?
Oh, no, he's hard lost the lane. Just already. It's 11-6 versus 3-1.
Yeah,
this is a disaster.
I mean, you sort of obviously at this stage, you know, you identify that your mid's going to struggle this game as a team. What do you do about this in terms of overall?
Well, that's the problem. You have Oracle Rubik. You don't do anything.
No.
The draft last game for Spirit won because they had this wild power spike with a massive amount of magical burst. You don't have that here. Nice shackle. In fact, you're just losing all your lanes, much like the previous game. But when do you just become unstoppable, right? Like, what item timing just straight up wins the game for you? I don't see it here.
We'll see if they're able to trip up GPK at all, as this is going to be one ferocious Monkey King coming out of the laning stage, and one rather underwhelming Void Spirit. If this continues at this rate, 18-9 against a 7 for 1, and just an incredible rate of farm for this Monkey King, and such a lack of it for the Void Spirit.
He even buys the Orb. Yeah, he'll go for the Orb of Corruption build just because he's so far ahead. Toronto Tokyo finally getting his bottle up. Rune control going to be key. Mirror's going to have to check top. Like, if you don't get a rune here, this is even grimmer. And honestly, bottom is just, like, this is nuts. Yatoro getting owned. The Wind Ranger factor, really. I mean, get a Blightstone.
But I guess at the same time that what Mars is one of the better offlaners to beat into an Ursa in the laning stage, right?
It was a good point from T. Like, why do you use all these bans on offlaners when, you know, now there's just a Mars? It's like, you know, VP's still fine with this. This is one of the DM's better heroes. Rune spawn, bottom, Toronto Tokyo, no chance of going for that. And look at the glyph. Oh god, he has to dissimulate away.
I think if anything, it's a good job for Toronto Tokyo that rune isn't a powerful one, because if GPK was able to get his hands on it, that mid lane's only going to get even worse. As if it couldn't get any worse anyway. Yeah, it's 28-12 against the 10 for 1. Definitely one of the most one-sided outcomes we've seen of a laning stage.
This reminds me of the VP of old. You know, a lot of times, if you recall, just, you know, the Tinies, the Kunkas, Lifestealers for Ramses, they would just abuse these lanes. And this was back when, you know, denies were just even more powerful. You'd get this gold bonus, so much XP denied, so that when you win 3 lanes, it's part of the reason it's so effective. Full HP.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Good old Monkey King. I mean, it's got to feel good. Now, GPK is going to be pretty comfortable. You know, when you do get that lane matchup and you're able to have this sort of a start, you know, this is the reason why you picked this hero. This is the dream hit for the Monkey King mid.
Yep. And the advantage isn't really reflected in the gold yet, but it's the XP. 100 more XP per minute for the Monkey King. And the Mars 60 ahead of the Centaur. It's only going to get worse. Yeah, you need Toronto Tokyo to start rotating. We've seen this from mid 1 a lot, back when he was playing for Secret. Sometimes you're playing the Spirit, you just get outlaned, that happens. Get a rune, start making plays. It's really your only hope here.
See bottom, trying to get onto DM, but just sort of save shackles, just stopping any attempt from Yatoro to get aggressive onto the Mars once DM's thrown his spells out.
And it's so annoying to play. Like, they have the CM aura too, so spells can be spammed. Spear lands, but does not skewer.
I think that GPK is going in. He's popping the Wukongs.
Good lord.
And he's not going to quite. Oh, he is going to get it. Kingslayer. He's able to finish it off. Diving in there.
That's mid tower too, guys.
6 minutes in. The tower is being taken out.
And this is the first 2 Void Spirit, followed up by a first 2 Monkey King. I mean, you had to know this was a possibility on Team Spirit, and Toronto Tokyo, he just didn't fear the matchup as much as it appears he should have.
Yeah, I guess is this just sort of down to the fact that perhaps Spirit, do they just not have the ability to run this hero in a different position? They don't do that as a squad, these players?
Honestly, not sure. But this is... I mean, we saw this in a series VP played a couple of weeks ago. The GBK Monkey King just straight up dominant. This is one of the best players in CIS. One of the more highly recruited players like in CIS history. Everybody wanted this kid. And this is a big part of the reason why. just utterly dominant. Nearly doubling up his opponent's net worth. And now, as much as like he did a couple weeks ago, it's time to start rotating around.
See if they can catch Collapse off guard as Kingslayer starting to lead in, but Collapse and Mirror, they're keeping it a safe distance. So, doesn't actually look like this move's going to really pay off. I mean, GPK making that rotation, all he gets really out of it is a small camp.
Yeah, they get the Observer ward, though. Nice play by Kingslayer there. He had a feeling they must have been a little suspicious of something.
Got down bottom DM. He's looking to take down Miposhka, the stick charges. It's enough to keep Miposhka safe. They're actually going to come with extra TPs down here to try and turn this around as Yatoro. He's moving into DM. Good shackle from Safe will lock down the bear, but it isn't enough to save the Mars. Spirit will take DM out of the bottom lane.
Top lane, though. That's a haste.
Yeah, able to kite out the hoof stomp.
The footwork.
Collapse just doesn't have any options to get out of this. Making sure that he gets the kill as well, GPK. He knows he's the king right now.
Man, this is a clinic. Still not out of it by any means. The gold advantage is still relatively negligible. It's just that mid tower dying so early always freaks you out, right? I think teams have about 80% win rate when you have the mid before the enemy, let alone when it's this early. Orb of Corruption now on the Monkey King, and they're just going to chase right after Mira.
Yep, they've got the opening. Mira is going to try and run. They're speedy. And one more hit, they'll have him. GPK also getting the benefit of building up that Jingu.
Yep.
So might be able to do something with that. Down bottom, though, the Team Spirit are doing a good job of continuing to get Yatoro some good early action. Yatoro 2-0-1. His farm's still very much in a good place in the safe lane.
Yeah, we will see. Ursa, he's going to go for the Battle Fury. Yep, to be expected. Went the phase first, which I agree with. You got to stay combative in this lane. Sometimes you'll see players sticking to brown boots for a little too long and really just all-inning for that Battle Fury, which would have rendered him unable to compete with this strong Mars. But here comes the smoke. They want to deal with this Ursa ASAP. The goons are incoming. And Arena's up. That was a kill if he moved a little too far.
Oh. They're starting things. And they've got everything thrown down onto Yatoro. And they'll straight away move over from Miposhka as well. As VP starting to really get the action going here with the power of GPK's Monkey King, moving him around the map, and they just have perfect setup and ways to enable him with so much control. And with these towers, it's just going to be such fast timings on this Monkey King, going for this full fight build, this Orb of Corrosion into Desolator. It's going to be so hard for Spirit's heroes to deal with, this amount of physical damage coming out this early.
Yep, that's a perfect way really to execute a gank into tower. Bring more than enough heroes. Something I remember Fly lecturing us about was how you lost a lot of games trying to defend tier 1 safe lane when you couldn't. And that was a scenario because they brought so many heroes that any teleports pretty much just lead to their death as well. And it's an easy 2-for-0 plus tower. Yeah, you trade the top safe lane, but you don't really mind because you got kills out of it. The Roche play is nice for Spirit, but risky.
This is a smart way you use those respawns. Come straight out onto the map, go immediately for Roche. And it looks like
that Courier...
they're going to be able to find this in time. VP's not going to be able to do anything about this one.
I thought they saw the Courier flying towards the Roche pit, but they're not going to scout it out.
So
quite lucky.
A very nice move here from Spirit. Making the most of dying down bottom, using that chance to get back on the map and make a move that VP was not quite prepared to stop.
Now it looks like Toronto Tokyo will be the target. These 2 Astrals, though, and a DD. Got to be careful here with your PA.
Yeah, he's poking back a bit. Nightfall, but they've got him controlled, and they've taken him out.
Miposhka, that would have been such a sick save.
Just so much damage here that the Frostbite alone was enough to disable him long enough for them to kill him, even though he had steps and Dissimulates left. He just couldn't get any of them off.
So it's pretty much a repeat of the previous game. VP jump out to this early lead. They win all 3 lanes. Difference is this time Virtus Pro a lot easier to find kills.
Yeah.
They realized the mistakes of the previous game. A Wind Ranger Mars in the off lane will have a significantly easier time finding slays in comparison to a Willow and a Timbersaw. Yule's soon to be completed on DM. They just have so many damn stuns. The PA as well can stay very active.
And while sort of what last game we saw Spirit have this lineup that allowed for this sort of, you know, a very niche approach of just going full in on burst, 100 to 0ing heroes in the mid game. This lineup, as sort of crazy as you could try and look at it with potential item builds, there just isn't quite that this time around. It's a much more traditional game of Dota that they are going to have to play, and that's not going to be easy whilst they're behind.
Certainly not. It's just tough. You don't have map control, so you're smoking out to your own safe lane, just trying to get a kill. Will they have it? No. Close.
Oh, they won't. And now, they got to be a little careful here with Toronto Tokyo. As he's jumping out to the side, they're going to be chasing. As Knight falls in onto Maposhka, Boundless strike down onto the 2 of them. They lock him down with a frostbite. They'll get him. Toronto Tokyo's got Maposhka as well. As this one, it's, as you said, you know, game 1 was also kind of pretty rough coming out the laning stage. It's just, this one's sort of on another level. It's a 13-minute Desolator done on the Monkey King.
The thing is, in the previous game, you know, Team Spirit, they were just buying time because they had a Death Star under construction. In this game, I don't know. They've recruited the Ewoks, but I don't think they're going to be able to come up with something of a sufficient power level to rebalance the Galaxy. This is just rough, and they're going to get ran at. I mean, there's so many stunts. There's a Desto on the Monkey King. I'm lost for a method of them just doing really anything here.
That's definitely tough. With the Battle Fury on Nightfall, he'll be able to get his BKB done. Interestingly enough, looks like he will still go for the Desto himself. I mean, of course, he is a PA, but always the wonder of, you know, whether they favor it that much, that they want to be getting 2 of them on a lineup. You know, it's not something that you see all the time, but obviously still has its strengths. As bottom, another catch. As this time round, this game, Toronto Tokyo, he may have done a good job of being very elusive on the puck in that first game of the series, but this game, 0-4-0.
Oh, yeah.
They're kind of catching him every time.
I mean, there's just nothing he can do. Ursa's taking all of the safe farm. Centaur is being avoided by the Virtus Pro lineup. They are just hunting this Void Spirit with reckless abandon. And yeah, it's the Spirit lineup. They just can't really do anything. They need this blink on Centaur. He went for the Vanguard first, which typically I don't have a problem with, but he's not really able to make space for his team. He's not taking, not really pushing the envelope, and nor can he. Because if he's like hitting this tier 2 as an example and he gets stunned, he's just going to die no matter how tanky he is. The blink is up though, so should be able to, in theory, find some kills.
Okay.
Play with the Ursa.
I mean, it is, oh yeah, and they're going to try that top. They're going to jump on safe, they've got the burst.
Got.
Same time mid though.
Oh no, not again.
He's got to be so careful. DM is, if he was close enough to get that catch after the steps, there would have been that concern of being dropped out. But Arena was still on cooldown. 10 seconds until it's back up for DM.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Same deal. They want to get this tier 2 before outposts give you that 20-minute XP.
And the Aegis will time out now for Yutoro, so we might see VP try and step it up even more now, knowing that they are going to have this window where they're still very strong against this Ursa that isn't quite fully prepared to turn up and fight back.
I like that ward. I mean, making the best of a bad situation, really. Just trying to maintain what map control you can.
They're going to try and go on DM.
Oh, nice.
And they've got him.
All right.
Good move there. I mean, as you said, that ward getting a lot done. As I guess DM, well, he did sort of show his face as well, but just giving the information Spirit needed to know that that wasn't a bait, that the DM was purely alone.
That's something you'll see Nigma do really well. A lot of teams kind of get stuck in the habits of warding as if they were ahead, but if you watch Kuro, there'll be games where his team is just pretty much getting dumpstered, but he'll have great vision on his side of the map, and they'll engineer their moves to be made in response. Well done by Spirit to do just that, although I think he was a little slow on the Yules. Nightfall. Hello. And goodbye.
Now blink done for us now, so those sort of plays from the two of them, him and Collapse, are going to be a lot cleaner. It's just a question of whether VP is going to give them the opportunities. As VP, they've got the full 5 of them down here, taking quick tier 2s here, pre-18 minutes, and pretty much having the money for the BKB to be done on the Monkey King. And we do see as well, okay, Nightfall, he isn't going to end up picking up the death, so I mean, they do have the death on the Monkey King, as BKB is just going to be much more powerful, allowing him to get in there. Him and GPK on the front lines, they're going to have nothing. The Ursa is going to try and turn. Maybe he has a chance of beating into GPK, but he gets the ult out. He's going to have the boosted armor, and of course the PA constantly with that evasion. It's going to make it very unlikely that Spirit have the physical focus to take these cores down.
I think the timing is excellent here. You know, you'll have a BKB around the same time as the Monkey anyway, but you just never need double deso.
No, it would have been weird.
I think an Ags could have been a possibility.
He's going bad for it though. He's going bad. I feel like, but as you say, do you need the double deso? Is it not more valuable for Nightfall to just get the Basher next?
I would say yeah, Basher or Ags. I actually think Ags is quite nice in a game like this where you're effectively
we saw Matu have a great game with it the other day. Yeah.
Roshan not available. And the Radiant Heroes trying their best to make themselves... Oh, no.
That's collapsed there. They've got to let him go here. Spear off the mark. And it might actually matter as they're able to pop the Stampede and they get in onto DM. They're moving in with the Ursa, trying to bring DM down. DM's going to live though. He's out to the side. They will manage to jump forward and finish him off there. A buyback comes out from Mira. As VP, they're trying to chase them as the crits coming from Nightfall. The Boundless Strike comes crashing down from GPK as it's a triple kill, ultra kill for the Monkey King.
Dude, GPK, he is so good on this Monkey King. It's a regular Wayne Gretzky with the angles. Like recognizing where the bounces will go, hopping to the left. Double stuns galore. Again, similar to what he did in the couple weeks ago. Will he have time for the rampage? Oh, Nightfall steals it.
I think you're right. That would have actually been the rampage. That would have been within time. So, but here we have it again. I mean, it looks like a bit of a mess design. DM whiffs the combo, gives this opportunity for things to turn around. But I guess in reality, this worked out for VP because certainly Spirit, they were given that false sense of, hang on, we can maybe try and take this fight.
The problem is they don't have like real damage. You can even see like Ursa blink Battle Fury. You're not strong enough, kid. You can kill a Mars, sure, but he was half HP and pow. Then the shackle.
No, GPK's feeling it. I mean, he knows this sort of game. I mean, it does just go to show. I mean, obviously, him getting the hero is one thing, but setting him up a lane where you know you're not going to have a good time against this Monkey King. As we really did see, Toronto taking on the Void Spirit. He struggled. It was not a fun matchup to play Void Spirit into the Monkey King. And you're doing that against GPK, he's just going to do the world with that sort of lead that he gets.
It reminds me, I can't remember the game. I think it was Nigma had first 2'd Weeha TA into a puck first 2. And the puck still went mid. And the puck got obliterated. And everyone questioned, you had to see that coming. What are we doing here? And it's the same story. You can't... I mean, GPK Monkey King is strong enough. Then you give him a free matchup. It's like, well, how do you expect to win a game?
I mean, that's the thing as well. Do you sort of necessarily look at the other heroes of Spirit and think to yourself, oh, okay, that's what they were going for, knowing that this Monkey King was going to have a good start. They've got good ways to kill him, or do you not really find that in their draft?
I think... Again, maybe you just can't do it, but if the Void Spirit goes offlane and the Centaur is some other hero that just gives them some kind of power level. I mean, I was hoping for a Viper. You would have had break mechanic against the Monkey. Like, give something that shifts the balance of power. Because right now, when you lose 3 lanes like this against VP, there's no spike where you feel comfortable or confident. They got Aegis. They snuck an Aegis and still didn't cross the river. And now it's just going to get even harder. You got a PA. He'll have Abyssal soon. He'll have Aegis. Cheese on GPK.
See mid. DM, he's already starting the fight off. He's got the arena down. He's able to lock down Collapse. They're moving on to the Centaur. Collapse. He cannot escape this. So if they can catch anything else, Mirror out with the TP. The rest of Spirit will make it away, but still, that's the Centaur down. VP can continue to control the map completely. Miposhka's walked into this.
We blinked. Enough time to take him out. Yeah, he... 720, but you know, in the previous game, it felt like there was a path back for Spirit. This is just VP twisting the knife. Certainly upset they dropped their first map of this DPC season and making a statement like, you got us one time, kid, but not again.
I mean, because you got to imagine what for VP as a squad, they'll probably be having quite serious talks after that game 1, right?
Oh yeah, you can even see it by their faces when we swap to the cams. Chibi Keys having fun, but everybody else, very serious, stone face. This is not a squad that likes to lose.
Quite able to get that angle, yeah.
I also do believe that until this map, I think there might have been a team in, no, SEA, no, Neon has dropped a game. They were, I believe, the only undefeated on maps as well team left in the DPC.
Oh, they've lost that now.
And that is no longer theirs to hold.
And as you say, what, a team like VP, that's something that they care about. You know, that's sort of just clean sheet.
Oh, I mean, we're like going back to, again, that legendary squad. Remember that summit they won by not repeating heroes the entire event? That same mentality, like VP, since the demise of that original roster, didn't really have that same luster until they promoted the old Prodigy stack to their main, and it does feel like they're back. As is Na'Vi, though, to be fair. CIS stronger now than it's been some time.
Well, for sure, definitely. Yeah, at least the top 2, some incredibly
Damn
strong
it,
stuff.
I almost said,
Beast Coast.
I thought Beast Coast did drop the map, but I suppose I'm incorrect. Whoever is doing stats, can't you just let me have that one? Why you gotta go on camera in front of everybody? Just gonna tell him how I'm wrong?
What do you mean? He's...
Oh my god.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Excellent.
Can't get it done. The Scotty soon. This is, again, different game. VP, yeah, they've got a lead. They're going to continue to grow it, but you notice their net worth is continuing to expand. It was not the same the previous game where it sort of bottomed out.
Last game.
What?
Get the E-Blaze, get the Veil. Let's try it again, he says. Let's go. Let's get the burst online. It worked last game.
They have an Ursa.
E-Blade Ursa. Let's go. He's an Agi hero. It works. Anything can work here. But at least E-Blade on the Void Spirit. Toronto Tokyo saying this is how we did it. We deleted heroes. We have burst. We were able to just take someone out of the fight straight away.
Good luck to you, Collapse. You are in danger. Will they find you? Ooh. Nice blink there. VP hunting. Abyssal on the way to our Phantom Assassin. And all of Team Spirit stuck inside the base. They do have a BK. I love this from Yotaro. Look at what's queued up.
As they're in Yotaro. Going to try and turn over towards save, but now he's outside the base. He does have the BKB in the rage to rely, but he's been stunned. He's straight into the tree. They'll burst him down before he can get either of them off. As that's Yotaro gone, he's down without buyback. As we'll see it again here. So the quick kills straight off the back, and then this play here. Yotaro, BKB in rage, he just doesn't get the chance. That spear coming in off the back of the Yules leaves no opportunity to get either of those potential moves out of the Ursa.
One of my favorite. I mean, I'm surprised we don't see more Mars lane and teams just not willing to first to it in comparison to some of these other offlaners. You have one of the few, I don't know what the term would be, perfect stuns, unstoppable stuns, you know, immune to opposing magic spells, what have you, because the perfect Yules into Spear, you can't BKB, you can't phase shift, there's nothing you can do, you are just dead. And you can see that used to great effect there against the BKB Ursa. But before he died, I was going to say Yatoro, he had that Rapier queued up. I don't think he's going to get it, but it's the right idea because you need it. It's True Strike.
You got to jump and kill someone. And hey, you're not doing that with any other item this game.
Nope. Yule's up on to save. Also with the gem. 27-minute Tranquil Boots. And I'd love to say it's still anybody's game, but this really just feels like VP playing with their food. Just sweeping the map, trying to find anybody that they can. Collapse. Oh, be careful. Oh, they cancel the blink? No? They find it? Toronto, Tokyo.
They found him. And they've got him. It's relentless there with their hunt into the trees, VP.
Hey, but he's on the board. I'd rather 1-6 in comparison to 0-4. Started off even worse. And it's unfortunate, this is just kind of the state of the game at the moment. All you can really do if you're Team Spirit, when this game ends, you go say, okay, what do we got to swap around for game 3? Lanes. It's 2 games in a row now. You've lost 6 out of 6 lanes. That can't happen at this level.
Well, here we have Spirit trying to come out, but Save is going to be able to set things up onto Collapse with the Shackle. As this Centaur,
he's just stunned.
Has no chance.
He can't get a spell off.
And VP just resume, taking the towers 24-7, 20,000 gold lead. All outer towers gone. They're ready to start approaching the high ground. And Spirit, last time round, it's certainly a rough one. A buyback will come out from Collapse, and VP will give it some respect here. See Toro. Progress being made on that Rapier. As the Demon Edge has been picked up. Still got a little bit of a way to go. We'll see as well. Toronto Tokyo complete his E-Blade. So he's got his item done now on the Void Spirit.
Okay. You believe, Owen. My question, will this be used offensively in this game?
I think it's going to be defensive, right? You'd look, but then at the same time, what we saw, Nightfall, he pretty much had a nullifier, didn't he? He's close to having the gold for it.
Oh, couldn't.
So suddenly, if it is going to be used defensively, it's not going to do a whole lot.
Paladin Sword for the PA. Like Oracle with the Ghost Scepter, but again, the Nullifier is going to come out. A Ghost Scepter on the Rubik too? No! They think they're safe! They're not going to be safe, Owen.
They're gonna smoke up with the Sea Blade. Maybe see if they can get an opportunity to use it offensively. So VP not in positions that's going to leave them vulnerable at all.
Yeah, I appreciate, Yatoro trying to keep spirits high, constantly playing the symbols, but I do believe a rendition of taps would be more appropriate. As this Radiant side leaves their base for the first time in a while, DM is waiting in the wings, has his BKB available as well. And yeah, they don't have the gun. They killed the ward, but it's like, I don't know, guys. Do we really want to do this? And VP across the map asking the same question. Do you really want to do this? And they say no. We like our base.
Yeah, VP
it's warm here.
Chill out for this next Roche. It's about to be up, and this is going to be the third one. Let's see if they get themselves lucky with the Ags or what it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be a Refresher Shard. I mean, I guess they've got some nice heroes here to utilize that. GPK for 2 rounds, the Wukongs. DM for 2 rounds of the Arena. And of course, this will be an easy rush. Easy rush for VP. Spirit.
I love Toronto Tokyo. He's got 2 salves in his inventory. He's prepared. There'll be an Oracle ult. He salves, he earns, he saves. However, the fact that he's the mid player and it's 32 minutes in the game is a little concerning, but he will camp this ward. He's ready.
I mean, is he though? He's got to be careful if they...
He's no longer ready.
Yeah. He's got to run.
Back to the base.
It's VP. Oh, Spirit. They better stay up there on the high ground.
What's interesting is that Nightfall, he went for all the defensive talents. Phantom Rage, Cast, Health, Blur Evasion. Don't need more corruption. He says just stay alive.
I'm using that E-Blade offensively onto Nightfall, trying to slow down the opportunities he has to attack.
They still got Glyph. Wukong's down. Space made for Yatoro. He's going to have the Rapier. Oh.
Has he got it?
He needs 100 gold. One more camp. He's on a ward, though.
Oh, no. He's got it. Right.
Get out. Get out.
Okay, Rapier online. Let's go. They could turn around the first game. This one, definitely on another level.
It's only 24,000 gold.
I mean, Yatoro, yeah, he did pull out some insane work. They're on to GPK. Can they burst him in time? They can. GPK's gone. Yatoro turns over towards Nightfall. He's eating him down. Nightfall. He's off to the side. He's away. But they took GPK down. That's the Monkey King gone from the push. And now Yatoro is looking towards Kingslayer. And they'll get him. 2 kills off the back of a successful defense here from Spirit. Can Yatoro do it? He picked up the Rapier last game on the Morph, and he put in the work. This time round, it's definitely the difficulty level has been notched up quite a bit, but maybe Yatoro can do it again here.
This is he's effectively changed this game. We're not playing Dota anymore. We're playing Dark Souls on the hardest difficulty.
Oh yeah. Dark Souls, sort of one-handed, blindfolded. Yeah. That's what this is for Yatoro now.
You die, this game is done for. There's no respawn.
Playing on a console, with bicycle power as well, and without a TV plugged in. That's what he's doing here.
Hey, he can use the Force.
Can he do it?
As the quiver, the burst damage this man can output is nuts.
Big. It is big.
And I like that they're playing to win. Like, they're not giving up. They ceded advantage after advantage, but they have something that activates the Oracle. Suddenly, this Ursa, he represents enough damage to put some fear into VP. It's not just over.
Nightfall's got a DD.
Oh, no.
He's got a DD rune. He's coming in. And he's over. He's looking for Miposhka, but Miposhka is trying to run. He's still alive in Miposhka. They turn with the E-Blade onto Nightfall. Nightfall will get the kill. They also catch Collapse in the arena. So the best interest of the rest of Spirit to get out of there. Mira's trying to get out Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, no buyback on either player. In fact, VP will know they have no buyback because they use them if someone's keeping timers. They've Aegis. Do you just go Throne here?
Oh, I think they might. Or, I mean, they can play it safe and just go for the Megas if they want.
Yeah, they've got Wukongs.
As we see at the moment, not returning to the base quite yet. Wukong's is down. DM.
No glyph.
As VP. They will, by the looks we get the Megas. They're going to get kills as well.
Oh, no.
Jump over towards Mira. Mira does have buyback. These racks are going down. As VP, the Megas are out.
It's all right. Okay. So what is this? What does this do to the difficulty now for Yatoro?
This is hard.
How does it get harder?
Yeah, he's got to program Dark Souls as well. As now, the fight will start. He's going to jump into the back line. Yatoro, he's onto GPK, but GPK forced to the side. Yatoro turns attention over towards Nightfall. The bashes are there. Can they bring down Nightfall?
The damage, oh my God!
Go down the once. Yatoro gets the kill. He's trying to back away, but the Balance strikes out. Yatoro's in a whole world of trouble, and he will go down. As Yatoro falls, he's out for 90, and they know it's over. GG is called. This time round, GPK and the boys coming in at full force. Smiles out at the end there as GPK. He definitely enjoyed that game, GPK. That was a cozy Monkey King game indeed. 11-1-11, he ends it. And VP in this game too, I mean, definitely coming in with the sort of force of a hit I think that they expected to be able to deal against Spirit.
That's the sort of game I think a lot of the fans at home, even we were expecting. Just, again, they won all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
This time, they have a draft that will continue to scale. They can kill people. That's the key. They have stuns. They have catch. They're chasing Spirit around the map. But instead of only finding, what, like 12 kills in 30 minutes, they had like 30 plus. So, well done. Drawing board for Spirit. Better lanes, please.
Sure. You want to see them win a lane.
One lane. Just one.
Which lane would it be? What was the most important one?
Any of them.
Just any?
Just one lane. Last game, they lost 3 lanes, and GPK was jungling. Like, you got to get something out of this.
Yeah, well, there we go. We've now got the series on a level foot, 1-1. We'll see if Spirit are able to pick it up after this game too, as this was definitely quite a severe beatdown. 30-10, VP leading this one all the way here, as the series now stands 1-1 between VP and Team Spirit.
And this looked a lot more like the VP than we're used to seeing. They were absolutely dominant from the get-go, and they this time never let go of their lead. We're going to break down this second game and prepare for Game 3. We'll see you after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
it's always interesting to see how a team reacts after a loss. And in this case, it was Virtus.pro just making sure there was no room for Team Spirit on this map. They started off strong, and I know we had our commentator team harp on it as well. Laning stage is again where Virtus.pro shined, and then they never let go of their lead. And I think, Tigov, we have to go back to the man that we saw being godlike with that ultra kill just now. GPK on the Monkey King in the middle lane against a second pick Void Spirit. So they had all the time in the world to prepare for that. They knew exactly what was coming, and they still lost that lane so hard.
I think it is a difficult position from Team Spirit. They didn't have the last pick in the draft, so they needed to pick a strong hero. They decided to deal with what VP had in a different way, picking an offlaner. And then fundamentally, this Monkey v Void Spirit matchup, it is so painful if you hit the wrong beats. And this Void Spirit didn't kind of hit them. Therefore, Monkey King just walked it. At some point, he had like 2-3k net worth advantage, allowing him to make all these plays. Monkey King from behind doesn't really make pressure on the map. GPK does though. On his Void Spirit, he's killing top, he's moving around, applying so much pressure, and then that simply just unlocks the game. It's a completely different game from game one. There isn't that window where you have like the E-Blade comeback potential. There's none of that.
No.
You have the PA to jump onto the Oracle. Just everything just went VP's way. And this was the VP that we've seen time and time again in this DPC league so far. Like, I'm not kidding. The amount of games they've played, they have only had like one game where they had 6k less gold than their opponent. Like, one. The rest of it, it's been like 1-2k gold at best. 3 or 4 games, it's just like, whoom, all the way towards VP. Like, they are dominating.
It has not looked easy. Or sorry, for their opponents anyway. It has not looked even in any of their series. And this is the first time, obviously, game one was the first time they lost a game in the DPC League. That should already speak volumes. But this second game, I was hoping maybe Team Spirit had a plan, Okay, you got this Void Spirit versus Monkey King. It's going to be a tough lane, but there is a plan to deal with that disadvantage you have there by having an advantage elsewhere.
Yeah, that didn't really come into play. So I think I touched on the idea of net worth being a key thing. It's because VP is so dominant in laning phase. And like we jokingly mentioned about it, why is the Void Spirit mid? Why were they not able to pick a more open hero to get themselves to the draft, give themselves a lane? Like Kyle touched on it, they've not won a lane its entire series. They've won a game though, but they haven't won lanes. And I don't want them to get too creative. Like they played very well game one. Like probably hands down one of the best games in DPC so far in EU CIS. And it was a product of them having the comeback potential. We didn't see that in game two.
We did not.
The easiest way of fixing that, just have a strong lane to play off. Like
just one
lane to play around. And I think fundamentally your mid lane, it can't be a hard matchup. It cannot be like the Void Spirit Monkey King. It needs to be. It also can't be like a Kunkka Puck. It just needs to be like a simple
DK, Viper, Razor.
Just give me a strong mid.
Die.
Even active, it's Toronto Tokyo. He's an amazing like spirit player who makes all this pressure. But I want him to be able to have that timing and push into the game, because if this happens again, where GPK has such a dominant performance, I fear that Spirit doesn't have that kind of comeback potential. And I don't think VP, after the confidence they had in game one, which lost them the game, you clearly see this confidence in this one. This was ruthless. There was there's no second guessing
like
any of their
around.
plays. If they had a BKB, they were pressing it, Shiva. They were not thinking about it.
Absolutely. I'm also very curious to hear what Purge had to say about this second dominant game from Virtus.pro.
Thank you, Shiva. We're just going to be watching a bunch of really fun GPK clips as he owns the game. We're going to avoid the laning stage. Kyle pointed out during the game, but he did a really good job pulling the creep wave, basically keeping his opponent at range. But here he is grabbing a haste rune at the 8-minute mark. He does get spotted. This gets pinged out. It's a little bit of a slow reaction here from Collapse. But with the haste rune, basically very easy to run down the enemy Centaur Warlord and guarantee that you have enough damage as a Monkey King to pick off the kill. He's even going to mess with him a little bit here, holding back some of his spells, getting a range creep as well there. Really nice rotation from him, and this is the important thing to do. If you do win your mid lane like this, you need to use that net worth in other places on the map. And sometimes Monkey King can fall a little bit flat here, but with as much of an advantage as he had, it became a little bit more straightforward. Good luck by Rubik here to throw him back, but ultimately after a little bit here, they end up getting that kill. And then after this, 30 seconds later, he's been a part of 2 really big kills now rotating to the bot lane with Smoke. The one here that's doing well right now is Ursa. He's about equal net worth as the PA. He barely catches a glimpse of him there. Stuns, which leads them up into all of their spells. They did this because at first he gets his ulti off. There's a chance that he survives here. They also pick up Maposhka on the Oracle and the skill. Hey, here's another one. Couple minutes later, on the Team Spirit side, they try to gank Nightfall. Nightfall's able to blink strike back to safety using Blur at a really good time there. And they end up getting a double stun on GPK, killing these two heroes once again. The pressure just keeps coming from GPK. Here's another moment. Void Spear just, hitting creeps, normal stuff here. But GPK shows up, puts some pressure in. He has to use 2 Astral Steps. DM's barely able to get the ulti Spear combo off for a kill. GPK is a part of another one. And we got one last one. A mere 30 seconds after that last kill happened, look at this little baby kill. Doesn't take much, but VP approaches it really safely, pops the ulti, throws the stun, easy kill. And what's his KDA? 5-0 and 6 with 11 kills on the board. He's been a part of every single kill this game for the first 15 minutes. GPK absolutely dumpstering that match.
He really, really did. And this was Virtus Pro not playing around. There was no hesitation in any of those moves. Team mentioned it. If there were any BKBs to press, they would press it in the second that they needed it. And this was a different side from Virtus Pro. We talked to them before in a couple of series. They're like, yeah, we're very relaxed playing. This did not feel like relaxed. This felt like a cat in the corner that is pouncing out and basically smashing Spirit in the process. We're going to find out if VP will do it again or if Team Spirit will show their strong side again in Game 3. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Reminds me of you.
series or best game we've seen, or at least one of the best games that we've seen here in the EU and CIS DPC League. And I'm hoping for a third game that is somewhat similar. I know that is a big ask, but it all starts with the draft. We're going to find out what these two teams have in store for each other. We got Purge on the big screen helping us dissect the draft. T-Governor here with me as well. And we have some openings on the boards, two floaty people. Purge, what do you think about Oracle v DP?
I mean, Oracle has been doing pretty well, so it's not too surprising to see it moved up. It doesn't necessarily hard counter Oracle or anything like that, other than you can, I guess, dispel silence on an ally or save somebody that she goes on. But it just, at least in this series, Oracle just feels like an amazing support and works out in most games.
I absolutely... Okay, so first of all, Virtus Pro has been dire in all 3 games. They've also been second pick in all 3 games.
Yeah.
Okay? So you can kind of see how the ban meta develops. And in this game, Team Spirit, they ban Shaman and they ban Lion.
Yes.
Because they have first pick, it means that Virtus Pro has to ban one more hero before Team Spirit gets to pick a hero. They are forced to ban Puck because both of the big instant hexes, the lockdown heroes, are banned out. So I love the creativity from Team Spirit's bans, forcing VP a little bit.
That was cool. Yeah. All right, and Nyx making an appearance finally in this series here. Should cover against a lot of the mid heroes, and then they instantly pick the Necro counter, or one of them, with the Beastmaster. That's their preferred.
It's also very interesting that Team Spirit first picked the Death Prophet, there was an Oracle, and then Team Spirit, they had the option between Earth Shaker and Nyx Assassin. They opted to go for Nyx Assassin, when arguably Shaker is like the better meta hero right now. Yeah.
Is there any underlying thought that you could think that is the reason for that?
It potentially opens up less mid heroes from Virtus Pro. They're going to have to align themselves to more kind of the strength tanky heroes because of the whole Nyx effect. But no, maybe it's a comfort thing as well. I think especially when VP can so confidently pick Beastmaster into Nyx, there has to be a plan behind this because, yeah, it's an interesting pick choice especially.
Don't they also have to potentially ban Earthshaker themselves now too? Because Nyx is very likely to 4.
Yeah, potentially. It really depends on the big picture. I love Shaker with like an Oracle because, of course, when your 5 doesn't have stuns, Shaker completes it all. I guess the Beast Shaker lane isn't as strong as options, but still, I wouldn't have any issues if VP was to pick a Shaker.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, well,
Enchantress, Enchantress, the lane winner against Beastmaster.
Yep.
Who are the other heroes? Crystal Maiden. I guess Shan hypothetically could counter it as well. But I think CM's the last one that's remaining for VP if they want to have Beastmaster stabilize in a lane.
Honestly, just this Nyx Shaker option is just so interesting. I'm just still thinking about it so much. Like, I'm just sure Shaker's better. But again, Team Spirit, they do like this Nyx. The bans though from VP. Oh, go on, Purge.
I was going to argue that Nyx can get a little bit more done, other than like fissure blocking stuff, but like mid game wise, before Earthshaker gets blink, Nyx does way more typically.
I guess as well, it also opens up Team Spirit to potentially have this like Darkseer plus Nyx lineup that applies a lot of pressure. Then you also deal with the Beastmaster indirectly through the wall taking his aura, and then the tankiness that you provide with the Greaves and Ags from the Darkseer build. So, yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, they can definitely win a lane against a carry, whereas Earthshaker's a little bit more passive, fissure range creeps, mess with the support, that kind of thing.
And we literally just spoke about after how Game 1, Game 2, Team Spirit aren't winning lanes, they're somewhat losing, and then they're trying to come back. And I think if you have the option between a lane winner that can be Nyx, and then kind of a lane secure that's Shaker, but then when we truly break it down, that's why the Nyx has kind of a higher regard potentially from Spirit, because they have identified we need to win lanes. We can't just survive and accept that we can go even. Nice. We finally understood the Nyx.
Yeah, and the Rubik picked up by VP, maybe somewhat of a deny pick as well. We saw Miroslav be on Rubik both games so far. There's not really anything in particular to steal that is like, wow.
Is this VP or Na'Vi drafting right now on Dire? Feels like an RB draft.
It does a little, yeah. They didn't ban the CM though. We'll see if they snag that to try to deal with the Beastmaster summons, or if they prefer a different hero. It's their pick next.
I think the good thing for Spirit right now, there hasn't been a overwhelming amount of team fight and jump picked by Virtus Pro. Therefore, like the Witch Doctors, the CMs, they do feel a little bit better to pick right here. Sometimes it's really difficult to pick the counter to a Beastmaster just because you see like an Earth Spirit or one of these like bigger team fights, and you often feel lost when you pick these big lane securers. Ooh.
Just in case there was any doubt, that is Virtus Pro on that side. You never know. You gotta check. Nature's Prophet coming out. I mean, if you're talking about heroes that are able to make a comeback, Nature's Prophet is one of those that can definitely stall/delay a game. We've seen it many a times. And on top of that, you always have the +1 advantage on the laning stage, so it gives you a little bit of an edge there too.
It also counters Oracle and Rubik in lane, basically. So that's one advantage that they have against the early Rubik, or their early Oracle pick, is that they know that they can just lane treants against these guys. I assume it's going to be a 3 Prophet, but it could be a 5 as well. It's not really like the biggest counter against the boar, but let the summons fight it out, and then you can go do your other stuff.
Yeah, I'd love to see this Furin in the 5 role, just because when the game gets a little bit more difficult, you're basically offering up your 5 position to keep the game going by split pushing if it gets to that stage, compared to the off lane. And when you're playing into a Wraith King plus Oracle lane, I think Furin does okay, but I'm not seeing that true punishment on lane because of the Nyx. I think if you had a more aggressive 4 position, then of course Furin should be able to win that lane, but yeah, I think 5 Furin here would go great.
Oof. I see you nodding. Do you like it then?
Yeah, I don't mind it. So we have to think about what are the counters to Medusa in the off lane, and Beastmaster and Enigma kind of rise up simply because they like to buy Necro 3. They apply a lot of pressure. Beastmaster can outpace a Medusa early on in the game, taking that quick tower, invading the jungle. Medusa hates that. Enigma, again, same concept, but you have the black hole factor. But in this game, of course, there's Beastmaster, so Spirit are really relying on having a strong laning support, hopefully this Furion, to allow the Medusa to survive the lane, because this is easily, you could lose all your map control, or you could outscale and suddenly win the game because Beastmaster does nothing after like 25 minutes, and Medusa has like Butterfly, Manta, +1.
And obviously the team fight from Medusa is really strong too, and that should give them a small edge there for Team Spirit. If they pop Deuce ulti and Death Prophet runs in as well, then things are looking okay for how their team fight goes. It's going to make it harder for Oracle to like stabilize everything if there's that much stuff flying around.
I think Virtus Pro, they really need a hero that can jump into the backlines and cause a bit more disruption. Wraith King as a hero likes to play from lane to jungle, doesn't really poke his head out unless he's got phase armlet or well on the way to kind of Radiance and he can get a free kill or 2.
Are we surprised Void Spirit is still in the pool in that case?
Exactly, that's what I'm kind of touching on, the idea of that aggressive style of hero that when Beastmaster, when he has a good lane, he gets that quick Necro 3 or Necro 2 at least, that mid lane pairing with him, suddenly that pressure should alone make this Medusa feel not that great. Like, think about the wave clear from Team Spirit. What hero quickly pushes out a lane before you're like level 8, level 9, or at least minute 20 for Furion? Like, they don't have that cheap wave clear, and that's what Virtus Pro might be able to kind of punish.
And if they do use Void Spirit there, Medusa is not very burstable, of course, but Death Prophet certainly is, especially with as many disables as they have. I could definitely see her get like 3 to 4 stunned and just die in early skirmishes. So I kind of like the Void Spirit idea for a VP as well.
Well, they have a lot of time left in their bonus time to think about what they want to ban here. And there are a lot of possibilities for Team Spirit to switch around their lanes, so it is entirely on them. They have really got not that much to go on.
I would love to see just Nyx DP off lane, Furion 5, Medusa carry, and then just pick up a really strong mid lane and give Toronto Tokyo this ability to, enter the game that well. I think putting this DP into a core position, it won't feel that great. Into mid lane, sorry, won't feel that great.
Yeah.
Just because you have that counter coming into play. Like, Virtus Pro could also go for like a Queen of Pain or something, just anything high paced. But they have last pick, so it's Team Spirit's job to pick a well-rounded hero that isn't easily countered and giving VP another advantage.
I will say though, so far, at least in the DPC League, for Team Spirit, Death Prophet has only been a mid so far and not any position support.
Yeah. They could also just go for the Mars on Team Spirit. Like, think about this ban from Virtus Pro. They're scared of that hero that comes to that early engagement and quickly turns it around, and that's what Mars does as well. So if DP is mid in that scenario, Mars can do really well from the offlane.
With the ban Invoker, which would have done kind of similar stuff, mana drain, pressure, the Wraith King area control to deal with the summons, and then it's just harder for them to get on top of their opponents.
And only 9-second reserve time plus the 7 that they have left now. Team Spirit. Posh quickly talking about it. It's like, come on, mate, collapse. I need a hero. But pretty much anyone who can either clear waves or okay, they take
They
the
go
voice
for
spirit
the voice
themselves.
spirit.
And this was really nice because in the previous game they needed that double flexibility, and VP instantly snap pick up the OD.
Do we like that? Is that good?
Well, it's another tower pressuring hero with the Meteor Hammer build. You are going to be able to just constantly annoy throughout the game. Do I like it? I don't mind it, actually. I think, yeah, this is good.
I don't have a huge amount of faith in OD myself, but they're clearly confident about one of these matchups. The raw disables on the enemy side are a little bit weak on Spirit side, so usually the counter to OD is you interrupt his Meteor Hammer afterwards, so they won't have excellent heroes for that. So if he's confident in his matchup, like against Void Spirit, for example, then this could be the hero that unlocks the game, makes Void Spirit's game a little bit rougher, and then allows them to transition into this like summon tower pressure thing without having to commit really hard. So,
You like it?
I think so. I'm not super confident in either draft, but that's what I feel about the OD.
All right. Well, you're going to see it played out in a second. Thank you very much, Purge. And T, going into this game, this is for Yatoro. We've seen him like rapiers, right? If you're talking about Medusa, ultimate rapier buyer.
Yeah, but they also need to be able to win lanes to contest that first Roshan to get an Aegis, to then buy the rapier and win the game like Medusas normally do.
Quite a few steps to take.
It's like 3 steps. Only 3 steps. But yeah, I think the OD pick feels good because they don't have that instant stun and that quick way of stopping a Meteor Hammer combo. So it will always be an early threat paired with the Beastmaster. That could buy enough time for Wraith King to come online. You have no jungle, Medusa can't farm. So it's all about if they can stop this OD. If the Furion comes into mid, turns it around and takes his tower, could be a completely different story. But yeah, does Medusa get the Aegis? Does Medusa get a rapier?
Will they come out ahead in the lanes for the
Exactly.
first time ever? We're going to find out because it is time for the third game of this best of 3 series. So let's head over to a commentary duo of OD Pixel and Kyle.
Thank you, CVS. The deciding game now to end this series between VP and Spirit. Kyle, what do you sort of make of this? Do you like the fact that they're going down this Medusa route, a route that we're seeing quite a few teams around the regions try, but at least in the EU CIS it has had kind of mixed result, and that might be even putting it in a positive light.
Personally, not a huge fan, especially after getting they got bodied in 2 consecutive early to mid games. I would have preferred it if maybe they had like some steroids built in, even if it was something simple like an ogre, just so you're like, oh crap, okay, this Dusa really will carry this. But you know, you're playing against an OD, it's a Wraith King Beastmaster. Like, this is an insane tempo lineup from VP, and I'm concerned at their lack of team fight. You know, Furion, Dusa, Void Spirit cores. You need towers early, but to do that, you got to win your lanes, Owen.
I mean, and when you look at the lane setups, is there a lane that's going to go well for Spirit this time round?
Mid should hopefully be better. It'd be hard for it to be worse. And it's nice to have a Void Spirit against OD. Yes, the Meteor Hammer combo is solid, but in theory, you should always be able to dissimulate before a touchdown. And Furion is the best laner in Dota. So, especially with that Blightstone to start the game, you would expect top to do pretty well. Oracle, 2 armor. Wraith King, 2 armor. So, 0 once touched by Collapse.
All right, well, we'll see if Spirit are able to get themselves a better hand on the lane, something that they, of course, have struggled with in both of the games we've had this series so far. As this mid, definitely one to watch it, as Toronto Tokyo did suffer last time around on the Void Spirit. We'll see how well he's able to play the matchup into the OD.
Yeah, top already getting aggressive. Like to see this. A lot of pressure coming out onto Nightfall, forcing regen. Unsure about the stick to start. Did he expect? No, he must have expected this to be the lane. Just his choice. I would have thought he would buy more regen.
I mean, maybe feeling that because he has an Oracle behind him, and there's eventually going to be that extra potential for Kingslayer to keep him topped up.
Bottom lane, Yatoro pushing the wave forwards. Like to see it. You don't ever want to give Beastmaster Rubik a creep wave advantage.
I mean, this mid lane so far is proven to be pretty even between Toronto Tokyo and GPK. trading the CS hit.
Yeah. Stuff right here. Yeah. This counts as a win in my book. Toronto Tokyo, he's out to a lead. He's got the CS advantage for the first time today. Gotta be feeling happy so far. Remnant a little off the mark, but no big deal. In top also doing fine. I like this from Mira, just trying to deny pulls when possible. So far, so good.
This is going to be a lot of damage on Toronto Tokyo.
Oh,
yeah. Good job he had that Fairy Fire. In fact,
Please
one
be
more
careful.
Arcane Orb might just do it. It's going to be very close. He's got to be careful. As he will. He'll be able to live, gets himself enough money to get the bottle complete too. So bottle will be out for him, allowing him to stick around in the lane.
Yeah, you're okay with this. If you're Toronto Tokyo, just because you have that bottle out. In the previous game, you got so crushed on those initial waves that you didn't have that regen kicking in. GPK is the one who will be low on mana for some time. Bottom still doing A-okay. I love this Death Prophet simply because you are so powerful, even as a 5 position in the laning phase. You're going to do just fine down here. Top even, mid slightly GPK favored, but should restore equilibrium soon now that the bottle is complete, as we've mentioned. As GPK is also out of mana. And it's really nice Nightfall. He's just spamming skeletons to just try and deal with these treants. He got them level 1 too. Perhaps why he got the stick. You know, he wants to always have these up. Sustain a bit with the lifesteal, but not allow Collapse to shove the wave and then out-deny him with the help of those treants. And also, another innovation, like you see this often, but sometimes people forget. He gets a chainmail first item on Nightfall, just for the bonus armor. You're playing against Blightstone. Effectively, you go from 0 to 4 armor when you're getting hit by the DP, which is pretty significant. It's like 23-24% less damage taken.
Obviously, 4-minute power runes, of course, very important for Toronto Tokyo here. It's a haste rune up top, as Mira will be able to keep it safe.
That's huge
for him. So a very nice rune hit.
Mid is still just not going very well. But what can you do? It is OD. Something that we really haven't seen in these regions, but NA specifically, like this hero just gets first picked. Oftentimes for offlane, but you know, hey, go figure.
I mean, at this stage now, level 5, just kicking out so much damage with these punches, GPK. Toronto Tokyo. He's got to be very cautious how much he steps up against this OD.
Yeah, if anything, Collapse is going to have to be the one that kind of dictates the pace of this game. In fact, this offlane, really, because you've got the Nyx as well. They're really the only people that can do things on the map. And no, Mira, you took...
That was Toronto Tokyo's rune. Why is he taking his rune?
I don't know.
Oh, no. I guess he's going to have one over there, but that's going to take him extra bit of time to walk all the way back up to his triangle.
Mira would have loved the bottle charge, but you don't get one because...
he just picked up the Bounty rune.
Yeah, this is...
A bit of miscommunication there.
This is a weird rotation, because now Toronto, he has to go back for his own rune. Now you've got the stack low, but no longer Void Spirit there.
Oh yeah, Nightfall might be able to get a few of these. He will.
And you left mid for a while. That's most unfortunate.
I mean, I guess the move was going to be hard to make anyway. You know, he's still level 5 in the Void Spirit. You really need that 6 before you're going to be able to catch the side lane by surprise. As, yeah, GPK is going to be happy with that little bit more time that he got free to himself in the mid. Free farming away. Rune will be bottled up by Toronto Tokyo. At least, again, it is another great rune for the Void Spirit. We'll see if he's able to do something more with this one this time round, though.
Yeah, he needs the Astral Step.
Yeah, he's got to get his 6.
But there's a Meteor Hammer up already, and interrupted, though. Nice play. I'm surprised GPK let that happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, let's see, because these creeps will get Toronto Tokyo the 6. Now, he's got that potency that the side lanes do have to be prepared for. As we see top, Collapse and Mirror getting in on Nightfall. But just a little too speedy with the phase boost. Always able to run away from those two.
Yep, Toronto Tokyo, he'd love to get active now. He's trying to, he's got the boots, he has Arcane Rune, Astral Steps on demand, but where do you go is the problem. Can you gank bottom? Not really, there's a Medusa Death Prophet down there. Top lane possible, but it's just the Nyx stun that you have to set up, and Wraith King will have his ultimate momentarily, getting it off this top wave. Probably save the point. And so far so good. I mean, he actually just skills it. I approve. You know, you don't want to go for the greedier style here. You're really just trying to survive. Oh wow, frame perfect. Nice job. I think Dissimulate takes at least 1 or 2 frames for the cast animation, so if he times it right, perhaps he'll be able to get it off, no problem. My brother also messaged me, very disappointed. You can BKB off of a Yules into Spear. It has frame priority. I'll have to test that.
You don't trust him?
I do.
I'd trust your brother.
He probably would know.
He knows Dota. As a mid, this time around they get the kill with that. Bit of extra backup. The Meteor Hammer combo does the job. Nothing that Mira and Maposhka can do. Oh! Okay.
Quick fingers.
All right. Easy spike carapace there. As, well, that's a long cooldown. 150 seconds of no ult here for GPK. As, I mean, I don't even know. Maybe it would have got the kill if Mira didn't spike carapace. I don't know. Would it have done enough damage? I guess it does do a lot of damage nowadays, and he did have a fair bit.
It would have been close.
Yeah. We'll see it again here. That's a clean setup to start things. Very nicely
got him.
Now back in the action though. They're trying to make moves onto this OD. They're bringing 4 in to make a go onto GPK. They're not going to quite be able to do it, and GPK is actually trying to turn and chase them down. They can't commit any further though. Still being a little outnumbered here by Team Spirit around the mid lane.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. The trouble is, when you play with this Prophet, you know, this isn't the kind of game you want to be playing. You don't want to extend the laning phase. Prophet wants to abuse the fact that you have global TP and this massive amount of damage, the treants. That was the first move. This is the first time he's left this top lane. Like, it's the trouble. When you lose mid like this, it just doesn't feel like you have a play. Again, the trouble is, how do you do anything bottom? It's a Deuce and a Death Prophet. You don't have playmakers. It's just Toronto Tokyo that can really get active on this map, and he's going to go for the triple null build. That is how much he is suffering at the moment.
See bottom up. A bit of aggression on your Toro will force him to Stone Gaze. We'll see to the side, Maposhka. He's going to walk right into GPK. I was already just starting to see GPK having once again just that much more impact the laning stages compared to Toronto Tokyo.
Yep, now they leave the mid lane to save. He's happy with that. He'll get level 6 up. Top lane, Nightfall. Yeah, you're not going to kill him. He's got ultimate prepared. And just rushing the Radiance. I love that decision. Just being greedy. And bot lane, you force the Deuce away. It's a Meteor Hammer on the OD. Clear the wave easy. And a Beastmaster. So the tower pressure is certainly going to be there. I just, man. Collapse needs to try and get more involved in this game. He's going to push top, but yeah, they're just going to respond. And OD's here.
Got the setup with the Ray Fire Blast. GPK. He's able to reach in straight away. Astral, Sanity's looking for the burst. It isn't quite enough to kill Collapse, but they are able to find the follow-up. Kingslayer comes in with the flames to nuke him down. You see the ghosts come out. They're trying to commit on them, but a great stump from Mira catches both GPK and Nightfall. They bring down the OD. They'll bring down Nightfall the once. See if they can do it a second time in. Mass backup coming in from VP.
The boys are back in town.
They try and chase, but DM's not going to be able to get in range for the roll.
Kingslayer was 1 creep away from level 6. Otherwise, he can save GPK there. Unfortunate. That was a sick double stun for Mira. The Nyx making a big play there. And you can see the power of the position 5 Death Prophet. Even though he's effectively just naked boots. With ult up, like he's doing just as much damage as a mid-hero would with that ult ready. And enough to burn the ultimate on the Wraith King too.
He came around to the mid lane. A little on his own, though, and DM was ready. Not the place for Collapse to be.
No, he doesn't seem very comfortable on this Nature's Prophet. The rotations he's made thus far have been ineffective and just hasn't been able to play around his team. A bit, again, kind of exposed by his draft. Like, Dusa not really going to help you very much in this early to mid-game portion, and a stolen Treants.
I've been getting this extra bit of pressure onto the mid tower, but they're holding it. Fortification popped. And with the Dusa in position, they can clear out the summons.
Hey, Yatoro is pretty fat, though. This isn't Medusa, after all.
And then sort of in both of the games, we have seen Yatoro hit some solid timings. His game's never really been shaken up too much. Even in that second game where they're getting beaten down, he did have a fair bit built up on the Ursa. And a very tough game to play. Spirit just continuing to hold this middle area of the map, not leaving DM the chance to pressure it.
No, Yatoro, get the stack. No! Oh, the ancients don't spawn. It's 250 gold, Owen. It's gone.
On efficiency. There's now mid. Tier 1 does finally fall. VP able to claim it, but at the same time, Collapse. And Toronto Tokyo will take the trade top.
You'll have Orchid soon on Collapse, and then things get a little easier for you. You know, this Virtus Pro lineup, if there's no Oracle in the vicinity, this OD specifically is susceptible to getting hopped on. You got a Nyx for scouting, Void Spirit, a lot of high reach. And once again, this series has slowed down. You know, all three games have been slower paced than I think perhaps the people at home would prefer. But this one, you know, third game, both sides being a little conservative. And I think VP is quite comfortable with this. They have a Wraith King who should be finishing his Radiance momentarily. In fact, he should grab it after the next spawn of Ancients. Again, the Meteor Hammer interrupted just to slow down the push. Yatoro. Just so sad whenever I see it's like worse than not Midasing on cooldown when you don't get your Ancients to spawn. It's just gold straight out of your pocket.
Oh, pick up that illusion. That will speed up his farm a little bit. I want to start clearing the waves in the mid lane. Same time as he's sticking to the jungle. Still, Nightfall just pretty much even. I mean, him and Nightfall farming at a very competitive pace. Both carries in a good spot. It's a close game all round. VP just with that slight lead and that ability to pressure a little more than the Spirit can right now. Having just 14 minutes in, and we're having VP push at this tier 2.
Yeah, I like this. Just take control of the map. Oh, they got him.
Look at the setup. Yeah, they get the Carapace and the Impale off, and Mirror's actually away. Again, just sort of messing with VP and certainly making this tier 2 tower last a little longer. Just down here on his own as a Nyx assassin, but it's enough to sort of mess with VP's attempted push.
Wraith King has the Radiance complete, and the Halberd likely the next item. Really like that decision. It is super effective against the Dusa and increases his evasion as well. Dusa needs a bunch of items in this game, but you can kind of see the timings, right? You're going to have this OD with the BKB, Necro 3 on Beastmaster, really strong. Side of Team Spirit, you got to delay. Eventually, the Dusa, he'll have that Scotty, which is queued up now, and the MKB or possibly the Rapier. That's when the balance of power really shifts back towards this Radiant side.
Radiant are scanning.
But until then, it should be the Virtus Pro show, and indeed, they will smoke out. They are ready to rock and roll. They want a fight. They welcome it.
I'll see what they can get. Can they get the setup? Spirit a little split up. Now we collapse. Mirror, the only two in the lane down bottom. And they're moving in. Over to the side. They'll start onto the DP. See if they can burst through Maposhka. They can. Maposhka taken out. So now they turn their efforts over towards the tower. Push. Nightfall.
Gotta be careful here.
He's away. As they'll be able to protect the Reincarnate.
I mean, that was so risky. Like, DM could have just roared the Dusa there. But they didn't expect him to just be that far out of position. Really wild. The collapse isn't here.
I'm trying to clear the trees here to find Mirror. No, they'll find him. As this time round, VP, they get what they came for. Tier 2 tower going down here. 16 minutes in. Top lane, they did do a lot of damage to VP's tier 2 as well, actually. But VP able to get back in time to keep it defended for some moments longer.
It's so hard to play a game like this as Team Spirit because you have this Orchid on collapse, but I question what that does for you at this point. Like, you don't have the map control. Just check out the wards. Look at the number of sentries placed around the map. You have outpost bottom as well now as VP. How does Furion ever force a pickoff, right? Do you feel confident, like, opening on GPK? You'd need at least 3 of your allies already circling. And Yatoro, he's a Dusa. He's just going to farm. And it feels really awkward in these sorts of positions because you don't really have the capability to make offensive movement. You just kind of hold hands and hope for the best. But we'll see if it pays off. It certainly did in the first game. I mean, perhaps the Medusa will function as well as those multiple E-blades and magic damage did in the first.
I mean, when you're picking the hero, you're definitely sort of planning for, to deal with situations like this and to just try and hold off and hold out.
And it's only a 3k gold lead, but again, the profit, that's the key. We've heard players comment on this as well. Whenever Nature's Prophet is even in net worth, you feel you're actually behind. It's like an alchemist. You're going to get more out of the map naturally. Hang on. They found DM. No Necro.
They're going to get him. And he tries to get the roar off. He's not going to get the chance to. With DM gone, definitely puts a bit of a stop to the aggression of VP for his moments of death.
They get a little bit of map control back. Citrus and wards. Mira hunting. Oh no, that's the stolen Vendetta. So we didn't see him there. They really want mid tower. They're going to look for it. Here comes the TP. Nyx is in position.
Let's see what Mira can set up onto. The dust is out. They know he's around. Immediately turning with the Astral into the hammer. Comes crashing down onto Mira. Mira, he's going to fall. Toronto Tokyo tries to jump into the back lines. But that Axe with the silence going, but no follow-up. No one else able to reach that deep with him.
Great discipline from GPK there as well, holding the BKB, recognizing it wasn't necessary. And that again, that's the concern with this Spirit draft. Like, they just don't have damage right now. It's all about this Medusa. Profit, in theory, if we're watching OG play, we'd probably see Seb much closer to the top of the net worth chart, but laning phase and mid-game rotations just didn't go as well as Collapse would have hoped. And they're going to try and take this bottom outpost back. And then look, pre-TP, look at that, I love it. Very aware of the objectives on the side of Virtus Pro. They saw him on the ward placed below. As soon as he starts walking up high ground, they're like, nope, it's our experience, thank you very much. They will trade runes 2 for 2. And Halberd complete on Nightfall. So again, the damage output, the damage reduction that Virtus Pro offers now. Like, you have a Dusa, rather, you have an Oracle, you have an Astral save, as we saw, to prevent Nightfall from burning his reincarnation on the push bottom. The evasion on the Wraith King now, the active disarm on either one of these 2 cores dealing range damage, likely with Dusa. Uphill battle for the side of Spirit, but they should be used to it. As long as they're not quite out of stamina, they've still got a shot.
Mid lane, they're trying to bait something here with Nightfall at the front. I was to say that actually is the VPs are there. They're actually going to sweep top. They leave Nightfall mid. DM's looking for an opportunity here as GPK is going to start the action. They'll catch Mirror. The rest of Spirit, they'll back off.
12 HP. Oh, we got it. Looks like Collapse. Solar Crest next item. He's still thinking about what to buy. He's got a lot of money.
Is there anything bigger that could be tempting him here?
I could see the Shard as a possibility, because I think you've probably realized, like, we can't really fight. We're just trying to not die and push lanes, and Shard is certainly the best for that, but I don't mind Solar Crest either, because you're trying to turn this Deuce into a turret of damage. This is the best item.
And he's got the Shard and he's got the Medallion, so yeah, still getting that Solar Crest, as you say.
And yeah, into the pit they go. Maybe a little later than they would have liked, but you're feeling confident. Nightfall is enormous, top of the net worth charts with a slightly less comfortable lead than perhaps you would hope. Toronto Tokyo, he has the Essence Ring, he has Ags finished, so his AoE damage within a team fight is rather formidable. But, oh no, not again.
Now GPK. That's going to get silenced here. We'll have Toronto Tokyo trying to commit onto the back lines. He's trying to take down Kingslayer, but Kingslayer's fine. They turn, they've got the lockdown onto Toronto Tokyo. He's going to get blown up by the Sanity's Eclipse. But the Void Spirit goes down. Yatoro is able to move in onto GPK, but the false promise is up. Kingslayer enabling GPK to keep fighting in here as he turns. Hammer not going to be hitting onto Yatoro as he steps out of the side, gets away with the Manta, but Nightfall, he's still in trying to commit onto Miposhka. Miposhka siphoning him down though. Are the crits enough to off to the heals? They are. As the damage comes in, they find a third. They're now moving in onto the Medusa. Mira trying their best to help out from the side with the Impale, but they cannot keep Yatoro safe as Nightfall, he doesn't even lose the reincarnate that. They can't even take him down the once.
Did a really cool maneuver there. Middle of fights, he was turning off Radiance to make sure he didn't proc the Carapace. And my concern, you look at the damage numbers. When the 5-position Death Prophet is in second place, you've got some concerns. Not the greatest series thus far, unfortunately, from Toronto Tokyo. Don't believe he even got the Essence Ring off there. Effectively just showed up and died. And I just don't know what you do here. Oh, and like lanes, sure they went a little better, but
look at this replay again.
Yeah.
I mean, at the beginning, it looked like there was a chance. He's trying to get in. He blows everything really on Kingslayer, but Kingslayer already got the Fate's Edict off.
Lifted, smacked. Kapow! And it's a BKB on OD. First usage to great effect. Like, what does a Void Spirit do to this hero now, especially with this item build? I don't blame him necessarily. Like, this is a...
Well, this is a build, you know, getting that Ags first, but for sure, if you're behind it, the damage is definitely a problem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just a concern. Like, this mid lane, you know, VP, incredible in lanes, but when, and he did go for the shard, like recognizing, I gotta shove lanes. We need way more time. But when your one playmaker is the one who is shut down in lane, it ruins your entire game plan as a team because suddenly Prophet doesn't feel like there's anywhere to play around, and nobody can actually make active moves. Also, I love it. Quelling Blade on the Rubik. We've seen the OD carrying tangos for most of this game. Sprout is not a method of CC if you itemize properly, and they got him. Or not.
Lost the mark with the combo, but Mira still dead for sure. It's looking tough. It's all going to be down to Yatoro. Can he carry this game? Rapier queued up next. That's the way he's got to go. He's had to go it 3 times, or this will be the 3rd time this series. Game 1, it certainly had its merits. Game 2, the game was already in a state where Rapier wouldn't be able to save it. This time around, this game is definitely more savable with the Rapier Medusa than last game was with the Rapier Ursa, right? Like there is more of a chance that Yatoro can hold and at least make it very hard for VP to close the game off.
Well, there is always a chance. I fear because there's just nothing to help him. There's a medallion.
There's a Solar Crest. He's nearly got it done, right? Okay, it's 600 away.
But there's no support. There's no buffs. There's no save. It's just Yatoro versus the world. And he'll need to harvest a lot of his anime power in order to take this W. And in addition, he'll need some more time. That Rapier is still a ways away.
And it's alright. He's going to pop the Stone Gaze. We'll see this time. Miposhka, Astral, set up into the hammer. He's gone. Yatoro will manage to CP out, though. He's over into the tree line, and he's away.
He didn't toggle Split Shot either, or Mana Shield. So now you have a Rubik with a Stone Gaze. But bottom is being pressured. You know, Collapse doing his job. Shove the lane, shove the lane. soon to be a Shiva's on GPK, and the damage reduction on the Dusa is going to continue to build up. Solar Crest soon to be complete on DM as well. It's a really nice choice.
There's a DD room as well waiting up top. See if VP scouts that out. And here, Collapse and Mirror just continuing to try their best to play out on the map. Put pressure on, take attention away from your Toro's farming movements.
I like the VP decision and the way they've altered their itemization. You know, a blink on the OD after that BKB Meteor Hammer, a blink on the Beastmaster after the Necro 3, recognizing what went wrong in the first game. We couldn't kill him, and they have not had that issue in either of the following games. Yotaro in a very aggressive
he's going to want to TP out. I mean, he has got to TP in a few seconds. I think he's just going as deep as a position as he can, so there's no chance they find him. Surely he's going to want to get out of here. I'll send the illusions out. And surely he's getting out. Yeah, he's getting out. He's not sticking here any longer. Has a good job as well.
Just in time.
Yeah, immediately on the hunt as soon as the illusions show their face in the lane.
Not really much to discuss. When will the Rapier come out? Soon. Until then, it's a game of keep away. And I don't know if they're going to succeed. They have found enemies. Unfortunately, fortunately for Spirit, nobody near DM. It was just him doing the dewarding.
He's changing his mind, Kyle.
What? No, that you do not buy a butterfly.
I mean, evasion is very strong against these two heroes that don't really want to be building an MKB. He's got the tunic, so it'll add up to quite a bit, but you don't think a butterfly's going to cut it for the turnaround?
I think that the best defense is a good offense, and right now Spirit is not dealing damage. Evasion is good against all these cores on VP, but you're just going to still die to the spell damage. There's a lot of lockdown, there's a lot of disable, and unfortunately for you, no one else on your team is really going to be able to do anything to these enemies. Like, maybe they... I don't know, we'll see.
I mean, because if they could keep playing like this, he might have the chance, Yotaro, to get the butterfly and the rapier before anything really happens.
I
mean, sure, but you are definitely playing for VP to not try and push and take objectives, but the game has been pretty peaceful. He's getting space as the Dusa.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Roche. And you're playing against AC and Shivas. So it's a 45 attack speed minus and 10 armor that you're facing as a disadvantage in terms of like the global team engagement. And an Oracle, you're gonna need a hell of a fight. I'm trying to find ways. I'm like, how does Spirit do this? And it was all about the rapier.
If they can get the butterfly and then the rapier, and he's got the butterfly.
Okay.
So, with the tunic, how much evasion does he have? He's got 46% evasion. So, effectively doubling his HP here. So he's incredibly tanky. I was queuing up BKB and MKB. He's really turned away from that rapier decision. I wonder what made him sort of change his mind. Maybe he feels that the game has gotten to a more comfortable place. Maybe he feels VP they've not managed to close it up, and he can sort of go back to the original plan of the build-up that he wanted to do, rather than feeling the need to sort of get the desperate early rapier into his build. And he's going back to what he wanted to do initially.
I mean, they've succeeded in their goal. I mean, VP, they've been forced into this tedious type of game that I know they're not huge fans of, but they're just playing mistake-free thus far. I mean, it's 15-2. You can't really ask for much more of them. Look at that. That's the Radiance toggle. This man, he's been doing it all game.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him really get tripped up by it at all this match. Nightfall.
It just shows that he's got that global game sense that you're looking for in a carry player. I mean, it's not something you really see very often. It's rather nuanced. It'll go unnoticed a lot of the time, but he's doing it consistently as he just walks around. Cancels the TP, Roche is up, let's just finish it off. Maybe we'll lose our tier 2, but, something must be sacrificed. I think they're going to give it once again to GPK.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. As no interest from Spirit to head over here. Mission Toro. Halfway on the BKB.
Nightfall has something else. He had bought... I mean, he finished the AC, but I swore he should have more gold than this. He hasn't bought anything in some time. And there's the BKB. He had Sanj Kaya queued up at first, but that is by far the better decision. Mira gets the Carapace off, but you just can't make things happen here. In fact, you got to be careful if your Team Spirit. There's no Yatoro here.
Yeah, they're getting out. They don't want to try and fight VP right now. As it really is. It's falling to the same pattern as game one, where Spirit are doing a good job of not getting caught off guard.
How long has it been since we had a kill? Oh my god. Wait. Oh, it's been a while. Wards? Towers?
There we go.
Okay, it's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, only 10 minutes.
Maybe we'll get one soon. I can feel it.
Maybe. I mean, if Spirit's able to keep playing like this, I don't think they're going to be giving up any sort of little kill here to VP.
Yeah, into the base. Hold the high ground. Vlad's picked up like all the items coming online for VP. They are at the level of siege ability. They're just going to buff up this Wraith King and let him hit the base. BKB rather, finished on the Dusa, so he should be able to stand and fight.
I'm going to jump in. Start things off with the Astral. That's the tier 3 gone.
Yep. Collapses up top, though. Those bigger tree ants with this Solar Crest going to start dealing some base damage.
R&D, nice man to dodge here over the Ray 5 Blast. The Raw's going to be committed onto the Nyx Assassin. They'll get Mirror. As Toronto Tokyo tries to jump in, Stonegaze and BKB pop by Yatoro as they start to push back GPK and Nightfall. GPK getting low. Kingslayer comes in with a false promise to keep him safe. Cheese keeping this Nightfall Wraith King alive, making sure that he doesn't lose the ult quite now, but they're getting ratted pretty hard here, Kyle.
Nature's profit things, man. These tree ants.
I mean, a range racks and half the HP of the melee racks in one burst there from these tree ants.
He'll pay for it with his life, of course, but I think he'll... Wait! Okay, I thought he was actually close to getting the melee.
I mean, they've managed to chase here, Spirit, as they've caught Kingslayer. They do lose Collapse. GPK able to kill him off.
Yep.
But I mean, if they can play like this, if they can hold the base around the Dusa and get the profit out in these sort of ways, it is going to make it harder for VP to close this one out.
And I mean, VP they're playing a solid game, but you got to think that loss in game one will weigh on them. Like, it is so frustrating to play this game. Like, I've been here before. You
see this. You're like it's 17-3.
Yes. But the goddamn rats, the rats, they're everywhere. They're top, they're bottom.
Pushing into this, very farm Medusa. Again, Yatoro. He's got the gold, and I'm glad to see he did change that MKB up for the rapier. I mean, you get the rapier now. And
you're not leaving your base anyway.
No, any time he's on the high ground and popping that BKB, you're not going to be able to walk at this butterfly rapier Dusa. At least it's going to be very hard to do so without taking a huge amount of damage. And, that then means that VP's in a position where they have to put a lot of resources, pretty much their whole team, into trying to siege the high ground. That, of course, does mean that map is it's going to be open for Collapse to do his thing.
And that was your big timing for VP. Like, they're not going to get much stronger in this game in comparison to Spirit, like, ever. They had Aegis, they had these armor item timings. The Rapier will equalize the damage output. The one benefit is, unlike the CK, the Wraith King is a royalty of a different sort. Like, this hero will not fall off. You don't have to worry about your illusions just getting popped and if your ultimate effectively...
Sure, but how does he sort of stand up against the Dusa in the...
That's a great question.
Crazy stages.
Abyssal helps. Swift Blink helps. Like, you have a lot more you can pick up on. 17-3, 17K. I'm trying to think. Is there something we're missing? Like, ready to look to Twitch chat. Like, hey guys, what would you like us to talk about? Because Lord knows we're gonna have time. Roshan won't spawn for another 3.5 minutes.
Games. It's just not a lot's happening, but I feel like that's
just hanging out.
I think it's the Spirit plan. This is what Spirit want. Yeah, how about this anyway? I feel like do we ever really see this? We've got the Aghanims on Oracle, Carl. Check this one out.
Oh, I've never seen this before. Fate's Edict no longer causes enemies to be disarmed or enemies to be immune to magic damage.
I think it's allies to be disarmed, right? Yeah, it's allies to be disarmed. If it no longer causes enemies to disarm, that'd be kind of bad.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty good, actually. You just put that on the Wraith King now. So that's how you deal with the Medusa now. You're going to just buff your Wraith King. He's going to get Solar Crested. He's going to get Edicted. You're going to spam heals. He'll also be immune to the magic damage of the Void Spirit and the Nyx.
Yeah. So it's only really the Deuce's damage output that he has to worry about.
And also, man, Yatoro, he knows no fear. He is buying the Relic in advance. No buyback now, and no Rapier complete either.
He's close, though.
And we got to pause. Yeah, take a bathroom break. Bathroom break. They're preparing for the long haul, you know?
I mean,
this might not end anytime soon.
Yeah, everyone at home, maybe everyone at home should take a bathroom break. Take your time, lads and ladies, to get yourself settled in for a nice, cozy one here to end the night. I mean, yeah, it is a 17k lead for VP, but definitely feeling that this game is leaning more the way of game one and the potential of Spirit maybe to turn this around than it was the way in game two, where with that lead, it very much felt like VP had a clear route to victory. And this time around, once again in this third game, Spirit definitely having the potential to throw some pretty significant hurdles their way.
I almost feel like VP, if any, like, yes, they've played mistake-free, but sometimes that could be a mistake because you don't know where the line is until you cross it. You're playing perhaps too unaggressive. Like, they should have had more of an advantage. They should have pushed for a win, dove into the base perhaps to try and kill Yatoro. I again point to that engagement around the tier 2 bottom, where Collapse is showing top, one hero's dead, DM is in range to roar the Deuce as he walks up high ground and chooses not to. They get the tower for free, sure, but they're not getting more advantage, and it's just a repeat of game one. Spirits, they take that, take this, sure, no problem. We'll eventually be ready to fight you.
There we go.
In a while.
And they're back in. Toilet break has come to an end. Hope you've all managed to get back as well.
Tier 4 items.
Actually, probably doesn't matter if you're still on the toilet. You probably won't miss anything. Yeah, so take your time in the toilet, out the back. You got time.
They're looking to maybe make a play bottom, but they see Kingslayer behind, just spamming Shadow Amulet to make sure his OD stays safe, and they're aware. And immediately, Spirit are like, "Oh God, there's more than one. We gotta go." I also appreciate that this whole game, Mira has been swapping between the Philosopher's Stone and the Psychic Headband.
Yeah, someone's got to do it. Make sure you're making that money. Oh, that's a nice one. Trickster.
There we go.
I want to the point where do you even just give that to your Toro? He's got the ninja. Yeah, okay, he's going to want to favor that anyway. But someone's definitely going to make use of this cloak. Surely, the cloak is so strong. Yeah, they're going to give it to Collapse. Help him with the sort of the wrap potential, given that ability to sneak away in the shadows.
I mean, it's just funny. Yatoro really isn't getting that much farm anymore because he's forced to just play so defensive.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, that's what they've been doing so far, and it's working out. They're not losing the game.
Like, they use a smoke. Oh, sorry, that was the Ninja Gear. Never mind. What am I saying?
Oh, he does lose his courier, though. So for the next 3.5 minutes, he's going to get the money. They're going to have to make a trip out with him to the secret shop if he wants to pick up that rapier. He's not going to have any other way to get it out.
Roshan might spawn in a minute.
Yeah.
I don't think there will be a fight over it. And Nightfall is like, enough of this. I'm going to get a rapier of my own.
I mean, he needs it. You know, Butterfly and on the Deucer, it's already enough. You've got to have something to fight through this evasion. And you have to have some serious amount of damage to know that when you do commit on that Medusa, if you are able to close the gap in your Toro, you're going to be able to kill him. He's heading out. He's not got anything to sell, though, really.
Yeah, what is what's happening here?
I don't know how he's gonna. He's not gonna. There's nothing to farm here, so a little unfortunate. If he was hoping for the ancients and the large camp to be there, because that would have been enough to get the rapier gold. But now it's
okay, he'll come
it's a scary game.
Okay, he's got it.
Oh,
and he gets the courier. Oh, the rapier! Wait.
No. Okay. It wasn't that courier. It was a different courier. He was buying that was Oracle's courier. That was Oracle. It wasn't the rapier courier. Nightfall was
my God.
He was picking it up by hand at the top shop. But
My
no.
heart just
Yes.
dropped.
Because it did happen at the same time. Rapier and then Courier. No, that was saves, Courier. We still did have saves Eon Disc recipe. So that means
Oh, the Pushka.
Right, so we've got the double rapiers out. Open for Nightfall. And collapse. Oh, they'll find him. That's collapse gone.
It's all right though. Level 16, no big deal. Respawn in 40 seconds. It's at level 17 when the respawn timers really start to scale upwards. You hit the max per level death respawn added.
Mm-hmm.
So until then, smooth sailing.
Have a look at this again here. Collapse. Boom.
How'd they find him?
Was he under the wall?
Dive bomb. He got dive bomb.
He did. The shard's out. Boom. Gotta watch out for these birds. It was that author that warned us about the birds? You're smart, Kyle.
What? Warned us about the birds?
The birds.
You mean the movie, like the birds?
Yeah. Oh, it was a director, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Alfred Hitchcock.
Yes.
He warned us about the birds. Mira. He's going out.
Someone should have warned DM.
Oh. And they've got the damage. I've got that kill. DM standing a little too close to enemy territory there.
I mean, can you blame him? He was perhaps a little lulled to sleep. This is the first time he's encountered enemies in what feels like 20 minutes.
He might have taken a toilet break.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, Roche isn't... Wait, Roche...
It's about to be up.
Roche is up!
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they had it for some reason. Yeah, that's a
No, they were
wild
waiting.
death.
It wasn't up yet. I mean, for a full minute, do you think they can go into the pit and take this whilst the Beastmaster's down?
I think so.
Yeah. They've got Deso as well on...
I'd love that. And the Orbit Corruption.
And
Yeah.
that's a lot of minus armor.
It's all about that deuce of damage.
Oh, well, that's the Dead Next Assassin. It's Nightfall. He's going to step... I mean, it's scary. It's spooky around this pit. Who's going to commit for this? Buyback from Mira.
Okay. Does that means you're going to go for
I mean,
Roche,
30
think.
seconds. The Beastmaster DM's going to be back up soon. They've got to do it quick.
Time. Maybe it's the timing, because he won't want to buy back with only 20 seconds left. But
He can't. He hasn't got it.
Oh, the stolen mana burn from miles away.
That's going to be strong. Not a bad steal to grab.
What? Why the buyback? Okay, well, 6 minutes past the time. They do collect their 4th Tier 4 neutral item. Feel good about that, but Dire Side is in the base, or in the pit rather. Nightfall ready to rock and roll. He has his shard too, so mana burn will not be a concern. Oh, and top though, the melee
base. Someone's got to get back and deal with the Treants. Look at them go, Kyle. They're pretty strong.
But they can't really enter the pit. Hang on, they might find Nightfall. But look, again, toggling the Radiance. That is like, he's got some real strong mental fortitude. At this point, if I'm playing Wraith King, I am just so mad I'm not toggling my Radiance anymore. I'm doing this for like 30
Kyle,
goddamn minutes.
If you're playing Wraith King, you haven't got the Radiance.
That's not true. 2 rapiers though.
Oh! Easy Courier.
No steps. He has the talent though, should be okay. Yatoro showing, gotta be careful. They have
PPK's in. They're able to get the jump straight away on Yatoro. They're on top of him. He's gone. A beautiful jump there from VP as Spirit were not ready for that. Immediately collapsing onto Yatoro. They just couldn't help him. They couldn't save him. And just like that, Nightfall, he's dual wielding now. Double rapiers on the Wraith King.
Warglaives are activated. Cannot believe that just happened. Like, they...
I mean, they weren't ready for that one bit. I mean, what?
No, Yatoro wasn't ready for that. No one's showing on the map. Like, do you expect VP to just not do anything the entire game?
I mean, what's sort of the criticism that you can't be standing there as a deucer, or what? Like, how did that sort of come to?
You see
play?
0 heroes on the map. You are alone. There's no save behind you. Like, yeah, you just.
All right,
we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they got to now deal with a double rapier Aegis Wraith King as Nightfall's just looking to close it. Roars out, boom, boom. As that is Maposhka down and out. He'll buy back. GPK, is he immediately going to kill the Posh for second time? It's over. It is over. Double rapiers on Nightfall. As how do they stop this, Matt? They're going to try. Stone Gaze is out. Defensive Astral buys him some protection against the ultimate. Can they stop Nightfall? A stolen Stone Gaze from Slave coming in with the counterplay. Toronto Tokyo trying to jump in. Medusa will get frozen for now. Nightfall's over towards him. They're onto Yatori. Yatori trying to get himself back towards the fountain. And they're going to beat them down low. Sanity's Eclipse doesn't quite kill him off, but they're focusing the Ancient. They're looking to close it up. As Team Spirit desperately trying to slow down Nightfall, but this Ancient, it'll fall as VP will secure the win here. And after a very, very, very sort of peaceful mid-game, it does all come to a very, very abrupt end there with the death of Yatora.
I really don't know what to say. That was a hell of a long time to stall, to just die like that. 24-5. It felt like the game was closer than the score, but at the same time, VP. I mean, are you really losing if the enemy team never crosses the river?
Yeah, I did. Just a bit of a disappointing ending.
Yeah,
you know, it's
you
like
could say that,
Owen. Rapiers coming out, and then all right, Medusa just gets caught and completely destroyed by VP. And once that's happened, that's sort of your chances down the drain. Well, there we go. VP, they play it slow and steady, but they do indeed win the race here at the end of it all, as they'll take third game, and with that, the series will be theirs. 2-1 against Team Spirit.
And therefore, VP still undefeated in series, even though Team Spirit was able to take a game, could not close it out here. We're going to break down the third game of the series and talk to the winners after this break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
game had the makings of an 80-plus minute game. After the lanes were even, both teams were happy, just taking their time farming up. We had both teams getting their rapier at about the same time as well, and everybody was like, okay, this is, the wait is going to be worth it. The wait of the passive early to mid game will be worth it, will pay off. We'll have some awesome epic battles going on with rapiers falling left, right, and center, and that didn't happen. It was
here it is. Hold up.
And game over.
That was 43 minutes and 50 seconds of our lives that we had to watch.
We'll never get that back.
We never get that back. Never.
I'm actually so mad. I'm trying hard not to swear. I am a better person now.
Yeah.
Because I'm working behind the desk instead of having to play.
Yeah.
Because when that happened, I'm not even in that team. I'm furious. If that's on, oh my God. For an easy camp, Sheeps. Farming an easy camp. 44 minutes, completely alone.
Every creep matters.
You have...
Yes.
I don't get me wrong. You know what? Dota is a beautiful game, and we love
Playing
the
for your
game
lives.
for those late games, and we are willing to sit through 40 minutes of farming if it means awesome endgame. We've seen that plenty of times before, and this was just
an easy camp.
I will give a lot of props for VP in this game. They played very well in laning phase. Once again, they solidified their early lead, and they forced Team Spirit to have to play this very much disconnected Dota with the 1-2 punch of Medusa defending base, Furion always split pushing. I rate the way that Spirit was able to keep that going. Collapse always doing a phenomenal job. But yeah, fundamentally, the game was a bit boring to watch. I'm just going to say it. Sorry, guys. It was very good execution from VP, but I just don't want this to become the meta, okay? Let's put it out there. Happy that VP was able to show such a clinic and how to win against this type of rat Dota, but please, no more.
No more.
No more.
I'm also very curious what point of this game Purge is going to talk about in his segment.
Thanks, Cheaper. Going to be taking a look at the power of OD as a hero. Now, a lot of his value comes from the fact that his base stats are really good, and he can do this fast Meteor Hammer combo. Here's a perfect demonstration. You banish a guy, you drop the Meteor Hammer, maybe one other person shows up and throws a nuke, and you get a kill. This is the value of your hero. But the problem is that you can't push very quickly without Meteor Hammer or without like a lot of auto attacking. He rotates to the bot lane to do another one of these ganks, tries to pressure the Dusa. The Dusa gets spooked, uses ulti. He still finds the rotation kill on Maposhka. So yeah, he's getting some stuff done here. But again, you can't push towers, can't push creep waves unless you got the Meteor Hammer. So what Team Spirit did to react to this was really interesting. OD started playing in the bot lane once the tier 1 tower was dead. He walks over, says, I'm a tower pusher. Here I go. Throws the Meteor Hammer down, does a pretty good chunk of damage to the tower, slowly sort of auto attacks down the creep wave with his interesting item build to get his Arcane Orb up faster. But what Mirror did here was really cool because it slowed the game down a lot for Virtus Pro. He moves over again when his Meteor Hammer is back up, he hits the creeps a little bit, and then he goes for the Banish very curiously as well. Nicely done. Sentry placed here is going to give amazing vision. If Nyx goes in any of these locations here, Rubik just lifts him and they go for him and they kill him. But he plays very safely under the tower and he waits for the hammer. And he does the important thing. He interrupts the hammer, puts it on cooldown, and now what does OD do? He slowly hits neutral camps because that's all he can do in the meantime. Slowing down his farm, slowing down the map pressure. Same thing happens again. Meteor Hammer's back up, pushing the creeps a little bit. Everything looks fine. Another stun. Once again, OD looking like a crap hero. Yes, he won his lane. Yes, he ended up pressuring the map a little bit. But keep continuing to interrupt the Meteor Hammer like this bought Mira a lot of time. And then later on, they bring the whole Extermination Squad over, cut all the trees down. They go to pressure him. He ends up barely surviving with a great Spike Carapace. He ends up going invis with this after the nice stun. Binds so much time, and they glyph the creep wave. He did such a good job to slow this game down. If that tier 2 goes away, they control the entire jungle. They up the pace a lot, and this game would have been over a lot faster. The heartbreak that Kyle had maybe would have happened at the 30-minute mark instead, and everybody would have enjoyed the game more, except for Spear.
And I love to see Miroslav doing as well as he did in that game. This is a stand-in. We don't know if this is a permanent fixture, but he's definitely making a good case for himself on the squad, even if they didn't manage to take the victory here. I think the important thing here is, though, Virtus Pro can bleed. Yes, they won the series, and yes, that second game looked absolutely dominant, but it wasn't clean.
I think,
as clean.
I will say they probably scheduled in some BKB usage timings in their scrims, like an hour before. They're just sitting in a lobby. BKB. BKB, and that's all they need to do, I think, and then they should be fine. And
They
back
should
to
do
normal
one
form.
of those tests. You know how cops, for example, have a test like whether you don't shoot for a civilian, but shoot the terrorist. I've seen it in the movies. People do that,
Yes.
and this
You're
is
thinking
like
about Men in
when,
Black.
Yeah.
And it's
When-
the aliens.
Yeah. So you just
when
want,
do
yeah.
you shoot? Do you shoot?
Do you BKB or do you not
Yes,
BKB?
because you also
Yeah.
have to. You got to be able to make the decisions. You can't use
Yeah.
it too fast, but you also can't use it
Yeah.
too slow, as we saw.
And that's
Or
what
you
they
could
need to
just
do.
not use it at all. Great job, Mira. I love the breakdown from Purge.
Yes.
Thank you. You bought Yotaro time. He did so much with it. The Japanese have an interesting method of
Here we
valuing
go,
time.
Shiva.
Okay.
Yeah.
If let's say there's 100 of us in a room and you waste 5 minutes, you're 5 minutes late. It's not 5 minutes wasted. It's 5 minutes times the 100 people. We got 35,000 people watching. The whole draft, 45 minutes, and you die with your rapier. Mark in easy camp. Oh.
You know how bad you feel now regarding that loss
And
for Spirit? Imagine how bad Yotaro feels.
Yeah, and that's
he has to carry that weight around for the rest of his life, okay?
Well, okay, no, it's like a day at best before they realized it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They played it up against VP. They were able to take a game off them. They could have maybe, through some rat shenanigans, maybe won this game, but realistically, VP had, the pressure the entire time. So, sure, Yotaro did die at a small camp farming. Sure, he did give away a rapier and they couldn't amount that big fight to come back into it, but realistically, it would have been another hour for them to win this game. So
they could have done it.
That analogy you just made, that could have been a whole hour's time's worse. Sorry.
It compounds my frustration at Beastmaster's dead. Nyx buys back, but instead of running into the pit, they just chill on the high ground.
And this is why you don't have the caster also do the panel,
Yes,
Shiva.
yes,
That's what we've learned today.
that is a good
Because you stick to one job at a time.
You've been
One
pent
job
up
at a time.
all that time. You've been in it. You've been in the moment.
I was so mad. I was so mad, guys. I tried to chill.
We're going to take a little bit of a walk while we look at the standings. Because we can take a look at this. Because today was so important for the standings. We got Virtus Pro and VP sitting at an even setting at 5-0. And that means that mostly regardless of what happens now, the last series, in total of the upper division for the Eastern European DPC League will be Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi. Actually, the match to decide which of the teams goes to the playoffs directly or to the group stages, because also VP winning here guarantees them the major. They are max able to get 5-2, just like Na'Vi, which would still put them in the top 3. And that means, this middle of the pack, Team Spirit, they really needed to win this game. They still have to face Na'Vi and Unique.
Yeah. I think that's the most interesting storyline, is the fact that Unique started 0-3. They've had 2 more wins, and they are going to be playing Spirit and Gambit. They're the final 2 games for them.
Mm-hmm.
So they pretty much control their fate if they can secure top 4 and then potentially argue about sneaking in to maybe that higher placement. But yeah, the fact that they, after the start they had, can even in the same sentence of top 4 is very
did
strong.
Unique win versus Extremum?
Unique did lose to Extremum, to be fair.
Because it doesn't matter actually.
Doesn't.
Because if it's a tiebreaker that decides whether they go to major or not, there will be a tiebreaker played, so they still hold control of their own destiny.
The key thing is they physically can fight the middle of the pack. That's the thing. Like, if you are fighting the already eliminated or they're already qualified, it's kind of worthless games. But for them, it's all about Unique now. I think that's the key team we need to be looking out for.
Yeah, really is. Are you okay, Cal? Are you settled?
Yeah,
I'll be fine.
Okay. Unfortunately, we won't be able to talk to the winners after this series. I can only imagine that a series like that left them with some things to talk about. Because Virtus Pro, even though they won the series, they're not used to losing a game. That hasn't happened yet. Team Spirit first one takes to them. So congratulations on that glimmer of hope that Team Spirit has after this series. Now, that was it for today. All the upper division matches for CIS for today. And for week 4 have come to an end. We're going to move to week 5. And week 5 for the upper division of the Eastern European DPC League continues on the Thursday. And Thursday we got Team Empire versus Extremum. Now this is a must-win for Extremum if they want to have a shot of making it to those tiebreakers. So we'll see how that goes. And I think there might even still be a chance for Empire to not be in the bottom 2. And so they also really need to win this. It's going to be a close one, I think.
Yeah, but that's the series that we have to look out for as well. If Empire win, they then go 2-4 with Extremum, and then with the head-to-head, of course, they beat them. it allows them that little bit more stepping stone to maybe get out of it. So yeah, very important series from the top.
But if there's a tiebreaker again for elimination, then they will be played.
Yeah,
but at least there's a fate in their own hands.
I would say tiebreakers are almost assured in this region.
I mean,
Or potentially both up.
I was
and
gonna
down.
say both this region and the Western European region as well. It's mad. It's looking rough out there.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to the wire.
It is gonna come down to a wire, to the wire actually. Good show. You should watch it.
When would we play the tiebreakers?
This was exactly the question that me
I
and
fly
T were
home
discussing.
on like the Saturday after the.
So we haven't. Me and T were talking about this earlier. We have come to the conclusion that the European tiebreakers will probably be played after the 24th, probably the 25th or the 26th, aka same day as the European. As the Eastern European DPC League continues, and then the DPC for the Eastern European tiebreakers will probably be played out after you get home.
Yeah.
Or rather during your flight or
So
something
for the
like that.
big key matches that
It might be an online. Yeah. We don't know though. This is all
We don't
speculation.
know. Speculation.
Also.
Don't you love it? There's so many possibilities. So there's also still the chance that there is not going to be any tiebreakers whatsoever. Could also still happen. But that was it for today. We're going to give these guys a little bit of a rest. They deserve it. It has been a long day. Both our series going to the 3 games once again, and they were fantastic. Very happy with the Dota that we've seen today, and I'm sure that we're going to be very happy with the Dota that is going to be shown in the future. Of course, Thursday is when we continue with the Eastern European DPC League. In the meantime, you can of course catch us on the Dream League stream, so make sure to check that out as well. But for now, I wish you all a very good night.
And happy Valentine's Day.
Bye.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
So baby, stay with me, where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. So baby, stay with me, where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before